sure y'all get them likes up, y'all. Get them likes up. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley. It's too early, but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out how did we get here. I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Teej Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men.
Hello.
Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with your level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Teej Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Teej Hanley. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Teej Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Teej. Let the Teej force be with you. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley. I see y'all. I see the green gang. I see the new members, y'all. It's showtime. Let's just have a conversation. It's go time, y'all. It's go time. Yeah. Hey, yo, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk and introduce the crew. We got Trill from Crew Season. We got Anton Daniels, Kay, Humble Dad, Courtney, Island Girl Q, Kayla, and me and myself. I'm Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. How y'all doing, family? How y'all doing?
Hello.
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 We're good.
What's going on?
Amazing, man. Glad to be back.
What's everything?
Man, that's what I'm talking about. Welcome, Trill. Yeah, good to have you back, man. I feel like I just seen you not too long ago.
I know, man. It's just a couple days or something, man. Maybe.
Nah, can talk.
Yeah, I guess that's energy. Ladies, you guys are looking lovely. Shout out to y'all.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank
Courtney,
y'all.
I
Thank
love
you.
the
I want to get a compliment. Come on
My
now.
bad, my bad.
Shout out to the braids gang.
And
Y'all know I
Kayla,
love
you
the
look like you
braids.
about to go to the Grammys.
You
Like
do.
going to a ball or something.
You look
Amazing.
exquisite.
Amazing.
Thank you. I am going. You know.
Okay.
Where you going? Because I know this end at 12.
I don't know.
Unless we ending early.
You look great.
Well, it's good to have you guys back on this
Y'all beards are
Thursday.
flourishing.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Everybody on the
Yeah,
panel
y'all
got
look
beards
great.
tonight.
Y'all look wonderful.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Before we get the show started, we are live in Houston, April 23rd. That link is pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you guys click that. Get your tickets. We do got a discount on the hotel in that link for you too. So go ahead and come on down. Be a part of history. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley. That link is pinned in the description. Click that, get 30% off along with a free gift. Now we got that out the way. Hit that like button right now. Take a moment, hit that like button. Also, subscribe to the channel. It's not too late to share it either. Let's see if we can get some more people up in here. Y'all ready?
Nope.
Okay, y'all so quiet, so I don't know what's going on. I feel like it's too damn quiet. Let me turn it up a little bit. I don't hear no stagnant, no nothing. This is.
I mean, it's quiet because Logic's not here, so.
Oh, wow.
I'm playing.
Ooh.
Wow. That's
Shot
quiet
early.
already. Yeah, I see, huh?
Already.
He about to be in
Okay.
the comments trolling. I know him.
All right, let's get this show started, man. We're gonna move on to our first topic, man. We're gonna have a little bit of relationship talk all throughout the night. People love relationships, right? I guess they do. It seems to be the trend. Everybody talk about it, right? That's all you see in the media. So our first topic of the night is it a red flag when a man says, I'm going with the flow? Ladies, is it a red flag when a man says, I'm going with the flow? Don't all speak at once now. Come on.
It's a red flag.
You gonna call on someone? You just want us to just jump out
I mean,
there?
like I thought you guys would empower yourselves, but I guess we're not there yet. It's okay. We're gonna tread
No,
lightly.
so that's
Go ahead, Kayla.
That's only a red flag if you want obviously more than just to go with the flow. If you want more, if you want a relationship, you want marriage, that's something that you want, then him going with the flow, yep, red flag that you're more than likely not the one. I'm not saying it's like a red flag, like he's not a good person or he doesn't mean well, he won't treat you good and under whatever terms y'all have established, but that just means that you already know right there, like he's more likely not relationship material. So
Okay.
Um,
I'm sorry.
Okay, JR. No,
Already.
don't say anything before you make it into some kind of clip. I think that, if someone says they're going with the flow, I mean, at what age? Like in your 30s and stuff? Like, I don't think that is necessarily a good sign. I think that when someone really wants you or really likes you, they're not going to use that type of language of, oh, I'm just going to see what happens. I feel like, in my observation and in my opinion, that when a man wants you, like, he makes it known. If you're confused, then maybe he's not sure. But I think that language is not necessarily like a red flag, but like Kayla said, it depends what you're trying to do. If you want something serious, you might want to figure out what's going on with that.
It's interesting. I can't wait to get to the guys.
there's nothing to figure out. You already know what's going on with that. He ain't.
No, I'm saying like figure out what's going on with that. Like what you gonna do? Like,
Okay.
how are you going to move with this information? I just don't feel like men in their 30s and 40s and 50s and beyond that are serious about a woman are like, we're just gonna go with the flow in terms of the relationship. Like maybe if it's like, oh, we're going on a date, we're going to this place and then we'll go with the flow after that, fine. But in terms of like the woman, go with the flow.
I mean, is he saying this like from the first date? Like,
I'm just speaking in general. It's up to you where you want to place it at.
I'm okay, so I'm gonna place it on the first date. Like I feel like before the first date, if he said he's gonna go with the flow, like he's trying to feel you out. Like I wouldn't overthink that too much. Like we haven't even met, so I definitely wouldn't overthink it. And I would just take it step by step. Like, and then there's gonna be follow-up questions like what you want intentions wise with someone in the future. But I wouldn't say it's a red flag completely and mark him off, because a red flag means like he's canceled completely, I feel. But I wouldn't take it too serious like that. Because sometimes men just don't know what they want until they got it in front of them. So I wouldn't take it too serious if he says it over the phone before meeting him. But
I kind of disagree a little bit. I don't think it's a red flag. I think men do know what they want, especially if they want a relationship. If you're not the woman, he definitely would say, go ahead on. I'm trying to find the one. I'm ready to be married. I'm ready. I'm financially stable. I got my shit together. So I'm ready. So it's not no going with the flow, because I don't think men like to waste their time when they're ready for the one. So is it a red flag? No. If he's just going the flow, just saying he's just having you along, tagging you along until he finds, or either he's ready for the one or he's just got you tagging along, waiting on somebody else. So I don't think it's a red flag.
Courtney,
I was talking more on before the first date. I mean, he doesn't even know you like that to take it serious. But no, you're right on that per se. Let's say if y'all gotten to know each other, you're definitely right. But I'm talking about first date. He don't know you and stuff like that. But I agree with you on that part.
I'm talking about really the first date too.
He doesn't even know
men about their business is not necessarily wasting time. So if he's telling you he's going with the flow, you ain't the one. And I think men kind of knows who to date and who they're going to seriously date. I don't think it takes that much time necessarily, but even on the first date, the man is dating you with intentions. The women date with intentions. I'm dating to find a wife. If on the first date I'm telling you I'm going with the flow, I mean, you can take your time with it, but I think men know.
Courtney, real quick to respond to what you said, because I think that was really good. In my experience and just observation, I think that men definitely, if they want you, they're not wasting like a lot of time, especially past like the younger years, in high school or undergrad. Okay, that's different maybe. But in adulthood, I don't think a lot of men are out here like, you know what? I'm going to play around and let her try to do like playing those games. I think that when a man really wants you, it is very clear, very early on. And if it's not, then, and that's not to say that a man can't see a woman and be like, I'm going to go with the flow and then fall madly, deeply in love with her. That can absolutely happen. But like in the beginning, in my opinion, I think that men do know what they want. And if they know that they want you, you're going to know. And it's not going to be anything that anyone is confused about.
But so are you knowing if you want that man before the first date?
It's not about him. It's not about him. It's not about if I want him. It's
no,
about
but can they answer my question first? Do you know if you want that man before the first date? If you want that man in your life, you could be dating with the purpose of dating to be married.
Are you talking about like online connections and stuff?
No, I'm just talking before you actually go on a date with him. Before
it's not about you as a woman. I don't think so. A man knows that if he's ready, he's ready.
No, but I'm asking.
Therefore, he's not going to say, I'm going with the flow necessarily on a date because he's dating with intentions.
No, but I get that. But I'm asking a different question. Before you go on a date with a man, do you know if that's the guy before you go on a date with him? Is that the man that you want to be with? Do you think it's vice versa? I'm just asking. Different question.
Yeah, not necessarily, but on a first date, I'm not thinking, I'm just going to go with the flow. Dating with intentions, meaning I'm going on a date to see if you are potential. A man going to be a potential candidate. So I'm not going to say I'm just going with the flow. No, I'm going on a date for a reason.
So if a man says he's going with the flow, does that mean he's not dating with intentions?
Yes, that's exactly what that means.
I wouldn't assume that.
the flow, when you flowing, you're just kind of
when
you're in the breeze.
you everywhere and you anywhere you want to be. That is totally different than you're looking for a specific person.
He doesn't know nothing
to do
about
something
you.
with. But it's not about them. Like I said, it's about what you want. So anybody that I'm speaking to, if I say that, that means that's what I want. So if he's saying that to me and I don't want that, then that's a red flag. If I'm looking for a relationship, I'm looking for a husband, and this guy on the date says, and prior to getting to the date, we've done the conversations, because people dating with intention aren't wasting time going on dates based on attraction. We've had conversations, we talked on the phone maybe a couple of weeks or whatever, and we vibed out to see if it's going to be worth the date. So by the time you get to the date, if you're saying like, oh, so what are your plans? Like, what are you doing with your life? What do you want in terms of relationships? And he says, oh, I'm just going with the flow. I'm just chilling. That's a red flag to me. I'm like, all right, cool. Like, that's totally cool. Like, I just honestly, I just categorize you. Like, you are,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're one of those fun guys. Cool.
Yeah. And even with dating and dating seriously, any man that's telling you he's kind of going with the flow doesn't have a plan.
That too.
You don't have a plan. You plan for careers, you plan for relationships, you plan for families. It's not a going with the flow. No, you need a little structure.
Especially if you're grown. I mean, if we're 22, listen, we just got out of college, we're in our first couple of years of this job thing, and then like we're dating, that's different. But like mid-30s, you're telling me you still going with the flow? What have you been doing for the last 10 years? I just want to know. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm so glad that you guys are so passionate. It was remarkable.
Let's get what the men think if they've said this before.
Men, so we've heard the women break down their feelings. Let's chime in. How do we feel about it? Like, is it true?
Bro. These chicks is overthinking this whole thing so much. Yo, I've been married for 18 years and I still say I'm just going with the flow right now. Like, it's not that complicated. It's like, oh no, he got to be with intention. Oh no, he got to be on it. If he says it to me and he's 35, he's on the X list. That is the silliest thing. Yo, I'm going with the flow. I don't even know what rental car company I'm going with when I fly to Atlanta tomorrow. I'm just going with the flow right now. I'm going with the flow with the rental car company. I just don't think that deep into it. Listen, if a dude like you or he into you, it's not going to be based off of the fact that he said he's going with the flow. You overthinking it. It's going to be based off of the fact that he don't really make time to see you because he ain't really rocking with you like that because you ain't that deep. Like, you just not it, baby girl. You a moment. You know what I'm saying? We slot the girls that we rock with and we don't. But going with the flow can genuinely just be based off of the fact that he just chilling. He not pressed. He not in no rush. He's in a good space to where he's always focused on slotting his priorities and things like that. But, how it is that he's going to move with a woman is going to be dictated by his actions and not by the fact that he said that he going with the flow or something like that. Like, I don't get where y'all see that a dude saying that he's going with the flow indicates that he not really rocking with you. That's confusing to me.
I think the reason that you don't get it is because I think you haven't dated since 2000? It's 2000.
I didn't know it said if you was married or not. And if you wanted
but Anton, think about it. You're always talking about the women on the panel that are not married, that don't have kids or whatever, and what they can and cannot or should not speak on. So you, as a person who has never really dated in your adult life, it makes sense that you don't understand this.
I date my wife every single day. It's the reason why.
I get it. Use your wife.
Hold on, give me a second. Let me speak to you. Let me speak to your point really quickly.
The same as dating.
Let me speak to your point really quickly. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
It said if men say it. So what you're saying is probably less relevant than what I say because I'm actually a man.
Have you dated any men?
You're still dating.
Then you can't necessarily come from this.
Even if you're still dating for the rest of your life, you still will never have the level of insight of how a man thinks because you're not a man. So you still dating and me being married for 18 years, my weight as what a man thinks when this is happening carries much further than what it is that you're saying. So what I'm saying is more relevant. Let's be clear. Got it?
If you would like to think that, that's fine, but the reality is that you have not dated, and you that I know of, I mean, I'm not trying to say it like that, but you haven't dated any men. So
how about this? How about me, Trill, and Humble Dad just go ahead and bow out of this conversation, because Trill is married. He's been married for a significant amount of time. I've been married for a significant amount of time. I know Humble Dad got his numbers up, until whatever happened. So how about I let you tell us what men think about what it is that we say when we say we want to hold on, and it's not that big of a deal.
It doesn't have to be like
the question says, though, is it a red flag when a man says, I'm going with the flow? Who are the people looking for red flags? The people that are dating men. Who are the people that are dating men? Women. And who are the people that are dating, period? Not married people.
I mean, can the men finish?
Go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
No, I want to hear. I want to hear what the men think on when they say that, because it can mean different things from different people. I'm not going to overthink when a man says he's going with the flow. And Anton said the same thing. Trill and Humble Dad might think different. So I want to know, if they say that, what do they mean behind that? Because we shouldn't assume like it's y'all's point of view. So I just want to know that from their perspective, if they do say that, what they mean.
Okay, well, I'm gonna chime in on it. When men say, here y'all go. Come on now. When men say that they're going with the flow, it could be a numerous amount of things. It could be that, they just trying to fill you out a little bit longer, trying to see if you worthy of being in their presence, if you worthy to have your time extended a little bit. In most cases, that's what I think when men are actually saying it. I mean, it's not cutting you off. I mean, if they don't want to fuck with you, they'll say it. But sometimes if it's too early and a woman is trying to force a relationship on that man, then it's like, hold on, chill. I'm just going with the flow. Like a lot of times after you want to smash, they, turn over and they gazing in your eyes and rubbing on you and asking you like what you're thinking and stuff like that. Just chill. I'm just going with the flow. I'm going with the flow. Relax. That's just my opinion.
JR, that was, I mean, you hit it on the head. You said they're trying to see if you're worthy. Yes, like I said earlier, a man can absolutely say he's going with the flow and then figure out what's going on. But I think to Courtney's point, and I think Kayla might have said something like that too, if a man knows that he wants you, in my experience, that's not the language that they use.
Yeah, I mean, but a man is not going to know if he wants you like in the very beginning. Like he may like you, but I mean, you might got some red flags yourself that might just unfold, and he might be like, "Damn, I wasn't expecting that." So
again, that's like proving my point that if they're not sure about you, if they're not sure if they want to move forward with you or even date you or whatever, then yeah, it's like, oh, we'll just go with the flow. But if a man is like, yeah, I really like this woman, I want to be with her, they're going to probably try to lock you down as soon as possible. And I mean, that's just what I think. Okay, now, can someone just go with the flow and fall madly in love? Absolutely. But I'm just saying.
All right, let me get Trill. What's your thoughts on it?
First of all, I just want to say I just like how spirited the argument is this early. But my thoughts on it are, I think yeah, man, I think it depends on timing. To be honest, man, you have it's a lot of women. I'm not gonna say it's a lot of women that try to rush you into a relationship, try to push you into a relationship. Just like y'all talking about first date, man knows whether or not he wants you. It's like, baby, I ain't even had time to give a legitimate analysis yet. I think when men meet women, we definitely put y'all in one of three categories. One being, okay, this could go somewhere. One being, this is sex only. One being, okay, I don't want to know where around me. But after we categorize you initially within that first conversation or two conversations, we still gotta, watch you a little bit, do a little analysis to make sure that you live up to what our expectations of you are, right? So if we going into date one, day two, and you talking about, well, what are we? Where are we going? Well, baby, I'm not done with my analysis yet. Like I know where I may want to go, but I'm not going to tell you that, because now you're going to be walking around with this entitlement that you shouldn't have. You know what I'm saying? So again, I think it depends on timing. But if we get into months of dating, and you like, hey, what's going on? And he like, oh, I'm just going with the flow after months. Then that's a blatant red flag. That means he ain't trying to do nothing with you. You see what I'm saying? But if it's within the first 3 days, we're not done with our verification check yet, and we needed a little more time to complete that verification check.
Crew, I think what you said is very valid. I'm asking you as a grown, like, you know, a man that's an adult. I know you're married, but, you know, as an adult man, what would you say if, because I heard you say the different categories, what would you say? Would you say I'm going with the flow? Is that the language you would use? Because I liked what you said when you were like, you know what, I'm still kind of figuring things out. You know, we just met. Like, you know, if you're trying to slow someone down who might be trying to move too fast, totally valid, makes sense. But you, at whatever age you are, because I don't know, but I know you're grown. So
32.
32, you said? Okay.
Yep.
So what would you say? Like hypothetically.
So paint the scenario, like the one that asked me on the first date, hey, what are we doing?
No, you're just out and you want to, like, maybe you think she's moving too fast. Maybe she's talking about, oh, in 6 months, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, whoa, I don't know you like that yet. Like, would you say I'm just going with the flow, or would you use some other type of language?
I would say something similar. I'd probably say let's just see where things go. I mean, it's still a little early right now. Slow down. I get it. I like you too, but let's see how this thing unfolds. Yeah. So I mean, I would use similar language. Yes,
that makes sense. I think that, like, specifically the quote "going with the flow" itself sounds very, like, not serious and not even thinking about being serious because of how stereotypical that quote is. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
so
you shouldn't assume though. I don't think
and it's pretty much aligned with hookup culture. Like, that go with the flow is literally aligned with hookup only culture.
But I don't think you should assume everybody's language is different. They're from different environments, different backgrounds, different states. So I don't think you should assume or just jump to conclusions and rush things. As Trill said, as all, like, everybody but Humble Dad said, like, you overthinking it. Like, you are overthinking the statement, because what you're thinking that statement is what everybody means is the same thing, which is not true.
Yeah.
However,
and
no
you
one
get
that was serious.
I want to get Humble Dad.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, I think you can say that with anything as far as with terminology. Terminology is different depending on the region that you are, of course. But when you get at a particular age and you're ready for marriage, before you even go on a date, before you even try to waste your time, you are on the phone, or when you meet them, or even during the date, you know, what are you looking for? Are you relationship based, or what do you want? And then at that point, they're like, look, I'm looking for a wife. And it might not be you, but the going with the flow is, I'm looking for a wife, and I'll go with the flow and see if you're about it. And this is my experience.
Who talks like that, though? I'm looking
Trill.
for
men that I know. Am I off, or is this crazy?
Yeah,
I'm speaking on my
men don't talk like that. Man.
What?
Who lays all their cards on the table as a man like that?
No man says that from the beginning. They
you can't say just.
I mean, on
men,
the first,
maybe
not
I've had
the
men
first
tell
date,
me this.
but the first few dates, I have heard, like, you know, I'm looking for something serious. I do want to get married soon. Like, I've heard that on, like, date.
But
three,
what if he says I'm
2?
going with the flow, though? Like,
is the people that say that are not saying I'm going with the flow. They've never. I've actually no one. Anyone that's ever been serious has ever said that. I don't think has any guy that's ever been serious about you ever said that, like, over the course, maybe even in just like the first month. Have they ever said that to you? Like,
no, I mean, I've said that to a man. Like, I'm trying to.
No, I'm saying, has a man that was serious about you ever said that to you?
I don't remember. That's like first dates too. I don't remember that.
Wait. Y'all meet men, and before y'all even go out or on the first date, they telling y'all they looking for a wife. They giving y'all all the cards they land on.
Say that. I said looking for something serious.
I'm looking for something serious. They tell y'all that on the first date or on the phone?
Right. So here's the thing, what I'm trying to say too, because I know that you're men, but as a woman dating of a particular age, that date men of a particular age, yes. Before I go on a date and we're having conversations, it's, you know, I am looking for a wife. Are you looking for this? If you're dating online and on Match.com, I'm specifically looking for a wife. So it is told depending on the age.
Men
You
have
know what?
said that. Men have said they're dating for a purpose. They're not on here casual dating.
No.
They're dating for a wife. Courtney's
Right,
right on
so-
that, but that whole I wouldn't
Do
overthink.
y'all
they
fall
definitely
for it?
Yeah, so I'm
Did
not
y'all fall for
overthinking.
That's all I'm about to say. That's all I'm about to
Did
say.
y'all
You know
fall for
what?
that?
I have heard it.
That line?
Yeah.
I mean,
as long as you-
I don't listen to that shit because some people's words don't match up with their actions, honestly. So I go based on actions.
No,
Man,
I'm honestly, when they say that to y'all, when they say I'm looking for something serious or I'm looking for a wife, do y'all be like, oh man, that y'all
Oh,
go
he's
for
the
it?
one.
No, it's not saying that we're falling for it. That's fine, but it doesn't mean that I'm that one. And then that's when the dating process, and then the going with the flow as far as this dating, and but it's already kind of laid out again. But when it comes to dating for me and a particular age of a man, and I know a lot of men that have dated and had their wife and said, "Yeah, I told her I'm looking for a wife, so I'm ready." And so men do talk that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. The only time that I done ever heard a man say that early, first date before first date, is if I'm trying to hit.
So exactly.
At the end of the day, let's just keep it
What I'm
G.
trying to
Exactly
understand
what you
is
wanna
when the
hear.
men say, the only time that I've heard a man say this on a first date. What first dates are y'all on with men?
No. I didn't say
Because
heard a
all
man.
you know is what your friend tells you when they tell you about whatever they're telling you about. We are on the dates with these men.
Like,
and if y'all are here, y'all damn sure aren't on dates.
True, are you in the bushes?
You're not
like
in the
when we're
cycle of
watching
meeting a
these
new person,
dates? Like, how do
introducing
you know?
yourself. You're far out of that cycle of doing that.
Well, let me ask y'all a question.
Exactly,
So
Kate.
I
y'all
mean,
heard
if y'all
guys
think
say
y'all
this
are right,
before,
cool, but
I'm just gonna ask the question as women that are in the dating pool, right? So y'all have heard guys say that to y'all, right? How come it hasn't translated into a marriage or proposal?
Mine has.
So your man told you that on the first time that you talked to him, Kay?
it's coming. You wait.
Not the first time, but very early on. Like, you're gonna be yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it didn't turn into a marriage, it turned into a baby.
Am I,
Mission accomplished.
No, I'm not
Mission
married, but I'm
accomplished.
in a relationship.
Well,
with the
it
person
wasn't. We
that
were.
said that.
Hold
I'm in a
on.
relationship with them now.
Hold on,
Well,
yeah. I want to get humble with that. Let me get humble with that in real quick. Courtney,
Okay,
then.
well, let me specify that for AC Trill. Well, we lived together and were together for right at 5 years of engaged. So it was a very long relationship. And that was on me that it wasn't marriage.
No, I don't think that's what Trill is saying. I think did he get what he wanted?
Yeah, so
I don't think that's what Trill is saying.
Yeah,
Basically, sometimes men tell us what we want to hear.
I'm good, bro.
Like men tell us sometimes what we want to hear. So did he get the panties after saying that a couple days? Like that, I'm not trying to say you. I'm just saying men do say stuff we want to hear, especially at certain ages. We want to be married, we want to be loved. So men gonna say what's gonna feed our egos. Oh, we believe him,
and that's true. And sometimes it doesn't always work out, and sometimes those guys aren't the right guys. And sometimes they are. And then it turns into a relationship. And then that goes into an engagement. And then that goes into a marriage. It's a process. But I mean, if he said that to you and then he just kept it moving, then that's just, you just chuck it up to the game.
Right.
But he said it to me and I'm in a relationship, like, what I'm saying? Like, so we can't act like that doesn't happen.
Right, let me get humble dad here. What you think, humble dad?
Well, I kind of think cross between what some of the people are saying. Like to say that it's a red flag, it kind of depends on the timing. Like if it's at the beginning, saying that I'm just going with the flow, it depends on what, like the guy knows if he's ready to be married or not, right? And so when he's saying that I'm going with the flow, he's trying to feel out what the woman is going to say. Oftentimes, if I was to say that I'm going with the flow, just me, period. I mean, that's really what I mean. Like I'm trying to figure out if you're the one for me. Or if I even want to date you anymore or talk to you. So it also kind of depends on the individual, because some dudes do play games like that, but I think it's an honest statement. If someone's saying I'm going with the flow, and if the woman is like, well, I want a different relationship, then you can't make that dude change his perspective of wanting to go with the flow.
But I mean, let's just be honest though. Most women is not walking away from that. If a man say, I just want to go with the flow. Let's just keep it G. She really likes him, right? And especially if we talking about first date, second date, and men know this. That's what the men are saying, men know how y'all think, especially older women. If we're gonna keep it G, there's a bit more urgency, which y'all trying to settle down, right? So if I'm trying to get in here and finesse and finagle my way, I'm gonna say what I know that you want to hear, and I know serious relationship is what you want to hear. That time clock is ticking, and looking at your friends getting married. You done been a bridesmaid 4 times, and you ain't made it yet. Like there's a bit of urgency here. So I'm gonna use that to get what I want. But again, I think you as a woman, I think that's a green flag if I'm gonna be real, because he's revealing to you exactly where I'm at. This is exactly where I'm at. And if you don't want this, walk. But let's keep it real. 9 times out of 10, the women is not going nowhere. They're gonna stay right there, be patient, and try to hope and pray one day that he chooses me to take serious. And that's how y'all fall victim to, situations that y'all fall victim.
Trill, you agreeing with us? That's what we said. We didn't say it was a red flag. We said we're taking the man for his word. He said if he's going with the flow, and it was like,
cool.
Okay.
But you said that you wouldn't. You think I would leave him alone?
No, I said I would categorize him. Like if I was just like a single girl, I would just categorize him like.
So why would you still deal with him?
Said that, Humble Dad.
If you're looking to be married,
we didn't say that, Humble. That was Trill saying all that.
I'm lying.
But I don't understand how that means that he's not serious just because he said he's going with the flow.
Right, that's what I was saying.
How does that mean he's not serious?
Well, what Kayla said, it was that she would put him in a category, which I definitely understand. So
he could come out of that category if his actions prove something different. He could come out of that category, but I would categorize him as like, just one of the fun ones, like, where you just do fun.
So how would you know when he became serious? How would you know when he became serious? If he's in the box of that, I don't know, whatever this box is. You know what I'm saying?
Not serious box.
The not serious box? That I'm going with the flow. He's saying that I'm going with the flow.
Okay. Right. Going with the flow box.
And so he's in the box. How does he come out of the box is what I'm saying.
I mean, he starts showing actions and words both that are opposite of that, of doing other things that are not go with the flow. Like if he's showing that he wants more than that, and he starts to do things that convey that, he starts to speak that way, he becomes consistent with it, like that's totally different. Like, so, but I mean, if this is to me the only way that you go in that box is if it's at the beginning. If it's time in and you say something like that, oh no, it's definitely a red flag. It's definitely like, nah, like deading you then, because we've been doing this for a while and you should know by now. But in the beginning, like I said, if he's saying that, then I'll just like, he's just cool. Like,
no,
how much time do you give him to be in this box?
Great question.
There's no time frame. I'm no longer like focused on him anymore. He's out the doorway.
So if you're not focused on him, how does he come out of the box?
Effort. As a single person, you're single, so you're not really focused on any specific person specifically until you like start to do that with someone. You're just meeting people, you're going on dates, you're getting to know people, and then if you meet someone, you meet someone, and then you start talking to everybody else, and then and then that's how it goes.
So you're going with the flow essentially.
Right.
I mean, not really. I mean, I guess that can sound like I'm going with the flow, but for me, it's not, because when you meet someone and they're not the one, and you move them out of the way and you move on to the next person, how is that going with the flow?
No, that's not what you said. You said I put them in a box.
You would just stop there.
Right. You said I put them in a box.
So you don't go on another date with them. You
said I put them in a box. You said I put them in a box as one of the fun ones. You didn't say you disassociate yourself with them.
Yeah, like as one of the fun ones. So like he invites out, like, him and his friends do things, or things are happening, like, hey, I'll come, I'll hang out, whatever, parties, whatever. But like, I'm not going to do any intimate things with you or like give you any time or anything like that. Yep. If
that means going with the flow. The definition of going with the flow is to nonchalantly engage in a
situation. Right, because just like I said, if he's going with the flow, cool. Cool. I'm cool with that.
But he shouldn't be in a box. Is what we're saying.
I'm not taking you serious.
Like he shouldn't be in any box. He should be gone, because that's not what you want. Why would you even entertain him to be in a box?
Or Humble Dad, she's not as serious about being in a relationship as she's putting on to be, or as she's expecting me to be. If you cool with
Well,
just putting me in
maybe-
a fun box and I can just tap in whenever I feel like it,
Oh,
then you're
Trill
not serious
then.
about
Trill.
me.
You know what the
What
interesting
happened
thing
whenever you
is?
feel like it? What? That's not what that.
Kayla want to
that's not
team.
what the fun
That's what
box
she's
is.
saying.
Trill.
She want a squad of men.
Well,
Kayla
That's
said,
maybe-
not
have
what
your
the fun
squad.
box is. The fun box
Well, maybe-
is you are a friend. There are these male friends that are attracted to you. They're just friends though, and they invite you out to do, whatever.
AKA
But you
squad.
don't date them. Like you don't have any kind of like intimate thing with them, like because they're one of those guys that's on that bullshit. Like,
So a dude told you he going with the flow. You put him in a box, and he just
I
gonna take you
no
out.
longer take him serious. He's no longer a serious candidate of anything.
And then he's just gonna take you out.
Take me out? Well, no, we would. Like I said, we wouldn't do any intimate, personal things like that. But he could invite me and my friends to like.
I guess
Things
that's
that
why
you
I don't
do.
understand why he
when
would be
Humble Dad
entertained.
asked you how
It's
they
just a new network. It's just a new network, but it's not. It's no longer. I'm no longer looking at you like romantically.
Are you?
It's just-
Well,
Hold on,
maybe
hold on,
Kayla.
hold on, Courtney. Hold
Okay.
on, Courtney. When Humble Dad asked you how he get out of the box of one of the fun ones, you gave a specific way that he starts to be more serious and he starts to whatever. So how do he even get into a space to where he can get out of the fun box when you've already disassociated yourself with him and only put him in the friend zone?
It's hard. You got to really want it.
You said he has to show, right?
Yeah.
Is that what yeah. So
How
how
do you
he
show
can't
he's
show
ready
one
to go on a
thing.
date with you?
You
I don't
can't show
understand.
if whatever you're showing. That's what I'm taking. That's what I'm going to believe. If you start doing something different, then that would be different.
So he has to
Obviously-
get out the box. He has to show you by doing what though? Taking you and your friends out? Is that what you're saying?
No. Oh my god.
How does he get out the box though?
No, oh my God. Again, the box is for just friends. It's just people that you've maybe met and it just wasn't a match. That doesn't mean that it always is like, I'm disassociating with you because you could be still a cool person, like a cool, we network or you don't know, have some kind of business. I don't know, whatever kind of thing that we talked about, like the outside of the romantic part could still have a connection there. So just because it doesn't go romantic, you're just a friend now. You're just in the friend fun box, like we'll hang out, go to parties, you can invite me out to something, whatever. But I'm not romantically considering you anymore.
No,
How
but
many
you said
boxes
earlier-
do you have?
There's
Okay.
only two. There's
No, but you
friends,
said earlier for him to get out the box, he has to
people,
show
and then
you
there's
though.
family and
Okay,
serious.
maybe. Well, Kayla. What? Maybe
Kayla
I'm.
hard on him, boy. Kayla hard.
What
on
I'm
him. I can
but
tell already.
am I
Okay.
interpreting this? What you're saying, Kayla, is that if he's telling you that he's going with the flow, then you're matching what he's doing.
Correct.
So if he's going with the flow, then you're like, okay, well then I'm just going to go with the flow with him and not take him as serious because I don't think that he's taking me serious.
Correct.
Because
Because if he was, he would have that energy. Yeah, if he was, he would have that
Right.
energy that Kay spoke about earlier. And if he's not giving that energy, especially after like some time, no, like you know.
What does that energy
You got
look
somebody
like?
else
What
in
do you
your
have to
view
do?
right now, or you're not really that interested. So, like, we
What
could
is
just
that
be-
energy? What does he have to do to show that energy is what I'm asking.
What energy did you have to show to Rita when it transitioned from friendship to romance?
I'm asking you. I ain't
No,
asking
I'm
you.
asking you because you have the ultimate results that we all want. So what should I be looking for, Anton?
Oh
You
Lord.
can't answer a question with a question. Come on now.
I can.
Y'all
I'm
did say
asking
he got married 17 years ago, so his
No, they
his
didn't want to
point
hear
is
from
not
you.
I
that.
just want to know, old school
No,
or
no,
not?
no, no,
I
no,
want to
no.
know.
So listen. I'm in a learning phase
You're
right
not
now.
gonna tell
Y'all
me?
didn't want to hear from me. Y'all didn't want me to say nothing. Y'all said that my opinion didn't count
Oh,
because
Jesus.
I've been married for too long. So now I'm trying to get some insight from the young crew on how it is that
The young
you know,
crew.
how men nowadays
The new
translate.
school.
So how does he show you that energy? Because I didn't, I stepped back from my advice. So I'm just trying to understand it a little bit better. So you
No,
can give
but I
me
want you to
advice
be
on how
involved in the
do it.
conversation. So why
And
don't you just
Anton, to
tell
be
us?
clear, no one said your opinion didn't matter and whatever.
Oh, yeah,
I
nobody said
said
that.
nobody said that
No.
because I know you like to clip things up a certain way. No one said that.
No, okay, you did say that though. You
it
did
was
say
just
that.
Yeah, you
noted.
did say that.
Okay, you said that for real. Okay, you
You
did.
did.
It was like verbatim,
noted.
actually.
When
It
did
was
she
just
say that?
noted. It
She
was
did say that.
noted that you haven't dated and you haven't dated men and you haven't dated in a very long time.
I'm a man.
It makes sense why
Cool,
you would be
cool. But listen,
about-
at the end of this whole soliloquy, my question still stands. So what does he have to do, right, in order to show that he's serious? What does that look like? Can y'all please frame that for me? I don't hear nothing. I hear crickets.
It wasn't my
Well,
answer.
no, you don't hear anything because all of us didn't say that. So I think that was okay. So
It was
that's
just
her
Kayla.
No,
We
no,
just
no,
waiting
this
on
is-
Kayla's
this is-
answer.
Oh my God. So
Kayla.
you have to be serious. Like, what do you mean? What does he have to do to show that he's serious? He has to show that he's serious.
Like
Do I
take you
need
out
to
on
give you like
dates.
daily habits to build trust and get to know each other better and do all of that? Do I have to do all of that? Like, you have to make serious effort. It's simple.
Saying serious effort doesn't give me a description of what he's supposed to be doing. I'm sorry.
If he don't know, he ain't the one. That's what I'm gonna say. If he don't know, he's not the one.
That girl dance good, boy. I gotta give it to her, boy.
That's hilarious.
I like
No,
it.
for real.
If
For
he
real.
don't know,
If you don't know how to
when he
make a
asking
woman
you, do
feel
you know?
different,
Like he asking you,
then
do you
you
know?
just-
Like what is that?
I mean, you guys asking me what you need to do to make a woman know that you're serious, to make her feel it and know that you're serious about her.
But
No,
Kayla,
he
every
asking
woman
from
is
your
different though.
perspective. What would a dude have to do to let you know that he's serious? Now the guy knows that he's serious, but how would you know that he is?
Oh, she pulled the internet cord out of them all.
Damn.
Hey, no. Listen, we used to do this same thing on Xbox Live.
Yeah,
When he was
you
losing?
start losing,
Yo, I used to do
on
it
the
with my
internet,
brother.
you snatched the internet cord out of the wall back in the day.
And it's
And
not
then you
working.
But they got you. They got him to that though.
Okay.
You should have counted as a loss for you though. You know?
Sorry, I don't know. I'm not at home, so.
Okay.
But now, Kayla, look, just question though from that position. I'm asking a question from that position at the end. Like once you done put him in the fun group, you said that okay, he doesn't have that much access to you, which was what my point was. So it's like if I don't have a lot of access to you, and the only time that I really get to kick it with you is if I'm inviting you out and it's a big ass group, so we're not really spending intimate time together.
Right.
So how am I gonna prove how serious I am if I can't even get you in an intimate setting like that for real?
You're gonna have to do something different.
I'm gonna have to pull up to the job with about 3 dozen roses or something, and
It don't have to be 3 dozen, but you could just do something different.
good luck out here, fellas. Boy, Kayla hard on them, boy.
I'm not. Okay, you want me to give you like an example? Because it's really not that hard. People have done it. It's not that hard. But you just got to do it. If you really want it, then you will do it. I don't know. Understand why I need to give people break. I need to give people breaks and shit. I don't need to do any of that. If you really want it, then you'll do it. If you don't, then you'll get someone else, and that's fine. Like I cannot be focused on people that are lukewarm. Like you're hot, you're cold. Pick one. Like we not.
They gave us a whole soliloquy of what the red flags look like. Kay ain't nowhere to be found. Kayla can't explain it to me.
I explained it to you very well. Sure, let's go with crew. Okay, I'll give you the example that has happened. Flowers
What happened to Kay? What happened to your homegirl?
That's happened.
What happened to
the
show that gave us the name?
Other things have happened. Like my mom had a party and he did some stuff at my mom's party, and that was really nice. Like, or just like things like sent me a really nice clip, like really, really early in the morning. Sent me this clip of something that has something to do with the conversation we were talking about, like the last time that we saw each other. Like, I don't know. I can't give you like, those are just things, but you got to do something to stand out. Like, you got to stand out.
He sent you an Instagram clip?
No, it was like from YouTube, but it was like a specific time. It was like at a timestamp of like a 20-minute video. Don't worry about it. But it took, I liked it. I was like, wow, he remembered this. This is, and it got me thinking, got me mentally stimulated. And I like that. And then I was just like,
But you know what's wild about it is that kind of equates to how men treat women, right? Like, say for instance, we shoot at a woman or we try to like date her or whatever, and she curves us. Then we kind of glow up a bit. We start making more money. We start dressing better. Our influence, our popularity raises a bit, and then that woman tries to come back around. We call it, she got to start in the G League to earn her spot. You're not just walking back to the front of the line. You start in the G League and you work your way up. So essentially, that's what it sounds like you saying that a man would have to do if you ask him that question within a month, I think you said, and he said, hey, I'm just going with the flow. You basically sending him to the G League. Work your way back up here.
Basically, but I honestly have never asked that. Like, what are we? Like, if I feel like if I have to ask, I feel confused, then I'm more than likely starting to move you to the end of, anyway. But I've never asked that question. Like I said, no one's ever said that to me because I don't like, what are we? Like, I don't know. I don't ask that question. I feel like you're going to know what a man's energy, like what he's doing. I feel like once you get to the point where you're asking, you already kind of know, and then it starts showing that you like him more than he likes you, and then you lose your leverage.
That's a fact. That's real. That's a fact.
All right. You guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Also subscribe to the channel. Green Gang, I see you guys. I see the super chats has been coming through. Bro, man, I see you. Rockefeller, I see you. New member, T. Will, appreciate you. Moving on to our next topic, which is, does dating with a purpose mean you should date one person? Does dating with a purpose mean you should date one person? You said what? I can't hear you. You're on mute, Kayla.
You're muted, Kayla.
Oh, I said I'm out of this one, clearly, based on everything we've spoken about.
Kayla got a whole squad.
No.
G League.
No. This is not currently. I meant in my former life. Let's be clear.
Yeah, of course.
With respect. Okay.
Gotcha. But to answer the question, I would say hell no. And as a matter of fact, I would never advise nobody to date just one person at a time. I believe in analysis and like verification, working my way down. And if I'm only dating one person and I'm focused solely on you, and that means that, you know, a lot of times that'll kind of jade your view as to what you should be looking for. And what I mean by that is you'll start making, you know, say, okay, yeah, she don't meet this, but she meet that. So I can kind of bend on, you start bending on things you're not supposed to bend on, compared to if you're dating maybe 2-3 people, something like that. And then it's like, okay, I'm going to stick to my strict non-negotiable code. She fits it. She doesn't. She's eliminated. Okay, I'm on to this one, going to the next one. She fits it. So that way, like a real analysis, because again, speaking of what Courtney said earlier, when a man's ready to date serious, we start moving serious. And what that means is we come in with our non-negotiable list and shit that we will not bend on. But if you just focused on one person at a time, that person may be a great actor. You fuck around and waste 2-3 years, you know, 6-8 months or whatever in this gray area type of situation because you've been on things you shouldn't bend on. So no, I would advise somebody to date one person at a time. You should be dating multiple people. And if you're not, then you're moving wrong.
Well, I guess I'm moving wrong. You know, I'm going to say this because my friends, my homegirls always have said the same thing Trill has said, but I'm always been the type to talk to one person at a time. I feel like it just gets too complicated. Like, I don't want to be deceiving any person if I'm on the phone and that person calls. And it's just too much I feel like, to balance talking to multiple men at the same time. Like, I just feel like it's just, I know it's horrible. Women tell me that, you know, you need to have a team or whatever, but I just never been able to talk to.
They told you what?
They said not to put all your eggs in one basket. That's what they usually say. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Huh?
You said something about a football team?
Like a team, a squad. You never heard? Oh, you probably haven't heard that.
What was the statement that you had said?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, to have a squad. A squad. You know, some people have like squad, like they have that, a roster. I meant roster, not squad. Yeah, a roster. Yeah, you know, some women, they might have a guy that takes them out to eat only, a Monday person, a Wednesday, whatever. But I just can't balance that because, like, it's just too much to balance. Like, imagine you talking to the phone with dude A and then dude B calls you and then he's like, what you doing? Are you going to tell him, hey, I was talking to another man? Like, I don't want to start lying. So, and then I just feel like when I date with a purpose. So if I'm giving you that chance to communicate with you, I really like you. So I want all 100% of me to go into that person. And I'm a lovey-dovey person. So yeah.
But Q, let me provide a bit of intel that's gonna make your decision, hopefully, for you to start dating most people a bit easier. When you're dating that man, for one, you are an attractive woman, intelligent, articulate, well-spoken, right? So when a man comes into that, you automatically thinking you're dating 3 or 4 people. So the moment you don't answer that phone, whether the reason is that or not, you're assuming that right out the gate. That's just what it is, right? So you might as well date multiple people. Now, I'm not saying you got to date 5 to 6. I would say at least two. So you could compare compare and contrast. If you ain't got nothing to compare and contrast, I mean, how you know you're making the right decision, man?
I mean, do you feel
I
like
don't
at
think
a
you need
oh,
nothing to
sorry.
compare and contrast, Trill. I think that that's the problem with women today, is that they can't unsee some of the things that they experience with other men that they've had relationships with. I think that women should go all in on one guy, and I think that men shouldn't.
But I don't disagree with that premise. I just think you got to think about it from the mindset that a lot of these women are coming from. You talking about past situations, right? That mean a lot of them are coming into this dating situation still holding on to baggage that they shouldn't be holding on to. Imperative, I'm coming into it, I'm starting with a fresh slate. And it's like, okay, I learned this XYZ from my relationship. I'm going to apply this going forward. I think, you'll be way less, I guess, confused or like bogged down. But again, when I say compare and contrast, meaning that, again, some people are just great actors, man. And if you are strictly with one person, you'll tend to believe it more so. And if you kind of keep a distance, not too much distance, but you keep a distance, step outside of the situation compared to like, okay, I want to make this work. Because that's the mindset. Like the more time you spend around somebody, you'll start making excuses for them. You will.
Yeah, but I don't think that women can play that game that well.
Gotcha.
Because
Okay. That's a different point. I got you.
To spot the fact that she got multiple dudes. I think it's very, very easy to spot a chick that got a roster versus a chick that's super duper dedicated to what it is. I think that a man would tend to take a woman more serious because a lot of times, see, what women don't understand is that men go as far as you allow them to. If you allow him to bust you down, and that's the end of the conversation, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. If you raise standards, often at times a man will meet the expectation because, we date down and women date up. And so, sometimes we'll meet the lowest barrier in order to get to whatever the goal is that we want. And so I think that often at times, especially because time is not on women's side, let's be really, really clear. Time is not on y'all's side. As we get older, we get richer, we get more successful, and time blesses us more than they do women. And so I think that often at times women need to make it clear what it is that their intentions are and not allow themselves to be holed out by a bunch of different dudes, because then you find yourself with just a bunch of different dudes and you just a moment for a bunch of different dudes. I don't think that translates into success for women. Whereas men, I don't even look at it as dating. I look at it as networking, right? Because I don't necessarily believe in dating, but I think that, men figuring out, who it is that aligns with what it is that they're doing in the direction that they're going in, often at times allows him to pick more effectively. Because let's be clear, men should be the one picking a wife, not the other way around. So that's just my sentiment.
Yeah, I think dating with a purpose, you should only date one person. Just because of the energy that you're trying to give to that one person, you can't give that to so many other people. I mean, you're not going to be able to reasonably kind of give yourself an idea of who this person is, because you're not giving all yourself to this person, especially if you're talking about marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Marriage is a very serious thing, right? And so if you spread yourself across 2 to 3 people, then how do you actually know which one makes sense for you? It's not a house. It's an actual person that you're talking about. So I think that you should date, if you're going to date with a purpose, that it should only be one person, because that way you can give all yourself to them, and then they should be giving all themselves to you.
So just to clarify, because maybe I'm thinking of it wrong. In terms of dating, we're talking about going on dates, right? Because dating and a relationship are two different things for me. Now, I don't believe in being in a relationship with multiple different people, but dating, and then when you're exclusive, that's basically like pre-relationship. You usually end up in a relationship just weeks after, right? But just dating, you're single. You're not in a relationship with anyone. You're going on dates, you're meeting people. You went on one date. Oh no, he's not. The vibe wasn't the same when we got in person. You're not going on a second date with him. You're going to go on a date with somebody new that you met at the pet store. I don't know. But when you're dating, you're just getting to know people. And then once you get to know them well enough, then you say, okay, you're fire. And I don't want to meet any new people. I don't want to see anybody else. And then, yeah. And then you get in a relationship
fired to the box.
But there has to be a process between, I don't know you, and we're in a relationship. And if you spend that time, that's what makes people rush, in my opinion. Like, when are we? It's because, like, you only talking to me? That's I guarantee you, all the people that are doing what are we's is only talking to them. That's why they're doing what are we, because if we were exclusive, we would be having those conversations, but we aren't anything right now. We're just dating. I'm just getting to know you. I don't even really know you like that, for real. You know what I'm saying? So I really think that dating and the relationship are different. And I just do think that you should date and get to know multiple people. And then when you really connect with someone that you have the same values with, someone whose program you can get on and that you feel like you can trust, then you take that next step to not speak to any dudes that try to talk to you after that.
How many dudes do y'all know that's willing to play meet the parents with a chick that's dating multiple dudes? Like, how many dudes are willing to select a chick that's dating multiple dudes and say, yo, that's the one? I've never seen that happen at not one time in my, and again, maybe I'm just naive. I've coached a lot of different guys. I've never seen one guy in my entire life select a chick that's dating multiple dudes and say, that's the one, I want to make you the one. I've never seen it a day in my life. Maybe I'm off, but I've never seen it rock with a chick exclusively.
You said, Trill said, you seen it?
I've seen it because to be honest, and
I'm open to being wrong, but I've never seen a dude say you're the one when she got a roster, and then expect her to dispose of her roster. That's insane to me.
How it typically goes is it goes a bit like I said earlier, right? So say if I run into a Kayla or somebody, right? I'm looking at her, she's attractive. I'm looking at the social media, okay, whatever. I'm looking at the comments, okay, she got a little. So when I go into it, it's automatically assumed that she's talking to multiple people, right? But I think as a man, when you're confident in yourself, I'm not worried about them. It doesn't matter to me. When I say we're gonna spend time, and you're gonna get rid of them type of situation, right? But if I come into it and we dating, and again, I think that's what the disconnect is. I think some people see dating as very serious, and others see dating as, okay, I'm just trying to pick which one of y'all that I want to be intentional with. This is the pre-trial stage. This is okay, we going on dates, I'm talking, I'm finding out about, your upbringing, your family life, this, that, and the third. And it's like, okay, they don't really fit. And then it's like, okay, I got, but it's multiple people. And then I'm narrowing it down. And then it's like, okay, I think you would probably be a better fit for me than them. So now
Trill,
I'm going to be intentional.
I don't think that listen, if you were single today, Trill, I do not believe that you would even remotely take serious a chick that got a roster. It don't even matter about whether or not she going to move to your beat. I don't think that you would even take her serious. I don't even think you would consider her to be. You would slot her automatically. You would slot her automatically as the bust down.
But here's the thing: would you know that she had a roster?
But he's saying that they assume. He's saying that men usually assume that y'all got a roster.
No, I don't assume anything. I think it's very easy to tell. I can look at this panel right now and tell who got a roster and who don't. Y'all want to play eeny, meeny, miny, mo, or we want to continue with the conversation? I can look at this panel right now and tell who got a roster and who don't.
Go ahead.
But Anton, you got prior knowledge. Y'all done been talking for months and weeks, so you kind of got an idea what their mindset is. If we run into a chick that we just think is attractive up in the club, and she's attractive, your thoughts are gonna be she's talking to multiple dudes.
Why would y'all assume
that? I'm talking to multiple girls if I'm single. Let's keep that real.
It ain't that deep at that point. The point that you determine whether or not she got a roster is if you have a conversation. Listen, bro, you can have a conversation with a chick overnight and tell that she got a roster or not. It's so easy.
I want to know, Anton.
What Trill is saying is that he automatically think that she has one.
She got a roster, and you've been talking to her for more than 4 or 5 hours. We got to get your ears and eyes examined, bro, because it's so easy. It's so easy to spot a chick that got a roster.
How?
You know what's crazy about that, bro?
No.
Is that if I go into a chick, and I think I can speak for a lot of men when I say this, right? When you go into dating a woman and she's giving you, okay, you're the only person I'm talking to vibes right out the gate, that becomes to be a bit annoying because she has nothing else going, right? So her life is essentially going to revolve around you if she really likes you, right? So that type of situation early or run a lot of dudes off, or it'll make us think, okay, I got you in my back pocket. You ain't talking to nobody, and you willing
I'm
to
not gonna
pull up
necessarily. I'm
whenever.
not gonna necessarily believe it, Trill.
It's
Right.
certain chicks.
I'm gonna think it's a lie for sure. But if it
It's
comes out
certain
to be
chicks,
true,
Trill.
and you start moving that way, most men are, oh, okay, I got her in my back pocket. It's no rush here. I'm gonna get to her when I feel like it, and I'm gonna keep dating and doing what it is that I'm doing. That's how a lot of men think, bro.
It's
So
not
Trill,
Even if
I
they
think
dating
it's
on a
certain chicks.
purpose.
so
It's
Trill,
certain
when you want
chicks
to,
that's not necessarily, they just not necessarily on that time. They just not in the mix like that. You know, like it's certain chicks that's just out here in the streets. And you know if you know. And then there's some chicks that's just on some chill junk, on some on some homely type junk. You know, they rather spend time with their family and their parents or whatever like that and check on this. And they just got a lot going on in their life that don't necessarily revolve around being for the streets. I think it's just a different type of vibe, bro.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that because
so
I literally feel like as a man, when you run into a chick, and you're right, it is easy to it's not easy to tell because some women act, but once you find out that okay, I'm the only one she's talking to, then you'll start putting two and two together. It's like, damn, she texting me 5 times a day. Damn, she calling me 3 times a day. Like this is getting a bit much. Like you are overly available to me. And it's like, I'm not even sure about you yet, but I'm the only one you talking to. I'm dating multiple people, so I'm kind of trying to keep my distance, and you steady pressing me because I don't know whether or not women realize they do it, but subconsciously you do. If I'm the only man that you're talking to and you like me a lot, women want to talk to the man that they like a lot. So you're going to be getting texts all day. You're going to be getting calls all day, especially early. And as a man, if I'm seeing that from you, it's like, oh, okay, well, I don't got to put much effort in here. I got her in my back pocket. So I'm going to get around to it when I feel like getting around to it, more so than a chick. You know, again, not saying you out here dating 100 dudes. That's not what I'm saying. But there's no desperation there. And when a chick is dating typically you, most men can get that vibe of desperation, and that's going to drop you on the totem pole. That's just real for most dudes. Now, some dudes think like Anton is talking about. You're right, but I don't feel like that's the majority. I don't.
And you know what, Trill? I think that what you're saying is absolutely, on point in my observation. And I think that goes right back to the whole, like, how some people are so cool with the whole go with the flow thing. That's the same thing. It's the same thing. And Trill.
That's not the same thing.
No, but I'm saying, I'm saying, like, based on what he was just saying, like the woman who's just always available, always there, and all this type of stuff will more likely be cool with go with the flow, because what else is there?
Are you telling me, Trill?
No.
Hey, you don't. Well, maybe not you, but dudes don't run into chicks that's not desperate, that's not overly available, but their availability is not based off of the fact that they got a roster of dudes that's calling them at the same time?
I'm sure there are some people who run into that.
Right.
I was just going by what Trill was just saying. I was just talking about that.
I wasn't talking about what you said, Kay. I'm not criticizing what you're saying. I'm just talking in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, and again, I think that happens. I just feel like that's not the majority. I feel like if you're dating 10 women, and all of them are only dating you, most of them.
I'm sorry, how many?
Y'all can juggle.
No. Wait.
You are a legend.
I get caught up in the number. I'm talking about just stats and experimentation.
Trill is a legend, bro.
No, man, no.
What's the most you ever talked to, Trill? No offense.
That's not what I meant, huh?
I said, what's the most you had on your roster?
I'll neither confirm nor deny. I plead the fifth. But what I'm saying is this: the number is not important. What's important is I feel like most women who are only talking to one man are going to move with a different type of urgency, and for a lot of men, that will be annoying to him. It will be. That's
even if he's dating with a purpose.
Yes.
Not if he's reciprocating that back.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that even if you're dating with a purpose, a man still likes to chase. A man still don't want to feel like I can just deal with you whenever I feel like it, and that's the vibe that a lot of the women give off. that they are overly available. Every time I call her, she answers my phone. Like I could be 2 a.m. texting or whatever the case, but every time that I want to kick it, she down. Every time I want to talk, she down. It's like, damn.
So do you
What's
But that
wrong
means
with
that he's
that?
into her, though.
Well, let me
That means
ask,
that he's into her.
let me ask you then, Trill. So do you suggest women play a game where
not
they're
what I'm
not
saying.
overly?
No. What
Well,
I
I mean,
what I
that's
suggest
what do you-
is that you're not playing a game. You're not. You're dating multiple people, so you don't have that sense of urgency with somebody that you may not need to have it for. But if I'm dating just one person, there's going to be a sense of urgency there that a lot of times shouldn't be there. And you won't find out until you done wasted 6 to 8 months of your life. This nigga been playing games the whole time. But because I'm so invested and I'm talking to one dude and I want to make it work, I'm looking past flags and shit that I would see if I'm dating multiple people. That's what I'm saying.
Nah, Trill, you wrong on this one, bro.
I don't.
And you know what's so funny?
I agree with Trill 100%.
Oh, of course you are.
Of course, the box does.
Trill, that's your red flag right there. I know you off.
Oh, he's
I
boxing.
know Trill is off now.
So what advice, Trill, would you give? Let's say
Come on, Humble Dad. You knew what I meant by that. Thank you. Align with the one that makes sense. Literally, Trill always makes so much sense when he comes on the
It makes sense because that's what you're doing.
I get so hyped. Like, it's just like, thank you, Lapeef gods, because Trill, yes, thank you.
What the hell is Rilla?
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Kay was agreeing with Trill too.
We need a sub.
Down, man. My boy Rilla.
Kay was agreeing with Trill.
Trill can never be wrong. As a matter of fact, I would say that a woman that is very, very direct. Now, listen, that don't mean that they got to be desperate. I think, Trill is painting a picture of extremes right now in order to justify his argument. He's painting one chick as super duper desperate and one chick that's for the streets. No, it's a middle in there of a certain type of chick that's not for the streets, but then at the same time, you know that she different. And I think that a lot of times when guys see a certain type of chick that's different and she ain't got a whole roster and she is about her business and she is about you, he tend to look at the rest of them type of chicks and be like, you know what? At some point he'd be like, I'm straight on them.
Yeah,
I'm good on them.
You don't think it's a red flag to start dating someone that's not dating nobody?
No,
that's not talking to
I've never been called a red flag.
I'm like, what's wrong with you? Something got to be wrong with you.
Exactly.
I mean, but shouldn't you value your time and your communication and who you're communicating to and who you're giving your time to? Like, why would you want to go on a date every other day with random strangers or communicate with people on the phone that, like, a different person? Like,
let me speak for
you
that.
talking
Let
in
me
extremes too, now, Q. You talking in extremes.
No, I'm talking reality.
Dating every day. We're not dating a different person every day.
When my chick popped up in my life, I had a bunch of other chicks on the roster. She showed up, she called, and she was serious. She wasn't talking to nobody. She was dedicated to me. She was pouring into me every day. And I was like, you know what? I'm straight on the rest of them. I'm rocking with her. I'm going with her. And it's just been dope. Like she definitely stood out amongst the crowd of all of the different chicks and all of that. And I just made a decision like, you know what? That's it. That's my wife right there.
Yeah,
I'm rocking.
let me speak. Hold on, Kay. Hold on. Let me speak for the balance because I totally agree with Humble Dad. And again, I'm speaking for someone or the women that are dating for a purpose. So I can't date multiple. Dating for a purpose meaning I'm dating you to see if this is going to go anywhere and if you think that this is going anywhere with me. However, I'm not desperate because I do work. And I understand that the person that I'm dating has a whole job too and is busy as well. So me being a candidate to be his wife, if that's what we're on, I want him to understand that I respect his time. And so desperation and blowing him up nonstop is definitely something he doesn't need. So therefore, it is a balance. I can date you to see if this is going anywhere between me and you. If it doesn't, then okay, then you move on. If you meet somebody new, it doesn't necessarily mean that, oh, I'm not dating no one. I'm not dating anyone right now. I just got out of something. So, I mean, it's a balance. And I completely agree with Humble Dad.
I want to be the center of your universe. I don't want you to even say that you just got out of something.
Man, everybody should
that's
agree
on
with me.
you. But if someone's getting out of something, there's no one that.
I want you to be this because I don't know. Because don't say that. Listen, y'all
Yeah,
can't.
because that's a turn off.
Listen,
Man
listen.
told me
Don't
that.
tell a guy that you just got out of something.
Yeah,
That
don't
is
do that.
one of
Well,
the worst.
depending on how long it is. So
That
if
is
I
one-
just, or I was
don't
dating
even
someone
mention
a while
it.
ago, it depends on how long it is. Well,
What? Okay.
So that's a red flag.
What
Well-
benefit? How does it benefit you to tell a guy at any point that you just got out of something, even
well,
if it
maybe
was
you don't
years
have
ago?
to. Okay, well, maybe you don't have to necessarily say those words. I was just responding to the fact when someone says they were not dating haven't dated anyone. I mean, that's not necessarily true. I don't know anyone that wants to date someone that hasn't dated someone in 6-7 months. For
Why?
me,
What's
that's a
wrong with
red
that?
flag.
Why is
Yes,
that a
we
red
want
flag?
women that are untouched and are unscathed by other dudes.
Well, I'll tell you why it's a red flag, Q. And this is also with Kevin Samuels necessarily says this as well too. Well, yeah, you don't have to listen to him, Q.
No, I'm listening to you. I just want to hear.
No, not to me. I just saw you do
Oh.
this when I said Kevin Samuels. But it's you want someone that, well, first, someone is going to be attracted to someone that is attracting other people. So if you ain't had no one and ain't been with no one, for me, it's like, well, how come you haven't been dating?
But that doesn't
How
mean
come you haven't been out with anyone?
But attraction doesn't have to do with nobody
Courtney,
dating, though. People can be attracted to me on this platform or social media. Doesn't mean I have to be out there dating. Like, you guys don't take time, months or years before you hop onto the next person. Like, why?
Well, I mean, dating someone doesn't mean you're hopping on them either.
I mean,
so
when I mean,
you can
I'm
go
not
on
talking
a
about
date
sex.
with someone and not hop on them.
No, that's what I mean. I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about you hop into the next person. If you tell a man, yeah, I just got done with something, red flag. Oh, you just got done with dealing with another man and you hop into the next. That if a man told me that, yeah, I just got done with something. Oh, whoa, let me back up from you. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna finish. If a man told me that, I'm gonna be like, oh, hold on, let me back up from you because you just got out of something. Why do I want to be your rebound? Like, that's what I would think and assume. Like, I wouldn't tell that to a man.
Well, again, it depends. Well, hold on, because you're taking it to the extreme. So getting out of something in a relationship, I definitely understand that. But if you're not in a relationship and say, yeah, I've gone on the dates here and there, it didn't work out. Those are two different things. I can go on a date, on a dinner date with someone. We're trying to figure out the date went horrible. He's like, you know what? I don't see it. And I was like, you know what? I get it. And then you can move on. But then you can be in a relationship for 3 years, and then of course you can take your time. So again, we have to quit doing all these extremes.
No, it's not.
Everything is different. So
I'm using your words though. You just told Anton. What word did you use when you just told Anton? I just got out of something.
Well, you said you used my words. So what were my words?
No, I'm asking you. Didn't you just tell Anton I got out of something?
No, I didn't say that.
What was the wordage regarding that related to that?
Okay. Right. So I preference dating. So I said, yeah, if you can tell someone, yeah, I was dating someone, it didn't work out, but that's not a relationship. So again, you can date someone, have a couple of dates, it didn't work out, and then you can move on. And then that's fine. Again, if you're dating for a purpose, that's what happens. Take your time. If you have been in a long relationship, been with someone 6 months, a year, then maybe, cool out, relax, and then go forward. See why it didn't work out, work on you and why it didn't, then you move on. So again, those are two different things, but dating and hopping on them.
When I say hopping, it's not sexually, just you move into a next man or a next woman, next person you're interacting with. That's what I mean.
Move on. All right.
Y'all want to hop? Go ahead. Hoppy, hop, hip hop.
All right, y'all. Gonna move on. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the super chats that's come through. Eugene with the $5 super chat. One who says that he is going with the flow. It's not authentic, not real, and does not decide for himself. A person who goes with the flow cannot lead. Oh, okay. The 199. Javoris Lee says, ladies look exquisite, but Courtney, oh my Lord. There you go, Courtney.
I agree, Courtney. Oh my Lord.
Thank you. You look beautiful.
Vintage, $5. I think this approach of multiple people comes from trauma. I chase the bag. I don't have time for multiple people. Steph is cold with the $200 super chat. Appreciate you, sir. True, however you say, $5 men look to qualify women. Women look to qualify men. All right, appreciate all the super chats. Green Gang, I see y'all in the chat. Appreciate all the members. Moving on to our next topic, which is, ladies, is it safe to say if you're looking for a man that can handle you, you probably don't bring peace? Ladies, if you say, is it safe to say if you're looking for a man that you can't handle you, you probably don't bring peace? I know I said it wrong. But
who proofreads this for you? I think you should send this to the teacher.
Okay. If you're okay, what are we
that's
trying
fine,
to say
as long as
here?
y'all understand
If
it.
you're the type of woman that says,
say it again.
a man
It makes
gotta be
sense.
able to
It
handle
makes
me. Is
sense.
that what we say?
Does it make sense
Is that
with
what we
that?
say?
Yes, it makes
Okay.
sense.
It makes sense, fellas.
Oh, okay, I get it now. Once I read it
But I
slower.
think
All
it's kind
right,
of
see?
leading. I think
It's
kind
a
of leading.
paragraph.
though,
That's
yeah.
what it is.
It's just okay. The diction's just, different. That's
Okay,
all.
just answer the question, ladies, please. Thank you.
I mean, when I hear that handle shit, it looks like it's attitude coming from that. I need a man that can handle that mouth. That's where I'm getting that from this little handle, little phrase going on that you want to put in there. I ain't gonna lie, some men like that toxic BS. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, but to answer this question, you probably don't bring him peace, but she or he's like that. It's I don't know. This confusing. Because some men like that chaos, and some men have admitted on this platform they like to go back and forth with a man, or a woman, whatever. It brings them. It pleases them in certain ways. Yes, it pleases them in certain ways. But honestly, I don't the handle situation. Women have said that I need a man that can handle me, type of thing. I don't like this question. This damn question. GR. Next person.
Kayla, get off that phone. Kayla. Hello? Earth to Kayla. Okay, what's going on?
I'm here. Am I lagging again? Maybe I'm lagging again. But listen, I think more so at least when I have felt that this could be true is when you're more so talking about the kind of person you are, in my opinion. So the example that I was thinking of was just like parenting, right? And so my mom said this all the time, that like she parented me and my brother differently based on the kind of person we are, right? So there are some men that feel like I'm the man and this is how I parent or lead or whatever, and that's it. Where there are other people that are like, okay, this is this kind of person, so this is the approach I'm gonna take for this person. This is the approach I take for a different kind of person. So I think that when you say handle, there are some people that aren't willing to make those adjustments for the kind of people it's just one way for them. So I mean, I don't know. Usually for me anyway, for me it means strength and masculinity and all that. Like y'all say all these things or whatever, but you have to be more masculine than me. You have to be stronger than me. You have to be all these things more than me for you to handle me. So that's a part of it, but that's just what I think when we speak about me.
Hey Kayla, can I ask you a question? Does it take a special type of man? Does it take a special type of man to handle you?
He is special, yes. He's so special and precious. Yes. Yes. He is very special, one of a kind.
Okay.
All
right. So, Kay, what's your thoughts on this? It's safe to say if a woman is looking for a man that can handle her, she probably don't bring peace. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think like words like handle and put up with and all that are indicative of perhaps something that is not going to be peaceful. I think a lot of people do like some of that tussling or whatever, like they think it brings spice. I don't know, but I would never like to be considered a person that needs to be handled. When I hear the word handle, it makes me think of like circus animals or something. So like I wouldn't think of like a human woman as someone to be handled. Like you want someone that's compatible to you, you know, someone who you can, you know, mesh well with, but handle, you know, if they can't handle me, like it's like a preemptive. Yeah, I don't personally think that that sounds peaceful. I mean, maybe it is for some people, but for me, I would never use that language.
Some women are circus animals.
No women, I wouldn't
Rawr.
as animals, but
What
You
was
don't
that?
think that there's some women that
are
are
you
circus
are you talking about like performers in the circus
Yeah, that noise.
or on the trapeze, or are you insinuating non-human?
What?
I'm just saying, I'm not about to dehumanize anyone, but like I just like when I hear that word handle, that's what I think. Like I said, some people that's what they do, and then that's what they think, and that's cool with them. But for me, no.
Okay.
You've
I'm gonna
never
ask you a
seen
question.
that's,
Let me ask you a
that's
question, okay?
Humble dad with that noise.
Does it take a special type of guy to handle you?
Handled. I just said that is not language that I would use. I mean, I'm a special
Does
specific.
it take a special type of guy to be with you, or do you think that you can be with anybody?
Of course, I cannot be with anybody. Like what?
Okay. Next, Courtney.
Can you be with anybody, Jr.?
The question says ladies. I'm sorry.
Okay, but
It says
Jr.
ladies. Is it safe? Okay. Courtney.
For
Courtney.
me to say that,
I'm sorry.
Jr. Can you just
Excuse
be
me.
with anybody?
Excuse me, ma'am. Courtney.
Okay.
Courtney.
I hope everyone sees what's
I
going
am
on.
Courtney Michelle. Hey, how you doing?
That is
Hey.
me. Yeah,
Hey.
hey.
Is it safe to say if a woman makes the statement, "I'm looking for a man that can handle me," does that mean that she don't bring peace?
Yes, that does mean that. When I think of me even trying to handle grocery bags in here, now this ain't peace with too many bags, the shit hurts. So yeah, that's not peace. If I have to handle stuff.
Love you, Kay.
Jr. I still need to know.
Oh,
No.
okay. I'm sorry, Courtney. Go ahead.
Never mind. I guess I'm
Kay
done.
just cut you off. That's
No, because Courtney, you know what's going on. Don't do that, Jr.
love you, Kay. Go ahead, Courtney. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that disturbance that Kay did.
Yeah, you just did. I'm cool, but no, that's it. That's fine.
Okay. Gentlemen, either girl Q, you asked a question, right? Yeah, okay. Gentlemen, have we ever heard a woman say that? And what are our thoughts about it?
Yeah, she a problem.
Did you
She don't
continue
bring
talking to
peace.
her?
Would I continue to talk to somebody that's a problem?
No, that said that phrase.
No, I wouldn't continue to talk. I mean, that obviously means that she is a problem. So I don't need no problems in my life. You know what I'm saying? Why would I want to deal with a woman that says I can't handle her? You know, that seems like combative conversations, right? I'm cool with dialogue and discourse and disagreements at times, but there are certain ways that you got to talk to people in order to get things, get situations moving. And if I have to talk to a woman that is that I have to handle, then like like Anton was saying, that's almost, or Kay was saying, it's kind of like similar to what you would have to do with an animal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't want to do that.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't typically hear women tell this to a man. You know, maybe if they got into a heated argument, but I typically, when you're having conversations with just like friends or general conversations, and they say, man, it took a certain type of man to handle me or deal with me. That's when you typically hear it. You don't hear it. I never heard a woman say it, but when I hear it, it's like, you the problem. You the problem. If you're going around telling everybody else to take a special type of man, that's why you single, then you're the problem. What are your thoughts, Trill?
Well, the first thought that comes to my head when I hear a woman say that is temporary. That's the first thought that comes to my head. Second thought is the sex is probably amazing. And then thirdly, I would say that, again, like like certain men, I think Kay said that it's certain men that kind of enjoy the combative back and forth type of thing. Like that's just what they get off on. Me, I'm not one of those type of guys. I'm mellow. I'm laid back. I'm gonna say my point. And if you want to continue to argue or whatever and do what you do, then just do your thing. But I'm not about to go back and forth with you. I said what I had to say. You know what I'm saying? But it's some dudes that like get off on going back and forth with women. You see what I'm saying? So and I think those type of women generally are combative. Those type of women generally are, going, I don't know, like it's gonna be a kind of a fight for superiority in the crib if you don't come in and just establish, hey, that I'm top dog here. You know what I'm saying? And that I'm not going to engage in the pettiness. You know what I'm saying? But if you come in there wavering, those women are going to be fighting you tooth and nail for superiority. So immediately when I hear it, I think of just emotional immaturity. And I think, damn, I'm like, if I'm single, hypothetically, and I run into a woman like that, I'm gonna probably hit this and I'm gonna move around. That's my thoughts.
You see that comment, Trill?
Now, hey, no comment, man. I'm gonna let my boy speak for us.
Listen, you commented, bro, with that pause, man.
Trill is insane. Trill is straight up insane, bro.
All right, Humble Dad, did you get your thoughts on it? Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, all right. We're gonna bring that one to rest. We're gonna baptize that one and leave it in the water. Guys, just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Also, subscribe to the channel. Members, I see you. I think I've seen a couple more super chats came through. Eugene Still, I think another one. $10. When a woman looks for a man who can handle her, she can emasculate, disrespect, play, or ridicule the man who can't handle her. Her message is, I won't submit to a simp. I'm a boss chick. I appreciate this $10 super chat there, Eugene. All right, moving on to our next topic. I'm going to bring this up. I seen two things that was kind of similar, but we'll pull from it. I'm not going to lie. Even when I was broke, I was loved by a woman. I was loved by women. I think a lot, not all, of men who say men are only loved unconditionally based on what they can provide, haven't accepted they're just unpleasant to date. And the topic that I had of the night. Oh, so many goddamn topics, man. Y'all waiting on me?
Yes, sir, we are.
Oh, okay. This might be a perfect time to say a prayer, right? I just got.
Or we can talk about the live show.
No, yeah, you can talk about the live show because there's no eating got me. I got my brain fried right now.
Make sure you guys get your tickets.
Oh, go ahead, my bad.
But you missed it?
Yeah, she didn't. I don't think she saw it.
Put it back up there for you again. There you go. Go ahead and read it for her.
She grown.
I'm not gonna lie, even when I was broke, I was loved by women. I think a lot, not all, of the men who say men are only loved unconditionally based on what they can provide haven't accepted they're just unpleasant to date.
I appreciate that. I got the topic up here right here. All right, so the topic of the night, and I want to ask you guys is, damn, I don't know what the fuck, man.
Well, since JR is having technical difficulties, make sure you guys get your tickets for the live show April 23rd in Houston, Texas. There is a limited amount of tickets before we have to close it off. The link is in the bio of this stream, and there are hotels that's giving a little discount. So book your tickets and your flights. That's all.
Yeah, there we go. Why are men only loved for what they can provide? Why are men only loved for what they can provide? Ladies, it's y'all night tonight.
Ooh, let me think.
Are we jumping out there? Or are you gonna call?
Well,
I'm just trying to see if y'all gonna empower
trying to
yourself. I've been trying to see. No, go ahead, take a moment real quick.
No, I kind of agree with the little thing that was up, because men that look a certain way, whether they have money or not, they gonna get women because they look good. And under y'all, I know y'all think that women, it doesn't really matter what he looks like. I don't know who told y'all that, but that's not true. Men that are fine and likable and charming will always get women, whether they broke or not. Somebody gonna move them into their house, buy food. Somebody gonna they'll be okay. So I don't necessarily believe this. I believe if you're not as attractive, or not as pleasant, not as charming, then what you have to provide is very, very important. But yeah, that's what I have to say so far on that.
I don't think men are only loved for what they can provide. I feel nowadays that is a top priority for women. You know, we have the man gotta make 6 figures. He gotta look like this. He gotta look like that. That is definitely on probably the top 3 priorities of some women nowadays. A man has to be a provider some way, some form. I wouldn't say it's only because there's men that aren't making money, getting love, and getting married every single day. You know, we got the Pookies and Ray Rays having babies and getting loved by baby mamas out here. So I wouldn't say it's only loved for what they can provide, because these men that are making money are getting married and getting loved in many ways. So yeah.
All right. What are your thoughts, Kay?
I definitely think that there are men who don't provide things that are getting, loved. So I think that statement is not like, I've seen the statement before. I think it was like some Chris Rock thing or whatever. Like I've seen this sentiment shared multiple times, and I just do not think that it's true across the board. I think there are plenty of men who don't provide much or anything that women love. Some women, I mean.
All right. Gordon?
I think women want to believe that. I think that women try to tell ourselves, well, he ain't providing, that's all right. I can hold it down for him. Sure, yeah. It gets old, and it's not for long. It's not for a very long time. I think men are loved first for being a provider because that's what women want. And if you're not satisfying that woman as being a provider, then it does fade. It's the reason why divorce, the number 1 or number 2 reason, is because of financial issues that men can't provide. And it's a turnoff for the woman, for a majority of women. So are men only loved for what they can provide? Yes. Yes, you are. And I hate to say that, but it's the truth. And the numbers show that it's the truth. There's not a woman on this panel that's going to say, yes, I want to be the head of the household. Not a one. Well, why not? That man might be a great man, sweet man, caring, love him kids. He can be all that. But once you become that head of the household, you lose respect, and then the love is out the door. So why are men only loved for what they can provide? Because a woman wants a provider.
All right. Gentlemen, what we think about it?
I think that Courtney is spot on. I think that there's a difference between love and lust. The thing about it is that I think that when you start to say that, okay, so the question is, why are men only loved for what they can provide, right? And when I think about love, I think about something that lasts for longer than whatever it is the moment that you win, right? Anybody can be housed up for a chick, but at the end of the day, eventually she get tired. And that love or whatever it is that they think is love, which I don't really think is love. I think it was just, it was an infatuation, or maybe she felt like she can change him because he had potential and he fit one box, but he didn't fit the other 2 or 3 or whatever like that. I think that junk wear off eventually, because basically women are, their primary focus, especially as they age, is to be provided and protected for. And so when it comes back down to it, I think that the men that are celebrated the most, the men that are embraced the most, it often at times comes along with his ability to provide. That's just really what it comes down to. Like, anybody can say that they love somebody. Like, that's puppy love. That don't count. That's like in high school. That don't count. You love me, I love you. I love you, I love you too. Like, yeah, don't say it so fast next time, because you didn't even hear me say it. You didn't even know I was gonna say it that time. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't just respond. That's not love. That's just people responding to each other. There's plenty of people that say they love each other and they like ship sailing in the night. That doesn't necessarily translate, right? A guy that brings home the bacon, and you can even relate this to way, way back in the day. These chicks stayed with dudes that was with other chicks and all of that based off of his ability to provide. He took care of the bacon. He took care of the home. She never had to work. She was always going to be what it is that she wanted to be. And I'm not saying that that was right, but I'm saying that her affection and her translation of him loving her was his ability to make sure that they was taken care of and her kids was taken care of. That's how they translated it. That's just real.
But do you think providing is more than just money itself for a man?
I think that in 2022, it largely is based off of your ability to generate revenue, because we don't live in the Stone Ages, right? I ain't worried about nobody, coming through and burning up the village. And even back then, it came with your ability to get to the bag because, your ability to build bigger walls and have servants and all of that other type of stuff. And people that fortified what it is that you was doing was based off of your earning ability and your ability to generate revenue. And so in 2022, provision looks a little bit different when you get into the bag because you ain't got to be subjected to living in the same neighborhoods as the other chick. You know what I'm saying? Your kid can go to a different type of school. You may not have to come in and bring resources into the household, and we need your paycheck in order to survive. We need your 40% contribution or your 50% contribution in order to survive. Now she can live in her femininity and be able to really move a certain type of way and be able to subject herself to you a lot differently because she ain't got to worry about resources. Yeah, that'd make a huge difference.
So, because when I look at this statement, it's basically also saying why are men only loved for their money, right? So, do you feel that, let's say, God forbid, I don't even say this, a man and a wife of y'all's nature, you and Rita's nature, you lost all your money, would his wife not love him no more because of that money?
No, I don't think that. I think Rita is a special girl, so it's a little bit different than her. I don't think that you can even compare 99% of women to Rita. She a different breed. But if you just want to use a real example, most dudes that lose their money and they out for a significant amount of time, if she can't see no way, she gonna be out.
Isn't that only if the woman got with the man because of his money?
Yes.
Okay, so like in general, most people do not make $250K a year. Let's use that as like the baseline. Hardly anyone does, like on the grand scheme, you know what I'm saying? The vast majority of our population in America does not make that much money. So the average woman is dating, marrying, whatever, the average man. And even men that don't make the average amount of money are still out here in the dating market and being successful. That is why a lot of people complain about, I don't even like to say the terminology that some of y'all use about the P's and the R's, but a lot of people complain about
the cookies and Ray Rays.
A lot of people complain about these men.
The P's and the R's.
Because when I thought P, I was like, what?
A lot of people complain about these men that may not have, this amount of money or may not be doing this or that. But though the same men will say that's who everyone wants. So then the thing is, a woman wants to feel how she wants to feel emotionally or mentally or whatever. Feel protected, feel like she can have a good time, feel like she's, whatever. It depends on each individual woman. If a woman is feeling the way she wants to feel, and that, like I said, varies by woman, I think that many different socioeconomic levels of men can get with any socioeconomic level of woman. If you're a man, you're broke, you got game and you're smooth and you look nice and she's attracted to you and she likes you, She what?
That'd be okay. And then how come people that make
the
more
whole P and R terminology came up?
Cool.
Because people were talking about that.
If that be true, then how come people that make more money tend to stay married longer?
I mean, if we're talking about people making money and higher levels of education and all that, sure. But question
you used all of these stats.
Is about love. The question is about love.
You use all these stats in order to have people get together. But I'm saying that people that are broke tend to break up, and people that make more money have lower divorce rates. Then why is it?
The question is about love. It's not about divorce rates.
It's not about love and provision. Add the other part of it. Men are loved for what they can provide. That's not the end of the conversation. It's just love. If it be true,
nowhere in there is marriage. I'm just saying, because you're talking about marriage rates. What does that have to do with the question? It's
you use an example.
Why are men only loved for what they can? That's incorrect. Like, men are loved often for other things. Like, if y'all are talking about like financial provision and things like that, there are a lot of other things that men are loved for. A man can provide safety, security, happiness, emotional stability. A man can provide a man can provide a lot of things that are not monetary, and they will be loved. They will be chosen over the richer women.
No, hold on. This is a very easy way to solve this. Kayla, would you talk to a man without a job? And he had all the other boxes?
Anton.
No. Just answer the question. Would you talk to a man without a job, but he checked all the other boxes? He fine, he do all of this, but he has no income. Would you talk to him?
Anton, weren't you just talking about raggedy earlier?
Hey, I'm not talking to you, Kay. Hold on. Q.
I would, because I can find him a job.
That has no job.
I'm not finding no man no job.
I would, because I can find him a job. As long as he has.
You can't find no man no job.
Why? I mean, I'm working in human resource now, and I know people. So why do you think that?
That ain't got nothing to do with me.
A man's not gonna want you to do that.
Hold on. Don't answer.
No, he's not.
You can't find him no job.
It's gonna be like soul food. It's gonna be like soul food. When he find out that you got him that job, he's gonna take you to the back of the shop and he's gonna yell at you just like it's soul food.
No, I mean,
can I ask my question? Can I please ask my question?
You've asked it. Q answered. Kayla, you don't like Q's answer, so you're trying to keep going.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Q, you cannot.
What are you thanking me for?
He's not interested in working. Are you to a man with no job?
Now that's a different standpoint. Since you put that out there, no, because he has no drive. So no.
Courtney, would you talk to a man with no income, no job?
Now you know the answer to that.
So why are you talking to these guys that have all of these other attributes? How come that doesn't matter? Because I can tell you, it's plenty of men that will talk to a woman
that have income and no job.
It's plenty of men that will talk to a woman with no job.
Anton, okay, I get where your line of questioning is going and what point you're trying to prove. Let me ask you, why do you think then that there are so many men who don't have jobs, who are not on any type of trajectory to certain levels of success in life, that have lots of women after them that love them?
What type of women do they have?
It don't matter. It doesn't
matter.
It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter.
No, because the question is said, why are men only loved for what they can provide? That's the question.
Kayla answered it because they have one.
I qualified my answer in the very beginning. And if you want to rewind the tape, I said it again. It's a difference between lust and love.
You can't tell somebody love somebody, Anton.
Love ain't gonna keep her. I mean, that lust ain't gonna keep her. That's gonna be temporary.
Why are you assuming it's lust?
Okay, get you in between her legs, whatever.
Why are you assuming
that? Get you in between her legs. That lust is not gonna keep her long term. I'm just telling you.
Oh my goodness. Why are you assuming that? You think that about those men? Like, why are you assuming that? Why is that your direct, like the thing that your mind immediately goes to? Why can't it just be that a woman might care about somebody or love someone who is not a financial provider or whatever to a certain extent? Like, why are you automatically saying, well, he must be doing this? Why are you even?
Why is she, but Kay, why is she doing that? Why is she doing that?
I don't know. Ask them. But my thing is, I know, and you know, Kayla, and we all have seen women who are in relationships
dudes that have women.
Exactly. So I don't know why we're acting like this is not a thing that people do.
But the women that they have are also broke.
But it don't matter. It says, why are men only loved for what they can provide? It didn't say, why do rich women
what
only
I'm saying is most women just want a man that has more than she has.
Yeah. So no one thinks
so
that
if you don't have anything, if you don't have anything and he works at McDonald's, that's no one money that you didn't have.
The actual human matters. Like, is there anyone?
Well, and here's the thing, because I understand what you're trying to. Okay, I understand what you're trying to say, but let's just take that theory that the man don't have a job, but he's able to get women, and that woman is probably only with him for the majority of the time because either she can't get whom she wants or for validation, meaning she just wants someone there. But that's not love. That's just something of convenience because no one else is there. But I bet 20 on it that she's going to disrespect that man.
Jay, I don't think it's love. Why she there is that Crimson Pure comment was on point. Just because somebody is not providing money or whatever, doesn't mean that they're not.
But what is he providing then?
I didn't see the comment.
He's providing these.
They are put it back up if you can. But like I said earlier, it depends on the individual woman. It depends
outside of sex.
Yo, Kay, would you talk to a man that don't have no? Would you rock with a man that ain't got no job?
It depends on the individual woman. Not
hey,
all.
Would you rock with a man that ain't got
it
no
depends
job?
on the individual. Let me please finish what I'm saying. It depends on the individual. If a woman wants to, some women have enough money and they just want somebody to give them quality time. That could be it.
Girl.
Wait, hold on. Some women don't necessarily need quality time situation.
Kind of but do you know these type of women, Kay? Do you know friends like this?
Go ahead.
Those women are unattractive and can't get men, so they get whatever they can get. And he ain't got no job. It's okay, boo. I got a job.
Until the upgrade comes around.
Hey, would you talk to a man without no job?
In my experience, people with no jobs, men project their things onto me. Like, I haven't dated a person with no job in.
So is it a yes or a no though?
I'm just answering this question. I haven't dated a person with no job. I don't think I have.
No, but would you do it
was
now?
A hypothetical question. I didn't say have you. I said would you
I've
date
never dated a person without a job.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever dated.
Never.
Would
never.
You
not even in college.
Like, even
no,
at a job on campus. I'm trying to think back to like undergrad.
Are y'all listening? He said, "Would you right now?" That's what he's asking. Not if you.
I am with a.
Okay, if you were single, hypothetically, would you date a man with no?
Sorry, Q.
God.
You are so.
You be telling Anton and them to do hypothetical.
No, and they can choose not to if they don't want to, but I will.
Listen. We all know that it's a very simple answer. The answer is no, and you don't want to disqualify your argument by answering it honestly. So you keep on deflecting around because you know that everything that you said don't really.
You think it's fine.
It don't stand.
It's okay. That's cool.
Look, and Kay, listen, you are not a master debater. Just because you deflect does not mean that you are great at what it is that you're doing.
Okay, that's
not answering a question. You know that it's cap, and you know that if you answer it honestly, it disqualifies everything that you just said in order to try.
How can I answer that honestly? Like, I can't even fathom. Like, I'm with my man, and
it's a hypothetical. Kay, we all the men on
the island. I'm talking to Anton.
I mean, but you're not getting that.
I'm just.
You know what's so funny about it, Q, is that Kay has no problem giving y'all a hypothetical question
and guess what? You don't have to answer any of them. But guess what? We're not the same. If any time I ask any of you a question that you don't want to answer or that you can't fathom hypothetically, feel free to say, no, I'm not going to answer that. That's up to you. Don't now tell me what I can do based on what you do.
Okay, Kayla, would you hypothetically date a man with no job? Let's just move on.
And if I ask you a question you don't want to answer,
I'm making an assessment, and my assessment is that you know that your argument don't hold water, and so you don't.
You already said that,
ma'am. Can I please finish my statement?
I just want to know, if you don't have a job, where do you stay?
Ma'am, can I finish my statement?
This is like old times answer.
Ma'am,
So
no, it's not.
Do you stay with your mama? Like, where do people with no job stay at?
With you. On your couch.
They call it homosexual. Ain't they call that homosexual?
That's a fact.
No.
Why you think the sex so good?
Right there. See, right
Why you think the sex so good? I'm
You
looking
have
for
to
a
be
place
able to
to
go back
stay.
to wherever you live.
Kayla, would you
That's
date a
that
man with no
special guy
job?
she talking about.
Hypothetically.
Kayla already answered it. She said
she
no.
already answered? Oh, okay.
Even my college boyfriend at 18 years old had a job.
Thank you for the hypothetical answer.
I like.
Listen, I just want to appreciate all 3 out of 4 ladies on the panel for answering the question honestly. I love you guys. You guys are absolutely awesome.
Guys are just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Also, subscribe to the channel. Members, I see you. Appreciate you. Appreciate all the super chats that came through. Moving on to our next topic, which is, I got it lined up this time, y'all.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. If a man doesn't get you or understand your values, whose fault is it? Ladies. If a man doesn't get you or understand your values, whose fault is it?
Right.
Oh, this is ladies' night. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night.
So that means y'all not gonna get quiet after the question scrolls across.
Got Courtney started. Jesus.
Which part you want? Little Kim part? The brat part?
Bruh.
Which way you
Right.
want?
Right. Right.
I feel
Elliot.
Courtney, do
earrings, at least 2 pairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, do little Kim part. Do little Kim part. Do little Kim part.
Oh, damn. Hold on. Someone answer the question while I wrap in my head.
Island girl, I think he's about to ready to chime in, right?
I mean, I could answer. I don't know what they even talking about.
Courtney, get in character real quick.
I mean, I feel like, as I said before, people understand things different. So as me, if he doesn't understand my values or where I come from, my culture, it's my job to explain it to him as best as I can. So I think it's just communication. Everybody communicates differently. So it's basically, you just got to break it down to him to where he can understand it in a better way through his eyes, instead of, because we can't just say, oh, I'm going to communicate this way through my eyes and expect a man to understand. They're going to see things differently. So you definitely have to open the eyes up and come from his perspective and explain it to him regarding your values or what you want in the future, your morals, your culture, anything of that nature. I feel.
Okay.
You know, y'all can't even figure out where y'all want to go out to eat.
Oh no, I know what the hell I want to eat.
Don't
you know,
say
I'm a
y'all,
foodie.
because I
You know,
always know where I want to eat at.
I know
Don't
what
do
I want to
that.
eat. I'm gonna
I'm
ask you where to go. I'm gonna look on the menu before I go, so I can know what to order before I go there. I'm very organized.
Hello, motherfucker.
And I'm telling them what not to put on.
I already know where I want to go.
Mastros, right, Kayla? I know where you want to go.
All right,
right,
Kayla.
Exactly. And I can tell. And if you don't know, I can tell you where you want to go. You don't even know where you want. I'm gonna tell you what you want.
Kayla, I want you to answer the question next.
Burger and pizza.
Kayla.
I'm good with that.
Kayla. If a man doesn't get you or understand your values, whose fault is it?
Whose fault?
Yeah, whose fault is it?
Why gotta be somebody's fault? I don't know if it's anyone's fault per se. I mean, if I very well explained it to you, you know, and I've given you a good from my perspective, I feel like I've broken it down a couple different ways, and you don't get it, and you don't get it, you don't get it. I can't. I'm not going to belabor myself with. I feel like if it's too hard, then it's not a match. It's too difficult for you to understand me or my values. Like, if it's too hard for you, maybe you just can't handle me.
Hey, Kayla, do you want to get? Are you interested in getting married?
It's the handle. On to the next man in the box. JR, that noise.
I'll ask the
Yeah,
question.
stop.
That's Rilla. That's not me.
Sorry,
I told
that
you
was
Rilla got a
funny. Cracked
soundboard.
myself up. My bad.
Hey Trey, I'm gonna come to you, man. I'm gonna switch it up because I know the lady's getting a little bit scared. So,
what's the question again, bro?
if a man doesn't get you,
after
okay.
Trill,
If a man doesn't get you or understand your values, who fault is it? So, if you with a woman and you don't get her, you don't understand her values or understand her or get her, who fault is it?
I say it's the man's fault, and I would say that because it's our job to pick the woman, right? So that means that we need to be doing deep analysis as to what it is that you value, your upbringing, your traumas, your triggers, all that. I need to know all that to figure out if you're gonna even qualify to make the roster. If we're just gonna be honest. So if I don't know those things, then that means that I'm not paying enough attention to detail, and that's gonna be a problem on me. Fact is being the leader. You know what I'm saying? You got to take on the responsibility of not doing enough intel. And a lot of men do that. We'll run into a situation, oh, she got a fat ass, or she just fine, I'm trying to hit, whatever. So I'll be, tunnel vision, don't, trying to smash. Now you done missed a bunch of red flags. That's your fault. You know what I'm saying? Or she's telling you what it is that, telling you without telling you a lot of times. We're going to keep it G. But if you're paying the attention that you should be able to pick up on exactly what type of woman that is. And if you can't, then you're not paying enough attention to detail. So that's on the man as a leader.
How you do that with multiple options, as you alluded to before?
Compartmentalization.
Good question.
Very, very, very easy. Compartmentalization, note taking, things of that nature, right? See, I'm the type of dude, right? If I'm dating 2 or 3 different women after the date, I'm taking notes.
You got
during
a
the date,
notepad?
I'm taking notes.
Wait,
I got a
you
great
got a-
memory too, as well, so that kind of helps.
So
But
you got a notepad?
yeah, no. Well, yeah, here. But the answer to the question is simply compartmentalization.
Okay, go ahead. You want to grace the platform with your perspective.
So, Trill brought up something I never really when I saw the question, I didn't think of it that way. My first answer was going to be it would be, the woman's fault because it's up to you. No one's a mind reader. You have to let people know who you are, what your values are, and whatnot. But then I also understood what Trill was saying about, if you're picking that woman, it's up to you to do a certain level of vetting. So definitely, I see both sides. But from my point of view, I would think was I putting up some kind of wall? Why don't they know this? I wouldn't assume anyone would know something. Anyone I'm in a relationship with would know something about me that I didn't show them or tell them. I think a lot of people expect people to be mind readers, and a lot of people just aren't.
You know what else, Kay? Just real quick, if I have trouble, I guess coming up with an assessment in regard to you, then that's a red flag, and I'm going to dismiss you because that means you're hiding something. Because I'm the type of dude, like I say, to pay very close attention to detail. So if we talking and having these conversations, that's one thing about women. Women gonna talk. They don't do nothing else. They gonna talk. All you got to do is ask an open-ended question, and she gonna run 100 miles an hour. So as a man, all you gotta do is simply listen, pay attention to detail. But if I'm listening and I'm not able to assess some shit, it's like, okay, this ain't it. Because she's blatantly hiding something from me.
Yeah, Trill, I agree with that. And I think that goes for men and women and everyone. Over time, if there are still certain things where you're like, well, I don't know anything about, whatever, it's kind of like something you should think about. And I think that goes for any gender.
And Tom, what are your thoughts? If a man doesn't get you or understand your values, whose fault is it?
I think that a lot of it falls on a woman, to be honest with you. I think that the problem with people is that, and I believe accountability across the board, right? I believe that men largely take accountability for the people that we affect, along with accountability for ourselves. But I don't think that we can absolve women of the responsibility to come along that path too and communicate effectively. You need to say what it is that you feel. You need to be, very, very clear about what you stand on. And I think that also largely ties into it. If a man does not understand your values, then you didn't communicate it effectively. And so the onus is on me to understand it, but at the same time, it doesn't absolve you from being able to communicate effectively. And so I think that two things can be true at the same time. Yeah, I don't have to continue to deal with her, but at the same time, it doesn't absolve her from being able to stand on and communicate effectively what it is that she, what she represents, who she is, how it is that she moves, what her expectations are, the whole 9 yards. We not mind readers. And I think that that's one of the complaints that men have a lot of times, is that we're not mind readers. Say what you mean and mean what you say, and stop expecting us to try to figure it out all the time. I think it's two things can be true at the same time. We're responsible for figuring that out or divesting ourselves from this relationship if it don't make sense. But that doesn't mean that women know how to communicate effectively. I think that women often at times speak with a double tongue. They say women are notorious from this. They'll say that they want one thing, but their actions speak completely different. They say they want this type of man, but then often at times you see them dating this type of man. So communication is not just what you say, it's what you represent, is what your actions show. It's what your past history is a reflection of. Your ability to communicate and show exactly what your values are and what you represent is in your actions just as much as it's in your tongue. So I think that women are miscommunicating. They are not communicating clearly what it is that they want, because if you look at their past, you see that it's filled with a bunch of red flags. But then when you ask them what it is that they want, or they talk on these panels a lot of time, they say something that's completely different from what it is that they've always allowed themselves to be subjected to. So I think that the onus is on the woman, because her actions need to be a reflection of what it is that she represents.
All right, and Humble Dad, what's your thoughts on it? If a man doesn't get you or understand your values, whose fault is it?
I would say, I look at it like this: as a communicator, it's my responsibility or her responsibility to explain to me what it is that is her value, right? And then it's up to me to determine if her value fits what it is that I'm trying to do. So if I'm talking, and as I'm talking currently, and y'all don't understand what I'm saying, then it's on me to be able to explain it. So in this situation, I would say that it's the woman's responsibility to be able to communicate effectively what it is that her value is to that man. And then on that man, he needs to look at it from like a hiring position, right? The qualities that she's talking about, is it something that I think would be beneficial to me? And then if so, then she'll get the job, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ms. Courtney.
Yeah, I was going to use the job analogy as well, but
you still can.
I will. So I think whose fault is it? I think it would lie on me as far as with the man understanding my value. Again, I was going to use the job analogy, because when you go for an interview, how are you going to be valued to this corporation if we hire you on? So if I am looking, again, dating for a purpose, and this is the point, the side that I'm taking on, it's on me to show how valuable I am to be in this relationship. So it's on me to show he's not going to know my value. He's going to look at me as another woman. And so if I'm looking for marriage, that I'm going to show how valuable I am to him. If a man doesn't get to know you, is that on me? I think it's a lack of communication. So effective communication is between me, letting him know how I feel, being honest with my feelings, is an opportunity for him to get to know me. But I think the onus on the man a little bit is that he has to be willing to want to get to know me. He has to be willing to want to see the value in me, because I can show a man how valuable that I think I am, or how I think I would be in a relationship. I can tell him how to get to know me, but if he doesn't want it, then it's a wrap.
Question. Let's stay in that job example.
Mm-hmm.
If, say, I'm the one interviewing, you come in and you give a brilliant performance in the interview or whatever, or it may not even be brilliant, but I'm just looking with rose-colored glasses.
Okay.
We hire you. Let's say that you're an accountant. We put you in charge of a $2 million account. You make a mistake on the account, and we lose $4 million.
Mm-hmm.
Who's gonna suffer the most from that? Me or you?
The corporation.
Correct. So that's why my answer was what it was. As a leader, it's my job to interpret what's bullshit and what's real. Like you can come in there and say what you want, but if I'm paying enough attention to you and I feel like I have a decent amount of experience dating and dealing with women, so I can pick up on different signs or whatever, and I miss something and it goes wrong, I'm like, when the relationship fails, it's on me. It's on the man. Why? Because I'm the one doing the choosing. The same way in that job, if I hire you and you come in there and lose us $4 million, we lost $4 million. We're going to fire you, but you get to go home. You ain't got to pay a dime of that. It's the same situation in relationships. So that's all I'm saying.
I understand that, but you wouldn't hire me or to be over the multi-million-dollar account if you didn't think that I was valuable enough or I was smart enough or that I could handle that situation. And
I just could have not been paying enough attention to detail as I should have been and made a mistake.
And that's bad vetting, which is not necessary.
Right, which goes back
But
to
here's the thing, though. Part of that interview process is looking at your past work history.
Your resume.
Chicks don't even want to talk about how many bodies they got.
People lie on resumes, just letting y'all know.
Lie on resumes.
Most people.
Yeah.
I just had a conversation.
That's real.
I just had a
which means that the onus and the communication lies with the applicant, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you are lying on your job history and your application, whose fault is that? Is it my fault for not catching every single lie that you told, or is it your fault for telling the lie?
Now, see, I feel like it's my fault for missing the blatant ones, right? And how I would address a situation like that if I'm the hiring manager, knowing that people lie on their resumes, right? What I'm going to make a part of my interview questioning is direct questions specific to the job that you're going to be working.
Yep.
Right? So when we come in here and you say, yeah, I got 10 years Excel experience, I'm going to say, oh, really? Okay, well, here's a laptop. We done put in a sample of 30 lines. I need you to format it this way, that way. Show me. And if you can't, then it don't matter what you put on that resume or what you say.
Either way, that still does not translate into your ability to do the job effectively just because you know how to do the problem, right? Being an effective employee is not based off of you being able to do the work. It's your ability to fit in. It's a reason why they have panel interviews. It's one person from human resources. It's another person from the development team. It's another person that's a manager. It's another person that's trying to understand whether or not you fit into the culture and whether or not your personality is what it is. And people show up and they put on a smile when they know how to interview perfectly and they study for the questions that they think is going to be asked. And then they go and they do the LinkedIn. But that does not necessarily mean that you are the person for the job just because you know how to answer the question effectively. So the point that I'm making is that the onus still lies, right? You still have to be responsible for the fact that you lied. I think that Trill is right because ultimately, as the hiring manager, it's going to be on me whether or not we're successful as a company. I don't take that away from you. But what I'm saying is that the problem in these conversations is that we absolve women of the responsibility that come along with their role in the relationship. And as long as we continue to take the onus off of them, not saying that we don't also have responsibility to make sure that this ship is successful, but as long as you take the responsibility off of them, they don't feel like they got to do no work. They feel like all they got to do is do the minimum required in order to get by so they can get that ring or whatever it is that they're looking to get. When the reality is that in order to be successfully married, you're going to have to be a reflection of the thing that you're advocating for. You got to be the thing that you're looking to attract. And too many people are putting on a good front, which is one of the reasons why I don't believe in dating, because all dating is putting your representative forward instead of actually telling the truth. Nobody is going to tell the truth. You got to mind it. Then it's all fluff. It's silly. It's stupid. And that's why I say you need to get in the network, because I get to see how you really are. I get to learn who you really are. I get to see what your likes and your dislikes are and how it is that you react to pressure and whether or not you show people love or you hate them, depending on how it is that they offend you, or if you stay in your femininity at all times, regardless of whether or not you offended or whether or not you speak when you like people. I get to see you in your element because I get to see you without all of the presentation layers, and I get to learn who you are in real life. That's what true vetting is. It's not dating. Dating doesn't show you anything but the ability for a chick to put you in her phone named food. That's all it is. No, me.
Okay, now I was gonna say, just for clarity, it's again, I don't want to make it sound like I'm taking all of the onus off of the woman. That's not what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is, as a man, I have to shoulder most of that blame, because again, if I hire somebody that's unable to fulfill the job, that means that I didn't interview them properly. I didn't ask the right questions. I didn't show you, because we are hiring you to do a specific job. Let's put that on the table, right? I'm hiring you for accounts payable. You're gonna be working with Right Angle. That's what you're going to be doing, right? So when you come into this interview, I need to base my question around whether or not you can perform the specific task that I need you to do.
But what if she don't show up? What if that employee don't show up on time, Trill?
Oh,
that ability to be able to do that task. What if she don't know how to effectively with her team?
Anton's talking about character. Trill's talking about basically what they've done.
No. What I'm saying is all of it is engulfing in the interview process. This is my company. I'm setting up the interview process. I'm not just asking you one question. I'm asking you a bunch of different things to figure out who you are as a person and your ability to do this job. If I don't have a system in place enough to tell me that, regardless of whether or not you lying or not, that's my fault. Because again, on one end, we can't say that men are the leaders and I'm bringing you into my program, this, that, and the third, but I don't even have an assessment set up well enough to tell me what type of woman I'm getting. I don't even have the wherewithal to determine whether or not you capping, whether or not you lying, or whatever the case may be. If that's the case, I don't need to be dating. I need to go back to the drawing board and tweak my system a bit. Now, again, not saying that no onus is on the woman. Of course, you're supposed to come in, tell the truth, have integrity, things of that nature. Very true.
You have not once.
Most of the onus falls on the man.
You have not once gave any responsibility to the women. Not one time in this whole live stream tonight.
Well, why is that a thing?
Well, hold on, because
I think Courtney was trying to say something for a little minute.
After Trill, because I understand, and again with you, Humble Dad, I was using that as well with the interview. Your resume gets you in the door, but it doesn't sustain you. It doesn't necessarily get you promotions. So we can get you in the door, but your worth ethic, me showing you how valuable I am, again, that's me showing you, not necessarily telling you. People get into a job and want to be stagnant and okay, making this amount of money for 5, 6, 10 years. But a real go-getter and a person that really wants to be established at that company, a woman that really wants to be a wife, is always going to be thinking that interview process. Yeah, I done got in the door. Yeah, we're dating, but I want more. And I'm going to continue to prove and show you how valuable I am to get that. When you're in a job, don't stay there. You keep working up. So it's a process that you also have to do when you get to that job. It's not that I got the job, bam, I'm here, that's it. It's a continuation on, and a good leader is going to see that. If he's a CEO and he's looking for his COO, then okay, you have to prove yourself to be in this particular, to get this particular title. So it's always still work being done. When you talk about job or even with the dating, I know, Anton, you don't do the dating, but for someone that does, that one call, that first date that's my resume. But in order to get more, in order to be exclusive, in order to meet mama, in order to get that ring, in order to get that family, you got to show and prove.
I mean, I believe both of them are right, honestly. And the funny thing is, Anton, I actually just went through a 4-panel interview last week, and they were looking for someone regarding character. But before that, I interviewed with the CEO regarding Trill's perspective. So I got to see both sides, right? I went through like a 4-part interview with these people, with this company. So I believe in both of y'all's perspective, because with that job I just got, it was both sides from it. They wanted someone, the character side of the things, making sure that I can fit into that department itself. But the CEO was going based on the resume, asking me questions. I Googled some shit, told him what he, sometimes you got to finagle the system a little bit, so I kind of agree with both y'all in certain situations.
I think when we use work, it can get a little bit tricky, especially when I think about my work, because there are people that do the job so well that the president does not give a rat's ass that they really don't go in with the company culture. Like, there are multiple people that I work with that They're not necessarily pleasant to work with, but they've been here for 15 years with the growth, 15, 18% year over year. So the president's not getting rid of them.
But Kayla, you're in
people
sales.
who excel highly at their job, it's like, yeah, I could get somebody else that has great company culture, but that can't do the numbers as well as this person. So I just feel like it depends when we get to talking about certain jobs where your quality of work is the most important part versus like a job where it's focused on SaaS or like soft skills where your company culture and the camaraderie and the character is very important part of the job. So I just want
but the reason why I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
The reason why the work example is relevant is because that's what a relationship is. It is work.
It's work.
And how it is.
Come on, humble dad.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying? So what it is that you do matters, right? So I mean, I think that's what I was saying, that both make sense. I mean, I've been a person that had to hire people before, right? And it was up to me to determine what lie and what truth that they were telling. But at the same time, it's their responsibility to be honest.
Exactly.
Right. So in a relationship, it's important for you to be honest. And then on the other end, it's my job when I'm looking for somebody for me to determine what it is that is the value. Right. So I'm saying that's why I said that in the beginning, and that's what Q was saying.
So question: who has more responsibility in that situation you just gave?
The person that lied, or who's the communicator. Like right now, you're telling me that, like, when you talk, right, and I'm listening to what you're saying, it's your responsibility for me to be able to understand what you're saying.
Yep.
That's why when we're talking, he says, no, you misunderstood what I said. Well, that means that you have to come back and explain what you said so that I can explain it. I mean, so I can understand it better. So it's always on the communicator.
True. Kayla, you're muted. Kayla, you're talking to yourself.
Sorry. The way that
look in the sky.
Going in.
Because we're talking, I know, right? So y'all were talking about things going wrong, right? So I'm just thinking about my training in terms of the way that I was raised. And if something goes wrong, like, I don't know, let's say my mom did get her bag lifted at the gas station. There's I don't know if y'all have heard about that, this thing that was going around in Atlanta with people like stealing from people at the gas station. So when that happened and my mom got her Chanel bag sold at the gas station, she didn't go, oh, it's their response. I cannot believe that they did this. She went, I can't get caught slipping. It's my responsibility to make sure that I don't get got. She didn't go, like, of course she called the police and filed a police report and got, insurance claim or whatever. But it wasn't, oh, well, I can't believe that there's these bad people in the world, and how can people do stuff like this, and people need to be upstanding and people need to tell the truth. And no, it's that this is the real world. We know people don't do that, and I need to do what I need to do to make sure that I don't get got and make sure that doesn't happen to me. So that's how I was bred, to make sure I'm I have to take responsibility when things happen, because I put myself in position. So I don't know. I'm just thinking about that, because we are talking about things going wrong. I don't know, like, if you can blame it on that person necessarily. Like, it should have been your job to really read between the lines and really, like, pick up on little things, and like little things maybe in your gut that didn't feel right, but you didn't listen to it because you're feeling them. Like, all these different things that I don't know. I just feel like.
Which is my issue with it, if I'm gonna be honest, which is directly in line with what Kayla is saying. I have a hard time blaming somebody else for results that, when I had a choice in it, I chose you, I picked you. Now, it'd be different if I didn't have nothing to do with this or whatever, and then you came in and did some crazy shit, and I could say, well, damn, I was helpless in that situation. But I picked you, I vetted you, I asked the questions. I came up with the system to give me the intel that I need to determine what type of person you are, and my system failed. That's on me. And let's take relationships out of it. Let's take jobs out of it. Let's talk about friendships. Something everybody can relate to as well, right? Like, we all grow up with a bunch of dudes, but if you move in the right way, right, you have a certain moral code set up to where it's like if I meet any grown man out here, within 5 to 10 minutes, I could tell what type of dude he is and whether or not he would fit in my circle. Why? Because I have a certain moral code that as he's talking, I'm thinking about that code. Okay, yeah, nah, oh, you would do that? Oh, no, hell no. Oh, you would do that? Oh, you value that? Okay, yeah. That's more in line with what I'm. So again, it's on me to determine, okay, this person's solid enough to have around me. Now, if I miss something, this guy comes around me, steals from me, tried to shoot at my woman, something like that. The responsibility falls on me for bringing this person around me because I wasn't analyzing them close enough. So that's what I mean. It's not necessarily a woman thing, a man thing. If I'm making a decision, I have a very hard time blaming somebody else for the result. That's all I'm saying.
Trill, I've been agreeing with you about this whole thing, but I just want to clarify. So you're saying that within 5 to 10 minutes, you could know if a man was suitable for your circle?
Yeah, I can have a pretty good idea what type of person he is. Yeah.
So like
conversation, and then I'm watching him how he handles himself. Like it's certain keys, right? It's like say for instance, like it's certain dudes that just have to have attention. They just have to be seen, right? These are the type of dudes that
you're talking about like lifelong male friends that you would just rock with, right?
Well, I mean, it's no way to know for certain, but it's a way to have a pretty good idea whether or not this person belongs in my circle, right? Is he searching for attention? Is he insecure? Does he switch up when women come around? Like in conversations, we talking about things. What type of shit does he value? Is he talking about, I would have hit that dude, girl. I wouldn't trip on that. So so you would hit his girl? And we don't even know each other. So you probably hit my, you know what I'm saying? It's certain keys that if y'all having the right conversation, you listening for the right shit. It's like, no, this not my type of guy. Compared if I'm talking to a dude and, he's, again, presenting himself and you could try to act, you could try to hide or whatever the case may be. But if you're asking the right questions and you talk enough or watch somebody enough, may not even be them talking, but just how they move. You can tell, oh, this motherfucker is thirsty for attention. This nigga will sell out the whole gang for his convenience type of shit.
What would you say to him to like let him know that maybe you weren't
I wouldn't say nothing to him. I would take mental note and remove myself as far away from him as possible.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Anton, are you still there?
I am, love.
Okay. Well, I was thinking about you too, as far as with the responsibility of a woman and still going back to the job thing, because I thought it was a good analogy. I think it's on women to be responsible on who they're sending their resume to. So I can, just because I need a job, okay, or I'm in need of something, your resume is going to the job. That job might not be fitting for you. That job could say, we're looking for a secretary, and then you get on there and you really scrubbing toilets. So it's upon us as well as women to understand who we are giving our resume to. And it's on that man that gets the resume is, no, you are not what I'm looking for, baby. I'm going to pass. So women do have that responsibility. A lot of times we give our resume to a man thinking that we're signing up for something and it's not it. And then we get stuck at a job. And then that's like a dead end job and you get stuck. So it is both we both hold responsibilities, but I just think they're completely different.
I know that Trill is crazy tonight, so I'm gonna just let him.
Why are you saying he crazy?
Trill been on point.
I have an idea why. Can you elaborate on why you think he's crazy?
Well,
what's the idea?
Listen, number one, Kayla has been rocking with all the Trill's points, so I know.
And that's why we know.
That's what I was thinking.
That's why we know he get into the bag and he on point. That's how we know.
What?
Yeah.
Trill, they got a target on you, bro.
I think.
It's no target, Trill. It's all love.
Listen,
Anton's on the opposite.
Right now, you're the guy.
Opposition tonight, so that's why he's saying.
Trill is my guy. Trill is my dog. Listen, I was looking at Trill's going back and forth with Shan the other night on King Talk. I said I 1,000% agree with Trill. 1,000% agreed with him.
Oh yeah, we was winning when we Trill.
I'm dead.
Y'all was winning, humble dad.
I think Trill tired from the other night. Maybe that's what's going on.
When Kayla was like, yo, I'm 1000%, 100% agreeing with everything that Trill, that tells me that Trill is the guy that these chicks is trying to, they gonna lose. They trying to use you up, Trill. They trying to catch.
He's a married man. Use him up for
Use
what?
him up.
Use him up.
Yeah,
I don't
listen.
like that. Don't say that, please.
Trill
That's
is the
inappropriate.
guy that they
That's
gonna
not
see and they
appropriate.
be like, oh yeah, he gonna take care of me for the rest of my life. Because
That's not appropriate. Can we not?
that is, Trill is. I'm telling you.
And he's a married man, so we're not going to refer to him.
I didn't say that he was going to subject himself to it or that he was.
I can't wait. Can't wait for what?
I'm just
Cheryl
saying.
can't wait for Trill. She can't wait to see
Trill
Trill
is
on
Trill
April
is-
23rd. Right, Cheryl?
You'll be having a target on your back, Trill.
Trill, he's just,
I'm used
he's
to
just
it.
yapping. He's just yapping.
Trill, you need to change some of your content on your platform. I think that if you talk like this 100% of the time on your platform, you're getting all the ladies, all the,
He's keeping it. You know what it is?
friends.
You know what it is, Anton? Is that Trill tells it like it actually is, and a lot of times you tell it like we.
What did I do?
Only time you've ever agreed with Trill, Kayla.
Or
what did I do? Like, I'm telling it like it is.
Humble Dad, I think you tell it like it is as well. But I think that sometimes Anton speaks in this like bubble of the world is euphoria and everything is all great and everyone does the right thing and everyone does it for all the right reasons and and it's just like that is just I feel like, you know, some of us speak more in like the reality of how things really are outside. That's all I'm saying.
Stop her. I've never seen Kayla cape for anybody on this channel except for you, Trill. So Trill, you got you check all of the boxes, fam. Watch your back.
That's not true. When JP's on here, you know it, Kay. When JP's on here, I'm doing the same thing.
That's not the real JP though.
Huh?
Nothing. I don't feel like
it is for real for JP.
I don't feel like going into that.
It's the same for JP because JP be saying facts too.
Oh, child.
Your thing.
That's inappropriate.
Matter of fact, I got your back. I'm not gonna let nothing happen to you, bro. That's what real dudes do.
I think Trill can handle it, bro.
Trill lives matter.
Oh no, listen. Right now, see, this is the thing. You gotta have each other's back because sometimes we know Trill got a couple blind spots. So now I gotta watch that side for him because I know that they got that quarterback sneak coming in. And I don't want him to get
pick up the block.
What are you talking about?
Trill been drinking. You didn't see him pick up that glass of brown.
Trill know what we talking
drinking,
about.
Trill.
You know what Anton talking about for sure.
I got you.
That's that brown he drinking.
I'm like confused on what.
Go ahead.
I don't know what y'all talking about.
I'm always drinking. I'm a functioning drinker.
Thing on the internet, bro.
If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. Got a bonus question for you guys real quick.
Oh, Lord.
In most cases, when a man earns money, he dreams of giving his wife the best. When a woman earns money, she feels she does not need a man. Is this true?
No, that's not true. That is not true at all.
Both parts are wrong.
My chick have secured tens of thousands of dollars in single checks and have the first thing that she do is she come to me and she drop the whole check down and say, baby, do what you want to do with it.
Is this in a marriage, JR, or dating?
It doesn't say. It just said in most cases when a man earns money, he dreams of giving his wife the best.
It says marriage.
Yeah, marriage. When a woman earns money, she feels
regularly brings the bag and say, Anton, do what you will with it. That's facts. And she said it multiple times before. She has never, ever secured a big bag and then did anything without first bringing it to me and say, Anton, you do what you want to do with it.
Anton, do you think she only does that because you have money?
Even my mom. What do you mean?
Do you think that she only does that because you have
money? That was just showing if that was the case.
No, I'm asking you, and it's okay if you don't want to answer.
What do you mean?
Do you think that she only does that because you have money?
No, because I didn't always have money. I went broke, and she still brought me the check and said, "Do what you want to do."
Oh, so some women love people that don't have money?
What are you talking about? I had money before I met her, and then I went broke, and then I got money again.
Oh, so a woman's love can
But I
still
didn't stay
be
broke
there.
for long.
Oh, so woman's love can still be there even if you don't have money and you're broke.
No, that's not true.
You just said that Rita stuck around.
First of all,
you didn't
what
have
I
money.
said was, because you want to disqualify it, I said Rita was a special case and an anomaly. Did I not say that to you?
Okay.
Yeah. When I asked him that question, Kay, he did say that.
Did I not say that?
Okay.
I said
I heard that.
Special woman. And I said that most women would be gone after an extended period in which the man can survive and recover from being completely broke.
Okay, but your woman was stuck around, was willing to give you whatever she got while you didn't have anything.
That's correct.
And she loved you.
That's correct.
Okay.
I don't think a lot of women would do that.
I definitely think that she would. I met Rita. She's sweet. She's amazing.
I mean, she has.
She's dope.
She's done it. But do you think, Kay, that a lot of women would stick around nowadays with this culture? Do you see a lot of women?
I don't know. I was just asking him that one question, Q.
But here's
the
you know the beautiful part about that whole conversation that we just had? I actually answered the question.
Ding, ding, ding.
That's cool. And like I said, if you didn't want to, you didn't have to.
Oh, Lord.
That was your whole goal, was to see if I was going to answer the question so you can lean back on that. But you never answered the question that I asked you.
Okay.
Well, JR, in terms of the question, I definitely agree with the first part for sure. Any man that get a bag, we gonna drop whatever on our one. That's the first person we gonna take care of. We just gonna keep it G. But I don't agree with the second part. Yeah. And the reason I don't agree with that is because women is some of the biggest tricks on earth. You got women that'll buy PS5s, shoes, cars, all kind of stuff for a man that won't even claim her in public, let alone a man that she's in love with. So I don't agree with that second part. Women is some of the biggest tricks on this earth. So I think the statement is partially right and it's partially wrong.
And women they're not even saying they want a husband no more. They're saying they want a partner. They saying they want to go 50-50 with a dude.
I think
go ahead.
I think it depends on where the woman is as far as in the relationship. So first I agree with the first part, because men won't even hardly date unless they are financially able to date. And that's the reason I can't date you if my money is not right, because they want to be the provider. If they're not the provider, it makes them feel emasculated. So I totally agree with that first part. The second part, I think it really depends. If the woman is in a relationship and then starting to make money, then maybe not so much. But if a woman is single, has made money, and then starts dating, then you hear it all the time. I don't need you. I got my own money. I can pay my own bills. I don't need you. I just want you. I just want you there, as if a man is an accessory. So I just think it depends on where that woman is, on if that's the case or not on that second part.
I mean, on the second part, when it says wife, like, I feel like in a marriage, if a woman gets a bag, she's bringing that back to the household. Like, if let's say if I did a big deal, I'm gonna go like, okay, so what can we do to triple that lump sum I got? So I feel like as a wife, I don't know, y'all husbands can answer this. If y'all woman have ever made a bag or whatever, she would bring it back to the household, not be like, oh, I don't need my husband anymore, because the question asked in a marriage term. So I mean, it said wife. It said wife.
It said wife.
Mm-hmm. But in a dating term, you're definitely right, Courtney, because there's a lot of women to be like, oh, I got money. I got that PPP loan.
Well, if that's the case, but look, check this out. If that's the case, then isn't it negating one of the questions that we just asked? That why don't women love you if you're not a provider or won't love you? So that negates what we just said an hour ago.
I mean, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that. Yeah,
well, Anton said it.
Yeah.
So that would negate what he said.
It doesn't negate what he said at all. Not even a little bit.
Okay. Explain that for me.
It means that just because women will come and bring you the bag does not mean that you don't have to also work. Like, you still got to be a provider. Right. See, the question was worded to where if a man is getting money, he willing to splurge or whatever like that. But if a woman getting money, then she wouldn't splurge. What I'm saying is a woman would splurge along with you, but that doesn't absolve you from still working and doing what you got to do.
Right. But what if that woman is the head of household?
I'll rebuke that devil. I don't believe it.
How's the woman the head of the household?
So,
I don't believe a woman.
That's a transition, but okay. We'll talk about
well,
that.
I'm just asking, does that change the narrative if she then becomes the head of household?
She's never the head of the household.
I mean, financially. I have to get specific. I'm sorry. Okay. Financially making more money.
Why would a woman be the head of the household?
Okay, so I changed the narrative.
She said that
it around. Right. I'm sorry because I know how this. Know how y'all are.
Come on now.
It is because I'm not saying head of household, meaning that she runs it. She's all. I'm not meaning it that way. I'm just talking.
But you know that's what that means, though.
I know that's why I'm clearing it up.
I bet.
I've been in these. I understand. So what I meant to say is financially only if she's the breadwinner. Does that change the narrative?
I mean, like he ain't got no job, or
no, that she just makes more.
Who makes more?
I think a woman still splurges. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it's
you said the woman makes more.
Yes, the woman is making more than her husband.
I would say that women like to give.
Sorry, I'm just.
If they married,
compartmentalize this.
If they married, that's what we're talking about, right? If they
married, say it didn't happen. I don't know nobody like that in real life. So
if they married, I think and even when they're not married, it all depends on the relationship. You know what I'm saying? Women like to give, from what I've seen, and so if that dude is really important to her, then she's going to use her resources, financially. That's what I believe. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
My life letting a woman take care of me financially.
Well, we're not talking about you though, Anton.
Why do you
we're talking
think
about
that,
in general terms.
Yeah, why do you think that? A maid can still
take care of me.
And that's not considered taking care of you.
Yeah,
we're talking about giving gifts.
No. The way y'all framed it is she's the head of household. That's what y'all said.
No. Courtney said makes more money. In some people's cases, when someone's making the most money, they're the head of household. But what if a woman, let's say she's making 150 and the husband's making 70K, but he's taking care of the bills? Like, what would y'all see the woman as the head of the household because she's making more? I would feel
don't say head of the household.
Honestly,
say breadwinner. Don't say don't do it.
She's making 150, he's making 75. He's not grinding enough.
I mean, let's say we start off and I'm making 150 and he's making 70K. Okay. So is he known as the head of the house, the breadwinner, head of the household? He's paying all the bills. He's paying all the bills.
You will never make more than me.
Have you done taxes before?
Huh?
Have you done taxes before?
Yes.
Okay. So the only time that there can be a head of household is there's only one person in the house, right? But if it's
only one working.
Yeah, there's the only one working, right? So if the head of the house, as far as the head of the household is concerned, it's typically the man. It's not determined by how much money is made.
Okay. No, I was just asking what you guys think about that, because I don't think it doesn't matter if the woman's making more, the man is still the household leader in my case. And some people think it's whoever's making the most. I just wanted to know what y'all thought about that. To bounce off what Courtney was saying regarding if she's making more. What do y'all think?
So that's a transition from the question. Okay, bet.
Yeah, Q,
like if a woman making that much more than
Courtney was like, F it.
Like, bro, like if a woman making that much more than her man, she'll never respect him as the leader of the crib.
Why do you think that?
Never, because eventually she's gonna have the same mindset that Anton just said, that you're not working hard enough.
But what if
that's just real? Okay. Because men, like women, ideally, most women, we speaking in generalizations, most women want a man that's making at least slightly more than them, if not a significant amount. But if she's making double what you make, no, she'll never see you as the leader of that household. And every argument y'all have, guess what's coming up?
Okay.
Every time.
You're speaking in general.
In most cases. Yeah, generally. Now, of course, there are exceptions. There are women that's gonna love you regardless. You can be, whatever. Well, how you think so many what they call it, hobosexuals are out here sleeping on couches, living on couches, driving women's cars around.
Yeah, bro, all kinds of stuff. It's impossible for her to look at him as her head. It's impossible.
Yeah.
In the back of her mind, she knows that she beating you. Real talk. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, we can do all of this partnership junk and all of that, whatever. Get into an argument. You're going to see exactly how she really feel. Okay.
All
Well,
right.
then leave.
JR, can you put the question up again? I want to reread it, please.
I deleted it.
Good. It needed to be deleted.
No,
He
honestly,
didn't
I
delete
did.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, double.
No, I
is
did.
a
I
lot.
did. I did. I didn't want to get
I mean, one of
confused
her
again.
jobs is like easy.
That'd be interesting. So you're saying this is a marriage? Did it? You know,
Yeah,
what I'm
I'm
saying
saying
A marriage,
If that woman is
relationship.
making double
it ain't
what her
like
man makes,
relationship and marriage is not the same thing.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying what I mean by that is like when did this happen prior to marriage that she was making more?
Yeah, let's just say
Y'all
that.
don't respect no famous dude that make less than his wife. Wendy Williams' husband wasn't. Who was some of these?
Oprah husband.
Oh, y'all don't even call him.
Oprah ain't got no husband.
When a woman earns money.
Well, in Texas, she'd have a husband.
Right. Thank you.
But y'all don't respect none of these dudes who the woman is making significantly more. Y'all ain't respect Safari. Y'all don't respect Nicki Minaj man in bed.
He have a jail sentence. Didn't y'all say he has a record?
Not now. It's because he went to jail. I know plenty of dudes that went to jail and they respect it because they get into the bag. But when a dude went to jail and he ain't got no money, he a different type of. Now he went to jail.
It's not that they don't have no money at times. It's that they making less.
They making less.
Safari was on stage, pop locking and everything for Nicki. He wasn't getting no respect.
But wasn't Safari with her before she came up in the industry? Like
who else? Mary J. Blige.
Yeah, they don't really.
Y'all say he used her.
Why don't you just ask the panel, Anton? That'd be way better. Just ask the
Mary
panel.
J. Blige's
how they
husband
feel about
used her, right?
I don't using celebs.
Y'all
so,
don't even.
the ladies on the panel. So you all with
y'all don't
date
even
a dude that make less than you, as
I
well
have.
as marry a dude that makes less than you.
Yep, I have.
Rocky
like
get no
half.
respect
Yep,
at
I was
all.
making double him.
ASAP Rocky don't
What
get.
about you, Miss K?
Would I do what?
You didn't hear the question at all.
You making double what this man makes. Would you get married to him? Double.
How much? Oh,
Double. Yeah.
I really think that the person is the most important thing.
You seen it, Trill?
Okay, why did y'all ask me? Don't ask me. I want my answer.
Because Kay, this is how you answer. If I would ask you what's 1 plus 1, you would go on to a whole summary before answering the question. Like it's either like a quick yes or no.
No, let her go.
I literally answered the question and then
was on a whole summary and then wouldn't answer the question.
Listen, she's choosing to answer, so let her go. You know
Yo,
okay.
okay.
I get an answer. Can I?
Well, it
go ahead,
depends.
Kay?
Who wrote
Please.
the first one and who wrote the second one? Was it two people that brought two pencils to the table and then started to have the conversation, or did they write it with a pen? And can they erase it? And you'd be like, "Yo, well, what's 1 plus 1?"
Anton, now she can't answer, bro.
Now we're not gonna get the answer.
See that?
Lord mercy.
It depends.
Miss K, could you let me know that answer, please? Would you marry a dude that you was making double that he made?
again, it depends on the person. It's not about what they make. I already said this. I said it earlier. I said that the most important thing about a person is not their salary. I have been saying this for months. If y'all don't want to accept it,
no, I accept it. I wasn't there.
That's my
so I
answer.
didn't know. So I was.
Yeah, I don't remember you saying that, but her answer is yes. Okay, so there's two women that said yes.
Because you're supposed to answer the question and then give the context.
I accept her answer. I think you answered it. You know what I'm saying?
That's because your name is
I can read between lines like that.
That's why you accept the answer is because you.
No, I accept it because I know what she's saying. Like, you know what I mean?
No,
I asked the question.
Fam, don't translate for her. Let her stand on her own 2 feet.
I'm not translating, bro. Like I understand what she's saying.
She's saying yes in a hidden way.
She said yes.
Yeah.
Hey, quick question,
but
Kay.
no, she didn't say yes. That's not the word that she never said. That word
yes.
yes.
One yes.
Time.
Okay, she didn't say yes, but that
yes
is exactly what.
See what I'm saying? You putting words.
Give us a quick yes or no, please.
Let me ask this. So if I ask the question and I understand what her answer is, why does it matter if you understand?
Because you translated it completely different.
They want to pay
I literally said I understood. I don't understand why.
You're objective here. They're trying to paint this narrative that they always try to do about me, and that's why.
Well, sometimes you don't answer the question.
Humble dad.
That is a true statement, but like I understood what you said.
Wait a minute. You asked me.
I was the one that asked.
You asked me a question. I'm gonna answer it. She didn't want to talk. Now she want to give all of this context. We don't accept your answer in this conversation, Kay. So humble dad. Let me tell you why it's so important.
You don't have to. He did. He asked.
Thank you, ma'am. So humble dad. The reason why we don't accept it is because you're enabling bad behavior. See, you don't have to deal with it next Thursday, possibly. We gonna have to suffer through this. We don't want to be continuing to suffer through this, boss. So when you enable bad behavior and you say, well, I get it, it empowers these women to continue to exhibit and make life difficult for us.
It's literally y'all's platform.
Look at her. Look at her. She don't know how to stop. You see what you did, humble dad? You put a battery in her back.
No, bro. You did that. Like if you would have just let me, like I was okay with her answer. Like if it was a yes or no,
because you know what?
It was a yes or no.
She's an educator, which means that she knows how to say yes. She chose not to say yes, and then she let you put a battery in her back, and then you said no. She said yes. No, she never said it one time. Not one time.
Yeah, that's a fact. Literally, she did not say yes.
I know.
But I understood her answer to be yes. And I am a teacher. You know what I'm saying? So I understand.
Well, then you know that her ability to communicate is lacking.
Did you understand what she meant?
No, I don't.
You did not understand what she meant.
No. It's not about what you meant. And this is the conversation.
That's my question to you, though.
Hold on. This is the conversation that we had earlier.
All right.
We should not have to be mind readers. Say what you mean and mean what you say, and we should not have to translate and say, well, she must have meant this. No, if it's a yes, then you say yes. Normal people answer the question directly and then they give the context. They don't leave it up to somebody else to translate, which is one of the reasons why you said that she said yes. Now, in the court of law, yo ain't going to jail because she never said yes.
But it's not court. But I got you. But I'm saying, like me, I don't always agree with Kate, but I always understand what she's saying. Right, but I understood. You just
humble dad, what do you disagree with most that I've said?
You gonna roll next Thursday for us, humble dad?
I mean, you say what? Yeah. Two people ask me questions, man. Like,
you gonna ruin next Thursday for us, humble dad, by continuing to give her out?
Humble dad, what do you disagree with?
I don't always give her out. When I first was on like a show before, I didn't give her no out. You don't remember? Like we got into it. I didn't give her no out.
I got a question, Kay.
I forgot the question.
I got a separate question for you.
Oh, and I was gonna answer the question.
Not another question.
Y'all go on a tangent.
Stop asking Kay questions.
Hold on, y'all. Go ahead, Trill. Okay,
I want to raise my hand like we in the classroom. I know y'all educated. So my question is this: on a scale of 1 to 10, how important is money to you in terms of the man you choose?
It's not that important.
On a scale of 1 to 10, ma'am, just pick a number.
It's not that important. I think that if I had to pick a number, your fault. I don't know. I don't. I mean, I think that I look at people holistically. I just can't. I mean, like I said, y'all have every option to not answer or give context or whatever you want to do for any question that I ever ask or anyone asks. But I think that it
was a good one, sure.
It's just different depending on the person.
I tried.
What's going on. I mean, like I said, I think earlier, in my experience, if someone can't take care of themselves, they often project a certain thing, you know? So I don't know. I don't know if that's the money aspect or if that's the person aspect. I don't know.
What do you teach, Kay?
All the
special education.
So
why is that funny?
Listen, I taught special ed, bro. Listen,
why is that funny?
Great teachers that are needed. I'm asking because it sounds like you
why
grade
is
on the
special
rubric.
education funny?
Oh my God. I wasn't laughing.
I mean, people were laughing like as if.
I have the right not to answer that question.
Okay. Humble dad, I teach elementary school, so all the subjects.
All right. Do you grade on a rubric?
For some things, you know. Yeah.
That's what I thought. Nothing wrong. That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
See what you're doing, humble dad? You enabling
I just don't see how.
No, I'm not.
About special.
No, I understand how she be answering, why she answer how she answers.
Oh my God, I can't believe you simping right now, humble dad.
Bro, why I gotta be a simp? Because I understand.
I didn't say you was a simp. I said you simping.
How am I simping? What is the definition of that so I can be clear?
Okay.
And
You're the second person that has said this.
Yeah. So clearly I'm not the only person that noticed it.
So explain. I don't know what it means necessarily.
Because you letting people get away with stuff that intentionally know, like she knows that she's gonna get away with this with you. She understands what she's doing. If you don't think that this woman is smart enough to know what she's doing on purpose, and then know that people like you are going to give into it, which enables her bad behavior, that's literally simping.
Okay. Okay, if that's what you say. If I'm saying that I understand what somebody's saying, I don't think that's me simping.
She didn't even answer the question.
Okay.
Trill just gave her a regular question.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about that. What I literally said was I understand why she answers. I'm not agreeing with how she answers. I'm saying because she grades on a rubric, that means that there is open for interpretation. That's why she talks.
Are you telling me that a Rubik's Cube?
Not Rubik's Cube. That's not what he said.
No, I'm not agreeing.
That Rubik's Cube is the answer for why she moved.
No, it's a rubric, though. It's a
Rubik's Cube.
It's like has different ways of grade. Like you say, okay, did you do this? Did you do this? Did you do that? It's not like a score. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not exonerating her from how she responds.
You ain't holding her accountable either.
What's that?
You ain't holding her accountable either.
On that question, I didn't.
Or
nobody did. Nobody held her accountable on that.
Here.
Or any question for that matter.
You need to go back and watch, bro. I did.
I hold her accountable.
No, I'm saying I've held her accountable before as well. I have. Not on this particular episode, but I have.
Humble dad, listen, I'm just telling you, fam. Listen, respectfully, that type of woman will run laps around you. I mean, she will absolutely have you twisted all up, have your balls in a vice at the end of the day, bro. Real talk. Be careful. Be very, very careful, bro. I'm just saying, listen, don't walk around here too nice. You should change your name from Humble Dad to Stern Dad. Something, bro. Don't be the target for these women that's knowing you're gonna simp for them. They can.
Bro, you must don't remember the conversation that I had with Kate a while ago when I was on.
Fam, so I'm looking at your behavior tonight.
Okay, you looking at my behavior tonight. Okay.
It's a red flag.
Because I got on a red shirt?
No, behavior is red flag.
Man, y'all hilarious, man. I needed this laugh, man. You guys just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Got one more topic for you guys.
Wait, can Courtney answer the question though?
Oh yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Courtney. I'm sorry.
I feel like she gonna answer the question. You know,
I'm not. I mean,
she's turning red. She about to burst.
She ain't get to answer the question.
I mean, I ain't.
Go ahead.
I don't even remember what.
Trill, what was your question you asked, Kay?
I don't know.
My question was on a scale of 1 to 10. When you're choosing a man, how important is income?
Okay, we're doing a scale. I'll say 5, 6. And I'll tell you why I live below my means. Like I said on the last show, I think what wealth and happiness to me is being debt free. So regardless, if I'm making 100K and he's making 50, 60K, that's 50, 60K that I'm saving that I don't have to spend, meaning that I've been paying 100%. So me not having to take care of, leave half or 60% is a blessing to me. I live below my means, so therefore if I'm making 100K, I'm living like I'm making 50. If he bringing 50, again, it's a blessing. So I don't need him making more. I just need him to have something stable and some good benefits and some good credit.
Fair. That's fair.
That's it.
You see how she answered that question? It was such a beautiful soliloquy. She gave the number, she gave the context, she gave a personal example, Nobody has any disputes over that.
That's it.
All right, make sure you guys get them likes up. Get them likes up, y'all. Yeah, one more for y'all. One more for y'all. All right, so Russell Wilson was in the car with Sierra. Russell Wilson says if a man wouldn't marry himself, he is not ready for marriage. That's what he said, right? I ain't gonna read all the rest of that, but is that true? Is that true?
What was the question?
If he wouldn't marry himself.
I'm gonna put it up here for you. If a man wouldn't marry himself, he is not ready for marriage. And then he flipped it and said that the woman should also say it as well.
Okay, so on my perspective,
Russell stated, if you aren't ready to marry yourself, you aren't ready to marry somebody else. Yeah.
I'll say for myself, I've said it to myself, but I took it away. How I take it is that if I wouldn't date myself or put my brothers in a situation as a woman, for me, I shouldn't be dating, meaning that I'm not mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically fit for myself. So that's how I take it as. If I'm not ready to date myself, meaning I'm not whole in those sectors, then I don't need to be out there dating or talking to men or be in a relationship. That's how I took it as. But I mean, I don't know him personally. So I've said that to myself. If I wouldn't date myself at the time period I am at this position in this journey stage, I don't need to be out there dealing with nobody. I can be by myself, handling and healing how I need to be.
Yeah, I agree. I think at the end of the day, it speaks to like people expect things out of others that they can't provide.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not one of those people.
Facts.
Right. And what I mean by that is, say, hypothetically speaking, if I run into a woman, which typically a lot of men do this if we're gonna keep it G, I'm out here doing my thing, sniping, hitting, some of the baddest in the city, messing with, kickbacks, laid up with all kind of chicks at the club, popping bottles, but I want a woman that's low key at the crib, not doing nothing. I don't even want you to have male friends around, for real. I want you to be to yourself at the crib, being domesticated while I'm out in these streets acting a damn fool. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what that question is speaking to, is that are you demanding something from somebody that you aren't in position to provide? And I don't believe in that. So I would agree with his assessment that if I wouldn't date me, I'm not ready to date.
But men and women aren't equal. Like there's double standards that we have to have as men and women. So it's hard to compare everything. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't get that?
Yeah, but
we're talking about relationships though.
Yeah. I mean, like men get extra privileges, sure, but I think in terms of like a solid foundation, right? Like a lot of men don't even have a solid foundation to be dating, or women, if we're gonna keep it G.
Yeah.
Like you still traumatized from what two dudes did from you before, but you want a man that's healed and whole and ready to take me in and be the Prince Charming. No, your ass is not healed. Your ass is not at a dateable level yet. So you shouldn't be demanding anything from anybody. That's more from an integrity perspective, not necessarily privileges that each of us get away with. I think we both need to come to this situation with a solid moral foundation, integrity, and healed, or as close to healed as possible, working toward it. But a lot of people don't do that. Like I said, they go into situations expecting shit from people that I can't give right now. And that's not fair.
True. Like, Anton, would you suggest a man that's not financially stable to go out there dating?
No.
Exactly. So he should be getting his elements, whatever he needs to do to become a man or whatever y'all call it. He needs to have that in order before he goes out there. Just as women, we need to have.
I don't give a F if a woman is financially stable.
No. I'm talking about two different things.
Women shouldn't wait until they're financially stable in order to date. That's what I'm saying. It's double standards.
Yeah, but I'm talking that for a man, but for a woman, I shouldn't be out there if I'm not emotionally stable.
But we're using two different comparisons is my point.
No, we're not.
We're not?
No. The statement is if you're not ready, if you can't marry yourself, then you're not ready to be married. There is no context related to finances or anything like that.
I'll give you an example. I think that both adults should be emotionally stable. No woman should be talking to a man that's not emotionally stable. But then at the same time, I think that a woman can talk to a man that is financially stable, but she doesn't necessarily have to be financially stable in order to talk to a man. That's a double standard.
Yeah, understand that position.
That can exist.
Understand that position, but what the statement is about is that if you're not a husband, right? If you're not husband material, then you shouldn't be looking for a wife. And if you're not a wife, then if you're not ready to, it's not about just finances and things of that nature.
Glad we're going down that path.
Yeah. So if you're not ready to be married, then you shouldn't be looking for nobody to be married to. That's what it is about. Material? I didn't hear what you said.
What makes a man husband material?
A couple of things, right? You want to definitely be a provider. Hopefully you have a place to stay. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully there is stability in your life, emotional stability, as well as being able to know how to take care of a woman mentally, spiritually, and then also being ready to know what it is. Do you have a game plan in the trajectory of what you want your family to look like?
Interesting. So are you saying that young people should get married then? Say
it again.
Are you saying that most young people should not get married then? Because most young people.
What age are you talking about?
Wait. Most young people don't have any of that stuff. They do not have the ability to be able to provide and take care of a chick and all of this other type of stuff. They don't have the spirituality. They don't have a lot of that stuff that you just named. But overwhelmingly, people that get married younger, often at times, are most successful in marriage. Are you saying, based off of that statement, because I asked you what it takes, what are the qualifications for a man to be ready for marriage? Are you saying that most young people should not be getting married then?
Are we talking about men? You asked me about men.
Yes.
So young men can get married. What age were you talking about?
Okay. Let me rephrase the question.
That's not a hard question. I asked you for age.
Hold on. Let's get some very clear qualifications, right?
All right.
I asked you, what are the qualifications for a man to get married? You listed all of these qualifications. I said, based off of what and I was going through it in my head. Listen, I'm a little slow. I'm a C student. You an educator. I know you're a little bit quicker than me, right? Based off of what you were saying line by line, as you were saying, and I was like, hey, most young people don't have that before they get married. They don't qualify themselves to be married in order to to get that stuff. And so now, as a result, I asked you a specific question and I said, so are you saying most young people should not be getting married because men don't have all of those qualities all the time when they do?
And I asked you, what age are you talking? I didn't change my question.
21.
Well, if they have those things, yes.
But if they don't have those things, then no.
Then I don't think that the age is determining. If you ask me for the qualifications, the age does not determine if they're going to be ready for that.
Wrong. You are absolutely 100%
wrong. What am I wrong about? So name me one thing that it is that
the barrier to entry is not to already have all of the qualities necessary in order to take care of a woman and spirituality and all of that. The goal is to grow together, which is one of the reasons why dudes emphasize that it's important to find a day one, because she's not with you for all of those things that you named. She grows with you and she's earned the right to be called your wife, which makes her more worthy of what it is that you're doing. One of the reasons why Rita is so dope, and I got married when I was 22 years old. I had just turned 22 years old. Most of those things I didn't have. One of the reasons that make her so dope is that she's been my day one, even when I didn't have all of those qualities. I think that it's necessary to have a lot of these qualities when you have kids, but not necessarily have all of those qualities in order to get married. I think it's a difference.
Okay. Which quality did I say that you said that you would disagree with?
Be able to house her, provide for her, all of that. Listen, I don't give a F if you stay in your mom's basement, because the problem with most people is that they doing things that married people do without the responsibility to go along with it.
When you don't think a dude should have a place to stay before he gets married?
I don't think that that's necessary. No.
Okay.
I don't.
We would disagree on that one. But
as a matter of fact, I think that some couples probably need to be under the wings of certain elders in order to understand how you need to move in a marriage situation. As a matter of fact, there are cultures in which people stay with the parents early in their marriage because they need an example of how it is that you need to move in that marriage. You don't think that that would be a dope idea?
I don't disagree with the idea. I was just talking about what it is.
They need to move in marriage.
Are you asking me? Do I think that they should live with somebody that is married before they?
I'm saying that it's not a requirement, or it should not be. That's not the baseline for why you should get married. I don't think so. No.
I'm not talking about why you should get married. I'm talking about that the man should have a place for him and his wife to go live, right? They should have learned what it looks like to be married, in which hopefully it's not the ideal situation is that they grew up in a 2-parent household, and so they were able to see it, right? But that's not oftentimes the case in our society. However, the man should be able to say, okay, this is what I believe to be the case. So as far as going and being a provider, part of that is shelter, right? And not somebody else's house.
I'll give you an example. I know a couple that got married when they was 19 years old.
Me too.
He wound up studying to become a doctor. He had to go through residency. He had to go through additional schooling, all of these different things. But one of the things that was really, really dope is that they was able to understand what the struggle was like together. So then when they got money, they was able to manage it more effectively. But had they not got married at that time, who knows what had happened, right? Do you think that was a good idea for them to get married early while they was going through the struggle? Or do you think it was necessary for him to wait until he got out of school and then to go and find a wife?
Well, I would have to know their scenario, right? As far as like, were they ready to be
They
married?
literally lived in their mom's basement.
Yeah, I have no issue with the struggle. I have no issue with that, right? I mean, they can live in a 1-bedroom apartment, right, and still be able to manage the bills and things of that nature. He's providing. I think that he should. Me personally, I think people should get married earlier, but they have to be prepared for what the journey is, right? They have to be prepared for that. So we can agree to disagree. I think we agree more than you think, though.
Be honest, I think I disagree with both of y'all, if I'm gonna be honest.
This should be interesting.
We said 21, right? 20, 21, 19, those ages that we throwing around. I honestly would not advise that. I wouldn't, because I feel like for every situation that has that fairy tale, I met my girl in high school and I'm one of them, right? And people be asking me my advice, man, I want to be like bro, you have no idea what it took for us to get here. And the fact of the matter is that when you're that young, it's not even about the ability to provide. It's not about the ability to, have a structure, whatever the case may be. I think you don't even really know yourself for real when you're that young. Most kids, because that's what you are at that age, 20, 21, you're a kid still. They ain't done enough self-work to realize who exactly I am and what exactly I desire in terms of what a partner is. A lot of them are emulating what they're seeing. And then what happens with that is you'll be together for a while and y'all will grow apart more than you will stay together or grow together, if we're going to keep it G. Because as you get older, you get a little more familiar with what it is that you're comfortable with and who you are. And the messed up part about it is a lot of times that may not be the person that you got into that relationship with early. So now we sticking in this situation out of complacency. We sticking in this situation out of because we got kids together, different things like that. I think people need to spend those younger years finding out who you are. Now, I'm not saying go out here and wild out and act a fool. No. Self-work. What do I want? What do I desire? What do I actually like? What would fulfill me in a person? I mean, in a partner. And when you that young, I don't feel like you can make a legitimate enough decision, or because you simply just don't have the experience to. You hadn't dated enough people. Now there are situations like a mine, like a Anton, to where you meet your girl that young and y'all grow together, go through those bumps and hurdles and ride it out and stick it out and be as good now as ever. But I feel like for every one of those situations, it's 20 of them that failed.
No.
So if that's I don't understand that. That doesn't sound logical to me.
So
the more people you date, the more problems you have when you think.
Are you telling me that you and I are both successfully married and we got but we're telling people not to do what we did?
No, I'm saying that you can no because most people are not even at that age to, like, most people don't meet their significant other in high school. Like, if we're gonna keep it G, like that's not a common thing. People don't meet in high school. Oh, we high school sweethearts and get married. That's not that common. Most people would meet after they grown already. After I done established some assets, I got a job, I got this. I'm 25, maybe 24, 23. That's when people really start meeting a person. But it like that's not a common story.
But that's
people
because
I had a high school, middle school sweetheart. No.
That's because that's what we establish as our cultural norms. Most people are more successfully married the younger that they get. The younger that they get married. That's a fact.
I got to see that stat.
Some people don't even date in high school. I didn't even date in high school.
Right. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like that's not common to be dating in high school and still be married at 30 plus. That's not common.
Well, even if you go to college, like in other cultures, like there are women that go to college to find a husband.
Yeah, let me ask you, Trill, your advice, is that for men or for men and women?
Both.
No,
I don't think it's the same as women. I think
I agree, Corey.
What is supposed to be for women? Our culture is we've completely messed it up. I have a daughter, so this is how she's going to be raised. Once she gets under the covering her father, she goes to the covering her husband. And the idea is that we want her to marry, preferably while she's in college or about to go to college, kind of younger in her 20s, hopefully, or 18, 19 or whatever. But I mean, I don't want her out there uncovered.
Okay, so
I don't want her out there trying to figure out or thinking that she needs to find who she is. Girl, you are you, and you are here, and you're going to have a husband to take you over there.
Right.
And that's it.
So question. So my first question would be, are you picking her husband for her? And my second question would be, does a 17-year-old, 18-year-old have enough experience to make a legitimate decision on who they're going to spend the rest of their life with? Can you honestly sit here and say that?
Absolutely.
I can, because my grandmother did it.
I
the
disagree.
ones that did it,
Yep.
married young
People,
and grew
most
with their
of the people in my
husband.
college, they still
did
married.
it.
Yep.
It was done.
Yep.
And when it was done that way, we were married at higher rates.
Yep.
Now that we want to have hot girl season and want to take our time and travel the world and then do whatever, now we're not getting married. Divorce rates are higher. Families are all fucked up. So yes, how they were doing it was then.
I usually hear what Trill is saying regarding men. Like, I've heard that what you're saying, Trill, regarding men doing that. Men kind of living their best life and dating around, than me hearing that from women. I'm hearing men saying, okay, I need to date around. I'm not ready to get married yet. Yeah, I don't hear that for women doing that. I just hear that from men.
And how's that working out for them?
Well, again,
living their best life.
Again,
how's that working out for marriages?
Oh, it's not. Exactly. No, but I get what Trill is saying, because I've heard that regarding the men's side, men doing that.
Yeah, I've always said this: if we're getting it wrong, but we got it right before, why are we not looking to how we got it right? How come we can't follow those modes? At least some of it.
Because when we say we got it right, especially in terms of generations before us, great grandmothers, grandmothers, situations like that, we are leaving out a very, very key variable here. A lot of those women didn't have a choice but to stay in those situations because they could not take care of themselves, right? So that provides a different type of incentive for me to stay in this marriage, right? Because I've been married to this man for 10 to 15 years. I have zero working experience. I have 0 degree. I have no way to take care of myself. So I would be 40, 38, going back home to live with my parents, right? So that provides a different type of incentive for me to stay in this marriage. So that's why I feel like that's a false parallel if we comparing eras. This is not it. It's not.
Well, let's be real. Women worked then, though. Black women has always had jobs.
Not the money they make now, though.
Well,
Courtney.
maybe not, but
housekeeping money and money that women make, they are not the same thing.
Yeah, it's not the.
But however, they did work. And just because they couldn't financially, maybe, let's say, take care of themselves and all the kids by themselves, that's why they stayed. That's a good enough reason. And I don't see anything wrong with that. Again, looking at how we are now, especially with the question that was posed, if a woman makes more, she's going to say, I don't need a man. What's wrong with a woman having to rely on her man and want to be interdependent?
Because what's wrong with that is, right, is that fact, like what's the clip that divorce rate happens?
The divorce rate
somewhere
now,
around 50, right?
right
Somewhere
now
around
it
there.
is.
Right. So essentially, the issue with that would be, I'm gonna say just like I told Shannon on Tuesday, is that if I'm teaching my daughter or any woman that I'm advising or whatever, hey, find you a man 17, 18, get married to this man and y'all stay together for 40, 50 years for the rest of y'all life, and it's gonna go the way you want it to go. Fact is, the chances of that happening are slim to none. That's what reality is, right? That's why divorces are at the clip that they are at. So a lot of times what would happen in those scenarios, right? Or this scenario in this era that I'm pitching. Say if I'm married to this man for 6, 7 years, I got 3 kids by him. I have 0 work history. I have no degree. I have no way to make money, right? So what happens when that man decides, you know what? I'm not feeling fulfilled in this situation. I'm about to leave. So now you're 26 with 3 kids, no work experience, no degree, no way to make money for yourself. What do you do at that point? Because now your dating value has dropped to the floor. If we're gonna keep it G,
But we're there already without even getting married.
Hmm?
We're there already, 26, 27-year-olds with 3 kids without even a lick or with marriage at
right.
all.
And that's another problem. You shouldn't be having kids with people that are not that you haven't vetted and married, right?
I agree.
That's a separate issue, but continue.
But here's the thing with the stats, but at 50%, we don't have, the only stats that we have with Black women, particularly getting married at a younger age, just say 18, 19 years old. It was at a time where they were married, where the divorce rate amongst Black folks was like 80% was married. So now that the divorce rate is at 50%, and the average woman is getting married right at 28, 29, then it shows you the disparity of when you marry younger, when they stayed together because they had to work together. That was all they had. Now that we have so much freedom, we don't need a man and we're older. The divorce rates is because I don't need you. I got my own.
They got backup solutions.
I've experienced men before, so I know what other penis feels like. So I don't need yours.
Right.
I know how to take care of myself. I don't need you.
Plus, they have the alimony. They have child support. They have the other assistance. They didn't have that back then, did they?
No, but again, those women would not work. That's what I'm saying.
They
like
weren't working
it's
like
the difference
that.
between staying together because my livelihood depends on that situation and staying together because we actually compatible.
Yeah,
we actually love each other, right? Because if we gonna keep it G, right? A lot of these older marriages and shit, like these people been married 30, 40 years, 50 years, and they don't even sleep in the same. They say 2 words to each other every day. The last 20 years of that marriage has been terrible. But because we've been married 30 years, and again, I have no working experience. I don't even know how to drive. We're gonna keep it G. A lot of those older women, if we're gonna keep it real, don't even know how to drive.
Are you
dependent on my man to take care of all the business, make all the money, drive everything. All I do is be a housewoman. So now I'm stuck with this man. I'm 60 years old. I'm not gonna get back on the dating market, right? So now a lot of those marriages are not as happy as we like to sit here and glamorize them to be.
What's the purpose of marriage? Why do they incentivize marriage? It has to be a particular purpose, not just for your happiness. So the idea is, what is the purpose of marriage?
Companionship is what it is. Not it should be companionship, not survival. That's my argument.
Marriage is for kids. Marriage is a business. Marriage is for your children. In order for you to have kids, raising right, that's what marriage is for.
Then why so many women having kids without getting married?
Not marry you.
Then why are so many women having kids without getting married?
Because we're out of order.
Right. So wouldn't that speak to, okay, we need to get women thinking on the right plane in terms of picking the right men?
Because if they would have got married earlier,
not necessarily dating them earlier, picking better men. Don't matter when you pick them, but picking better men. Women don't pick good men.
But let me give an anecdotal then, right? Because I don't have the numbers in front of me. But I have a lot of friends from college. Okay. And as we're talking, I'm thinking about how many of them are currently married and divorced. Like at a high clip, they're still married. Mm-hmm. If I would say out of 100, I'm thinking out of 100, I could probably say about 80% of them are still married, and they met their significant other in college. Okay, so what you're talking about is saying, okay, y'all should wait. Get all of this experience in dating other people have sex with all these other people, right? Spend your time and your energy with all these other people, you're going to be very convoluted in trying to decide on who it is that is the right one. Think about it. That's why it's so many single people right now.
Right. And
because they can't decide because of why? Because of all the people that they have put in their life prior to that.
And again, what I'm saying is being misconstrued. Okay. I'm not saying that you should have sex with all these people.
Okay, we'll take sex off the table.
Out here wilding and acting a fool with all these people.
Okay, we'll take
you should be doing self-work at a young age to figure out what is it that actually fulfills me. I shouldn't be figuring that out after I'm already married to somebody at 17, 18. I shouldn't be doing that. No, I should be taking those younger years to figure out what is it that I actually want out of life.
And guess
what fulfills me.
You know, the interesting thing about it is that I'm not even the same person that I was last year. The things that I want this year is different from the things that I want last year. At 39 years old, you're always ever evolving. So just because at 26 and 27 and 29 and 30, you determine that this is what I love about life or whatever like that, does not mean that that's the exact same thing that you're going to be wanting at 40. So do you, how you get divorced at 40 because you're not happy anymore?
No. And you're right. Year to year, certain likes and things change. But from a moral foundation perspective, you don't change year to year. You do not. You have the same morals and solid foundation beliefs that you've had since you were mid-20s.
And more importantly, if they old enough to have sex, then they old enough to get married.
Oh, well, that's a separate conversation. I can't really speak to that because again, I'm not saying that people should be out here just smashing everybody. Again, I don't want to mistake that. That's not what I'm saying.
All right, come on, let's explore this. What does finding yourself look like? Define that for me. Let's start with women. What does finding yourself look like?
Finding myself would be, again, going to college, experiencing, dating, talking to people, like living in general, gaining experience in any form or fashion. If we go by this book that y'all saying, right, 17, 18 years old, what the hell have you experienced at 17 or 18 years old to know yourself? You don't. You can't even buy alcohol, but you can get married?
Wait, let's stay on one.
That to me.
Wait. Let's stay at one point. Everything that you just described as far as finding yourself, I did all of that when I was married too. What are you doing that's so different outside of sleeping with different people that you can't do when you're married? I don't understand. We traveled, we went places. I traveled by myself. I traveled with her. We go and look at different movies. I find out the fact that I like downtown. She liked the suburbs. As a matter of fact, my wife and I are complete opposites, but we thrive in our marriage. I'm trying to understand what it is that you're finding out about yourself that you can't find out outside of sex with different people.
This is what you're finding out is that y'all are more in alignment in that type of situation. That's why I say you are lucky enough to be in alignment with somebody that you met at a young age. That's why I said that's not common. When you're that young, you don't even know what the hell you like or value, right? So a lot of times in that same scenario you just gave, yeah, I was figuring stuff out in my marriage. A lot of people figure stuff out in their marriage young too and figure out that we are not compatible. Kid me and grown me are two different people.
Me and my wife are literally opposites. We don't eat the same food. We don't like the trap. She like the suburbs. I like the city.
Yeah,
what does the city look like?
Puzzle pieces are shaped differently as well. But if you find the right one and you're in alignment, they mesh to become one. But if there are also puzzle pieces that don't mesh and that clash, and in my opinion, I would say more times than not, in that situation when you're younger, because you don't know who you are as a kid, you don't.
It has nothing to do
you
with
cannot say like realistically. Let's break this down, right? Most people's values at 17 and 18 years old, 19 years old, 18, 19 years old, as a man, playing video games, I'm playing sports, I'm out here smashing a bunch of different women. Like it's like no responsibility, like no real responsibility crosses my mind at 18, 19. I'm not even old enough to buy liquor. For most men. Now, there are exceptions. There are men that are business-minded and very mature and 18, 19. Yeah, man, I want my life to go this way and I want this type of house. I want this type. Most dudes that young, they out here just acting a fool, living, exploring, smashing, playing sports, playing video games, right? So wait. Let me finish. So a man in that mindset can honestly say that I know which woman that I'm going to spend the next 50 years with. He can't. It's a gamble. You gambled and won.
Trill.
A lot of people don't win.
It's not a gamble because nobody in my family is divorced. I don't even know what divorce look like, and we all successfully married. I literally have marriage parties and they're thriving. Every person that I know that's in my circle is thriving. And what you just described, what you framed as most guys and what they're doing is not finding themselves. They just out here living and doing dumb junk. I literally asked you, what does finding yourself look like? And you have not framed that narrative. And I have not heard you say one thing that's productive that allows for a person to find themselves that I have not done in my own marriage. Not one thing.
I just said, when you asked me the question, I listed 4 things. I said, you're dating around, you're finding your purpose. What is it that fulfills me? What type of career do I want? Do I even want to settle down and be in a relationship at all?
I literally found what kind of career that I wanted. I don't have to date. The only thing you said that I have not done in my own marriage is date around.
Right.
But my career, finding my purpose and all of that, I literally did all of that while I was married.
Right. And you got lucky enough that you found a career that your woman was cool with.
You're lucky.
So hell yeah. I say it all the time. Because at the end of the day, like, look at my schedule, bro. Like, I work a regular job. I come home, I'm partying, I'm traveling, I'm doing this, that, and the third. A lot of women are not going to be in alignment with that. They may say that they cool with it, but most women are not secure enough to handle the type of women that are around me often, and how busy I am and how gone I am and how like that. No, a lot of times you'll run into a woman that will say, "Oh yeah, I'm understanding. I understand."
Do you think that's because of the rapport that y'all have because y'all met so early though?
No, hold on.
Do you think that's because of how early y'all met?
Hold on, Humble Dad.
No. Me and her went through hella hurdles to get where we are. No.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all was able to struggle together early. Y'all was able to struggle together early.
Right.
But I'm saying that the women that would be out here, like you're talking about 30, 35, I'm not in a different situation.
How we jump to 35? There's a lot of space between 19
talking about 18.
Okay, at 18. Okay.
Yeah.
It would. Okay. So if you, like Anton said, he said it's better to struggle together than to have somebody that, okay, you're going to have a ride or die chick early versus later. Because you're going to be at a different stamp. You're going to be at a different particular situation in your life. If the woman is making the bag, I just put something in the chat. It says that about divorce rate. It says that I think well, I don't know if this is relevant or not, but it does say that 78% of women that have college degrees, their first marriage will last about 20 years, at least 20 years. So I don't know if that means that they're getting married in college or not.
You said, wait. You said that women who have college degrees tend to be married 20 years?
At least 20 years.
So doesn't that speak to my point?
Not necessarily. I said I don't know if they got married in college or not. And that's why I said
no. Not necessarily that they got married in college, but that they went to college to get that experience, establish their foundation, and then walked into a situation to where they comfortable in. I met the right guy, and now we married 20 plus years. Don't that speak to exactly what I just said? More so than getting married at 18 or 19?
Okay, I didn't give the number 18, 19, but I'm with you.
Okay. That's all I'm saying.
And you also
I'm not saying wait till 35. I'm saying it's a lot of space in between 18 and 35, but 26, 25, 27, whatever the case may be. That's plenty of time if you're doing the right self-work.
I got you.
To figure out what it is that I need in or what's going to fulfill me. What do I need in the other person? What type of schedule is that? Is she going to be able to come into my system and not bucket? That gives you a lot of time to establish a system. It is a gamble to try to establish a system when I don't even know what it is that I value, married that young.
You're talking about like 22 to 25.
What you mean as far as getting married?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some 23, 27, 22.
Okay, I got you.
First of all, I mean, it's so many flaws in Trill's argument. Number one, People are not just out here walking around dating and not having sex and not being for the streets, bro.
That's the problem, bro.
They're not just out here finding themselves and just not participating on that other level. Like, people are not just being that responsible. People don't even have the will to say no when their sexual desires get the best of them. That's real, bro. Like, it don't get no realer than that. Number two, don't no dude want to be with a chick that done been with a bunch of dudes. Because finding yourself often comes with the trauma that you've experienced as a result of being with a lot of different dudes, and they can't unsee it. They can't unsee that trauma. They can't unsee all of their sexual experiences. They can't unsee all of that junk that comes along with relationships. And finding yourself often involves other people playing a role, often negative, in your life. And you cannot remove yourself from it, which is why people have such a hard time getting into relationships after they've been in so many. We just had this conversation with the women on the panel. And they think that it's a game. They think that they can slot dudes based off of whether or not a dude say that he want to take it slow. They don't even know what it means to even be married or
That was
even
only
be
one person.
That was two people, 1 and 2 that left.
much time dating around and finding themselves. And then once they figure out what that finding themselves is, don't know dude want to be with a chick that then found herself with a bunch of different dudes that she couldn't resist, because that's just the culture that we live in today. It don't work like that, bro.
But Anton, we live in a different culture. So do you think these kids that are being raised, they're being raised by kids nowadays? So do you think the culture, not you and Humble's dad's culture where y'all got married young, it was totally different. Do you think a 18-year-old knows what he wants to do? Most of them. Do you think most of the 18-year-olds coming out of high school knows what type of woman they want, knows what type of career they want? Like, in the culture that we live in now and how kids are raising kids, do you really think that most these 18-year-olds know what they want out their future at 18? Like
No,
y'all two did?
You know why?
Mm-hmm.
Because the narrative that we're putting out there and that we're normalizing is that you shouldn't know what you want at that time. That's the thing that we're normalizing. We're saying, yo, you shouldn't know. You got to find yourself all the way up until 30. And that's bull. That's
He
nonsense.
didn't say 30 though. That was my number. He said like
I'm not
22.
saying that nobody said 30. I'm speaking figuratively that people at a lot of times they have these talking points. The point that I'm making is that if you groom people and you condition them to think differently, the overwhelming majority of what it is that we do in today's society is a learned behavior. If you groom people to think differently, they'll move differently. They'll value things differently, right? The majority of what we think is made up or is subjective based off of what it is that we listen to and the people that take their talking points from rappers. Because when I was coming up, Snoop told us bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks.
Okay. You're right. So since you say all that, and since you say they're listening to the culture, do you think what Trill is saying, these 18-year-olds are not ready to be married because they're listening to the culture, what's going on now?
I don't believe that that's what Trill is saying. And Trill can correct me if I'm wrong. Trill, according to what I heard, is saying to find yourself over the period of your young 20s so that you can figure out what it is that you want. Am I off?
She's right in what I'm saying. I'm saying that young, you don't have the capacity to make that type of decision.
You do.
You don't. Most men do not. Again, you are not. You barely old enough to buy cigarettes and alcohol. You are not experienced enough to pick the woman that you're gonna spend 50, 60 years with. You are not. It's a gamble. At that point.
So many other cultures are able to do it more successfully than us
because they are programmed differently.
Yeah,
that's the thing. And again, a lot of those marriages are forced.
Trill, because you said capacity.
Right.
You said we don't have the capacity to do so. We do. We've just normalized toxic aspects of our culture and made it what it is that we subject ourselves to. We do have the capacity.
That's true, but we're not there at that capacity. We talking about reality. What's going on now?
There, man. Like all that ideal shit sounds amazing.
Yeah, we can't
but
talk about
that's not where we are, bro.
Culture and living culture. That's not our culture.
I wouldn't trust.
So we don't want to change the culture. We want to continue in the nonsense.
No, we never said that. You already said the culture is trash. This culture is trash because look what's going on. So we
need to give them something different.
Okay, I mean, y'all two are right, but the 18-year-olds right now, I don't see a lot of 18-year-olds knowing what they want to do.
Okay, so why don't we talk about abstinence then?
Then y'all definitely can do that. Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. This is what we're trying to say. Like, dudes are not holding themselves. Women are not holding themselves to virginity. I mean, some men are. I mean, percentage wise, but we talking because y'all talking about in reality, and that's what Anton had pointed to. Seeing as though people are not waiting for intercourse, then you should get married earlier. And if you have the capacity to say, I'm ready to have sex and then have a kid sometimes in that situation, then you should be ready for marriage.
I would highly disagree with that.
So you're saying if somebody's ready to have sex and have a baby, they're not ready to
have sex and have a baby. Just because you have sex don't mean you had a baby.
Okay,
I had a lot of
sex though.
I had a lot of sex.
Okay, even
at a young
age.
A lot of it. I had my baby when I wanted to have a baby.
Okay, okay, cool. So even having sex though, right? If the woman is having sex all the way up into 25, we're talking about that's going to be a problem. Because Anton just said that dudes don't want women with a lot of bodies.
What if you have one partner during that time period?
No man is going to know a woman's true body count. This is why the body count argument is disingenuous. Like, no woman is going to tell you exactly how many people I slept with. You'll never know the answer to that.
Okay, got you. That's a fair fact. Okay.
Which is one of the reasons why people need to get married young before they get a big body count.
Even so we're saying, let's say that you're not going to know the body count, right? You're not going to know it, right? But the longer you're asking women, you're saying, listen, this I'm asking. I don't know if this is accurate. You're saying you should remain a virgin, figure yourself out, then get married.
What I'm saying is, if you're gonna have sex, I'm not gonna sit here and say abstinence because it's just not realistic. People are gonna have sex, but if you're gonna have sex, move safely, do it the right way. Don't have kids with people you are not married to. That's my issue. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of young people out here having sex and it's reckless. And you look up 25, she got 2 or 3 kids. That's moving wrong. Again, I was there. I had a lot of sex at a young age. A lot. I said I'm not having a baby until I get married. Guess when I had my baby?
Okay, so you're saying,
have
safe sex,
disingenuous,
and then figure yourself out, and
right?
Then
figure out what it is that even fulfill. Like, what do I even want out of life? An 18-year-old don't even know what he want out of life. You don't even know how life works.
But people change jobs even when they get to 30, 35 though. Like career changes is the norm right now in several different ages, and career decisions are changing all the time.
So are you saying that they should switch up their marriage? Because out of 18 and 19, did you know what you wanted to do career-wise? Did you know you wanted to be a teacher at 18? No. Right? Exactly.
I didn't know I wanted to be a teacher. No.
Exactly.
But I'm not currently a teacher though, and I wasn't always a teacher.
I mean, I feel like both y'all are fighting two different arguments. Y'all are right on what y'all saying to change the culture. Trill is being realistic of what the culture is right now. At 18-year-olds, these men on here, they don't know. They're not thinking like y'all did back then. Y'all are right. If you want to change the culture, we're gonna have to think what y'all are talking about. So I think like y'all are talking about two different points, but y'all both are right.
I want to get on Just John. What's going on, brother? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, what's good, man? Great show. Definitely agree. With a good bit of stuff you say, like a lot of the questions. So like, I just want to talk about some of the points y'all made. Like one thing, I talk about with a good bit of my like female friends, and of course I've been married 8 years, but I was single from 20 to 30. So I've like Trill, what Trill talks about is a lot of real stuff, but I can get what Anton's saying because when I dealt with women, a lot of them would tell me like, you'll be a good father in the future, or you'll be a good husband. And, of course I wasn't ready for that. So when it comes to the point of like, basically I'm going with the flow, but I would tell them I'm single until I'm married. So it wasn't any type of like deviation from that. But again, I remember like what Kelly was on, and Kelly talked about a guy's energy. My energy gave them, this is a guy I would be with in the future. This is a guy I can see myself having kids with. Even though I told them I'm single until I decide and it's a mutual thing that I see you as a potential person to marry. So like it's one of these things I think for women, it's certain words that trigger you all, and like Trill said, like, hey, I'm trying to figure out whether or not you're going to be the woman I want to take care of my kids if I die. If I'm sick, are you going to take? You can't expect somebody trying to figure themselves out. It has to be mutual. Ladies, you can want what you want. And what I tell a lot of ladies is, and I actually do agree, that you need options because in your youth, you need to decide the man that actually wants to deal with you. And how are you going to know that dealing with one man? It's like, well, for instance, my wife. I met my wife 22. We didn't get married to 30. So she met a guy. She liked both of us, but he was like a little bit older. He had a child, was working. She chose to kind of go with him, but I was still trying to figure stuff out because, like, she's actually 6 months older than me. I was in college. She just graduated. She went with the fellow. And anytime some stuff would happen, she'll come back to me. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to mess this up for the future. So I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'll be your side dude because I've been that. And I've seen how that whole situation kind of gets stuff kind of cloudy. So we went our separate ways. But when we talk, I see a lot of women and a lot of female friends I've dealt with that will waste their time in their youth with one dude, hoping and wishing I really like the dude, I see his potential, but they eliminated all their options. So what I would tell women straight up, I'm single and I'm going to be faithful to my options because I have to understand my options to decide who is going to be the priority of my life, who's going to raise my kids, who, if I'm on my deathbed, I want to leave my money to and correct and continue my legacy. And like, another point, as far as I think the topic was like whose responsibility it is to understand your values. It's on both. Like for me to understand my wife's values, I have to understand her biological father, her stepfather, her mother, her grandmother, who was very influential. No different than my mother, who I'm very close to. My wife talks to my mother more than me. So if I can't even communicate or she can't understand, she's willing and I'm willing to talk to the people that actually instilled the values in her. So it's both, and both people had to be responsible. If this is the person you're going to love, you say you're going to be with, they had to communicate effectively, but you have to actually be open to talk to the people that actually instill the values they have. And they might not actually have any values, but you still might need to communicate with the people that raised them to see, well, she didn't really have no values, so she's just trying to figure it out, or he's trying to figure it out, and you get more understanding. So when a person you're married to, you give more grace and mercy because they don't know what they don't know, but you love this person and you have the same issues as well, so you both give each other grace.
Anybody any feedback?
I agree.
I just have a question. So you said that your wife was talking to you and another dude, and you was okay with it at one point, and then you ended it. I just had
so like way we met randomly, and then I got a weird philosophy. I only like my whole thing. I only dealt when I was single. I only dealt with 3 women at a time. I had a whole threshold to kind of keep my body count low because like Trill, I roll with cats just like you, dog. I mean, and this is how we would roll. So like everything you say, man. Again, but like for me, I try to keep my body count low because man, when you get it, I was like non-select, select. Trill like a select cat. We would call Trill like the golden child. I got a couple dudes we call the golden child. When they walk in, women just come, whatever they want, they get. But back on the subject. It's one of those things where like if you're out single, you develop habits as dudes, and women develop habits as well. But like when it comes to options, if you're single, it goes back to you're single till you're married. And this is why I disagree with Anton, where women have to understand the nature of men, not the man you want, because the man you want might not necessarily be the man for you. So this is where a lot of trauma happens because if you get to learn women and men, you kind of have to actually deal with different women and men to see, because that woman or that man may actually expose something about the dude you want to give everything to, but he's moving, he's being an actor, like Trill is saying. Well, you might have a person that's a lot more authentic. Now, you don't have to like increase your body count or nothing of that nature, but you have to be able to be, you have to develop a relationship with the opposite sex because they're training you for the person you're going to be with.
No, I didn't say nothing about body count. I was just trying to understand. You said your wife put another man, had another man on the one position, but you were okay with that.
Well, I wasn't ready. I was going with the flow. I knew when I met her, I felt like she would be, my nickname for her is like somebody's wife. Some dudes will snatch up a chick and not be ready to wife her, but they know she's a
They're
wife.
not ready because you still wanted
Exactly.
to deal. You still wanted to find yourself.
Exactly. So
Okay.
but about 20, but like she was the type of person, if like she was open to dating more than one, I tell her all the time, like I definitely would have saw myself getting married early because I've already heard and people have already tagged me like your energy comes off like husband type vibe. But I was not committal. So they didn't have no choice. But if I wasn't going to basically commit to them, I was going to roll single, be faithful to my options. If they actually like me and want to be with me, then they're going to have fun with me or whatever.
I don't know men that are comfortable in sharing a woman like that.
Well, see,
never mind. Just scratch my.
See,
never mind. Don't matter. Just
and Trill can probably understand when you deal with a lot of women, you hear women say they only deal with one guy, but they do have a roster. They have a guy that takes them out. I've had women go to dinner, and the dude would drop them off at my place.
But you said you looked at her as wifey. Okay, we're not talking about the girls you just sleep with. You said you looked at her as wifey. I've never heard a man that he saw as wifey and he's okay with just sharing.
Well, see, but I'm single, so like I know how I want to.
I know you single, but a lot of single men are very territorial. They
ain't that toxic, you? Ain't that toxic, you?
Yeah, see,
you're right. That's toxic.
See, and that's not the move. And like I know a lot of women think we don't check dudes, but we had a rule amongst the gats in the organization. My part, you choose one. You can only choose one. And if you roll with a crew and it's 15 of y'all, and you come to a group of 5 women, and they would choose all of y'all, you can't cuff one. You choose one and you get the hell on. And some dudes try to do that because they want to hold on to something and have their fun. You just got to be honest. If you're honest with women, they'll still deal with you. They'll actually like, because some women just want companionship. And if you're a solid dude and you honest, and I'll tell cats all the time, yeah, I hit her, but she's a solid chick. You probably need to wife her because I got mine. She's solid. Some dudes not like that because their ego gets in the way.
You know what else too? Of why like any dude or any substance or any quality about himself, right? Not worried, like we're not worried about the other dudes that you're talking to.
No,
I couldn't care less because I'm confident enough to know that when I decide that I'm ready to have you to myself, you're gonna remove everything around you to make it happen. So until I get there, do you? I don't
exactly
know or whatever the case, but that day that I decide, hey, cut that out, it's over.
And they'll stop because they got what they wanted. And women are real big on what they want when they probably need to be more big on what they need. But when women are choosing, they're gonna choose the one they're gonna roll with and they respect.
But she chose the other guy over you. You said he was number one.
But see, I've chosen other women as well. I roll on like what's first will be last and what last will be first. You want the last person to be the first of your life. You want the last person, man or woman you deal with, to be the first person and the last person you deal with. So a lot of times, people want to be the first choice. Well, a lot of times, a lot of people don't even have the knowledge to know what they're choosing right. So, I mean, that's how I kind of look at it. And that's how I took it far as if you're going to play the whole you're single till you're married road, you can't treat a person like they're your wife when you haven't even, or husband, like you haven't even committed to them. You haven't even sacrificed or submitted anything. You haven't submitted your options to them as a man. The woman hasn't submitted to just him leading. So, I mean, it's one of those things you got to be fair about. And that's why, I got to give it to Trill, man. Like, I roll with cats like that. You just got to be honest and upfront with what you're doing. And you need to get knowledge about the opposite sex. You got to use that to your advantage. Now, I do agree with Anton that where I do think you should basically struggle together because marriage is a young person's game. So you can grow and build, and you don't have all this stuff you accumulate this stuff. Because when you do it on your own, you're going to be more selfish. You're not going to be more apt to learn. You're not going to be more open-minded. It's no different than our parents or our grandparents. They're closed-minded. Young people are more open-minded, but if they've been raised with the discipline to see that this person, and most men, we're a little more emotional, a little more romantic the younger we are.
We got to bring it to a close.
My bad. We're a little more open than how we are. You might be able to hold on to a dude that's been through things with you, and he's got both of y'all mature where y'all can move forward. So, I mean, like, I agree with a lot of things both of y'all are saying. Y'all saying the right. It's just not a one-way thing. I know Anton's an anomaly, but again, man, when you understand and you deal with enough women or you deal with enough men, you don't got to sleep with all of them, but they could just be your friends. And this is how you learn how to move.
I could kind of tell that Anton want to say you are 100% right. I can tell by Anton's face is what he want to say.
Nah, Anton wasn't gonna say that.
Same. I know he don't agree with it. So.
Trill, you got people that saying I agree with you, bro. What you really just said was I'm cool with another dude busting down my chick.
That's not my chick.
No, he talking about just you.
June said that.
You talking about me or him?
I ain't talking about you. This is what June said.
Oh, okay. I got you.
But June agreed with you, and this is the person that's agreeing with you. This is what I'm saying, Trill.
But that's not what I said, though. So
he's saying this is the type of people that are agreeing with you. That's what he's trying to do.
See, I get what he's saying, but at the end of the day, like what I said is that if you think that you're gonna run into an attractive woman, and the odds are likely, that she is only talking to you. I got Riverside land to sell you in Oklahoma,
and she don't got you.
That's not what he said. Trill.
He was cool with being the side.
Know what I heard?
Until he
no. I said I wasn't cool with being a side dude. No. I said I wasn't cool with being a side dude because I dealt with another situation where I was the side dude. See, I know how women move despite on what they say. See, I was
Trill. What your homie say?
No.
Trill, what your homie say? Trill.
No. See, let me clear.
They are.
Right. So, like, I was single, and some women, they can say what they want, but they want what they want when they want it. Now, that wasn't with the situation with my wife because my wife only dealt with one dude at a time. That's what I said. Now, go ahead.
I think we heard the story. And I think we heard the story already. So now it seems like you're trying to clean it up a little bit.
Nah. Y'all didn't hear me because I said my wife only dealt with.
Go ahead. My apologies. Go ahead.
So no,
stop that man. Let that man
exactly. So like I told Q because Q asked me. I said my wife only dealt with one man. This was like her ex-fiance, but I said I didn't want to hang around. I didn't want to hang around and be the side dude because I dealt with women that move like that.
Wait. You said your wife only dealt with one
dude, one man.
And she was cool with her being with this other dude.
I was single.
We were
both single. I was single. We were both single, but we were talking. We weren't committed. We didn't have sex. We didn't have any of that thing. So she still was a free agent. I was too. I had my women, my options, but I did feel that she was wife material. If I'm not husband material at the moment, why would I spoil or ruin something that could be my future?
But see, what if people was ruining that was your future?
Dude, she's single. You can't even worry about that. You can't control that.
What? Do you hear what you just
said? So repeat what you're saying. So I got to clear.
You said that you was cool with another dude being with your chick because she was single because you didn't know what he was doing with her.
Bro, I was single 10 years. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So we disconnected. We disconnected for 7 years, bro.
Listen, you missing the whole thing, bro.
I'm not missing anything because like I got what I wanted, but I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready to marry her. So why am I going to do like her ex-fiance did, hold on to her, but he not doing what he's supposed to do? He not leading right. So what I did,
you said,
I I
He
see
wanted
what
to
you're saying.
keep
That's
his
the
body
honorable man
count.
right there.
They
What
said
I
ex
did,
fiance.
his ex fiance, yeah, he proposed, but like he did it trying to keep her,
He wanted to keep
and
his
he ain't moved right.
body count low, so he let his wife do what she needed to do.
No.
That's what he said.
This
Nah,
what he's
that was
saying.
it.
This
Put
what
it
he's saying
together,
right here.
Trill.
This what
Trill,
he's
Put
tell
saying.
it
me,
together,
Trill.
bro.
He's saying that I ran into a chick that I thought was wifey material, but I'm out here in full camouflage sniper mode. Right now, I know eventually we may end up down the line, but right now I'm having too much fun. Right, so he did what most men don't do. What most men do, if we're gonna keep it G, they gonna
True.
cuff that woman.
Cuff her.
Wait. Let me finish. They gonna cuff that woman, knowing that I'm in full camouflage sniper mode, and I'm gonna hold on to her for dear life, praying that she don't catch me up and that I lose her. But if I get lucky and I don't get caught and I get tired of sniping, then I'm ready. That's what most dudes do. He said he didn't do that. He said I'm not ready, so I'm gonna
Bro.
let you go do your thing
Hold
until
on,
I'm
hold on,
ready.
hold on,
That's
Trill.
what he said.
Trill,
That's
no.
honorable.
Trill, we heard two different.
We heard that he was a side dude. That's what we heard.
And we heard he wanted to keep his body count low, so sniping had nothing to do with it, Trill.
No. See, Trill actually is actively listening because Trill understands it because he lived
You
that
on his
life.
team,
So
okay?
you
I hear you. I've been there.
you all can't understand
Nah,
it.
I don't
And
think
when
a
I
girl would
tell
have been in your
Trill,
situation.
when I
Trill
tell
definitely would've
Trill,
been.
I've rolled with 10 to 20 of them
Trill,
because
you was a side dude.
Wait, what?
Trill, you was
hey
a
man,
side dude.
hey man,
Wait. First off, let's throw this down. We sitting here talking like a side dude is not one of the greatest positions in the world. Let's just be
He
honest.
said he
When
wanted
you
to
in
keep
toxic mode, right? Let's just be honest. When you in full sniper mode, then the side dude is the greatest job in the world.
yo, you don't even ask no questions. You find out later that she had a dude, but she trying to get you to like take her from the dude. You ain't even like aware. So like when you know how women move, you got to kind of be out here to understand how they move, and then you got to get their
I see what you're
experience
saying,
so you know who to choose right and who not to choose.
I see what you're
Wait,
saying.
but you said you was
Let them
wanting to
dissuade
body.
you.
See,
But
yeah,
no.
yeah.
It's two different things. Because
Trill, you understand me?
Trill said sniper mode, but you said originally you was trying to keep your body count low.
Yeah.
Snipers don't have low body counts. As
No.
Trill said that he was in full sniper mode.
Snipers do have low body counts because they out here. They get a target. They hit the target. They don't go out there just spraying and hope they hit everything they got. Snipers are calculated, bro.
Number 10. Listen, bro. First of all, you cannot ride Trill's coattails, bro.
I'm not trying to ride Trill's coattails because I know Trill is the golden child, bro.
Hold on, bro.
Yeah, I hate to say this, bro.
Bro, I got cows.
You can't ride
Trill on this one.
You have to be on your own time.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking on my own time, bro. Like, see, y'all trying to win an argument where Trill actually listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on.
That's all it is.
Hold
I
on,
got you,
bro.
big dog.
Trill,
you know it is.
Dissuade you, man. I got you, big dog.
Listen, fam. Look, I'm gonna give you the game, bro. Listen.
No, I do know the game.
Okay,
I've been single 10 years.
No. You don't
and
know.
I'm married.
You don't know.
See, this is your game. This is your game, Anton, and I respect it. I actually agree with it. But if you haven't been out here in these streets on the battlefields learning how to lead on the job, you can't really tell cats like me and Trill that basically been out here and we know what it is.
Dude. Yeah, Anton, you ain't never been a side dude. You can't tell him.
Hold on. Q. You said dudes like who? You and Trill? Is that what you just said?
Dude, have you been single 10 years in your 20s to your 30s?
Bro, when you 19 and you a side dude, that's like the best thing ever.
Hold on,
All
Mike.
you
Hold
do
on,
is
Mike.
get some ass and they ain't
Hold
got
on,
to
Mike.
nothing else.
Hold on, Mike. June, are you saying that? Wait a minute.
No, I'm not talking about what you can pull.
If it was good, then why is just June
I'm talking
acting
about what
like
you
it's
can
not?
kill.
Hold on.
I'm talking about what you can kill, not what you can
I
pull.
don't like how y'all trying to double team my dog.
Yeah, I ain't bring it.
I
I
don't
don't
like
care.
that,
Let me
man.
ask you two questions.
They are, man. Come on, referee this, man. Come on,
Hold
man.
on, wait.
They are trying to get me off, but like, you know.
Wait. Stop. Just give me two questions. A, are you saying that you and Trill are on the same level? One.
No.
And then B, are you saying that you above me?
It doesn't matter because, like, it does. You can compare and you can have a
Mean
grandstand.
what you say.
No, Anton, trust me, bro. Like when I was like in my 20s, I rolled with a crew, bro, and we were like 30, 40 deep because I'm a part of an organization. Me and Kevin part of the same stuff. So exactly. So like
You know
we
You know how I know that you ain't that dude? Because you needed to roll through. Hold on, just let me kick it for a minute. Let me just talk for a second. I don't.
So I'm about to give you a story to let you know I didn't need to roll with the crew.
Good. We
No,
good.
no. I could give you a story on why I'm single till I'm married.
No, we good. We good, bro.
No,
Listen,
see, but like,
not going.
okay.
This is not a dick measuring contest.
No, it's not.
It seems like it.
Hold on. No,
it is for you.
No, because I got the biggest dick. Let's be clear. So hold on.
And that's great. Your wife enjoy it. Hey, my wife enjoyed mine. So like,
get off my man's. Get off my man's, Anton.
All I'm saying is,
Mr. Logic, what's good, bro?
You gotta know. You gotta be able to read
the Antoine. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna tell him what's wrong with him. I'm not gonna do it. You gotta know when people are laughing at you and not with you, bro.
But see, here's the thing. I don't care, bro. Like it's like me and Kevin Stout are part of the same fraternity. I don't. You know how many people have told us like, oh, we get Kevin.
You was a part of what?
Me and Kev Samuels, bro.
He's a Kappa.
We're part of the same. Yes, we're part of the same organization. So like,
Anton don't know nothing about fraternity.
No,
he linked himself to somebody else too. That's funny.
I don't care who part of the same fraternity.
I know you don't. I know you don't care, bro. But you can't talk about something you're not a part of or experience.
I don't care.
What have fraternities got to do with anything?
Hey,
see, like, now you
can I please break this down for the audience?
Please break this down, Logic.
Let me break this down for the audience. Look, check this out. Y'all got to listen to what Trill was saying. It's levels to the shit. So it's niggas gonna be side chicks, but it's a choice. If you in position to be that, if you know what I'm saying, if she put you in as a side chick or you put yourself as a side chick. See with June, and I respect that because he got that chick to tell you know what I'm saying, to be open with him. She chose you to be a side nigga, right?
Yeah.
Like, are you sure that narrative, bro?
You sure about that?
Not cool with that narrative.
Hold on. I'm not throwing shots because look,
all the things.
Mr. Logic,
one at a time.
It's a part of the ecosystem. This shit gotta work this way. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why. Like, I'm not looking down on the jit for that, because this how it works. You know what I'm saying? Some men, they determine that they gonna be the side nigga, and some niggas, the women determined that they gonna be the side niggas. He just didn't have the choice in this matter, but he was still slaying her too. So
yeah, she chose.
Anyway,
let me
ask you. This is the problem. This is the problem, Mr. Logic. He was defending that he was not the side dude.
No.
That's what he was saying. He said he was not.
Right?
Okay, you didn't hear me.
You probably been a dude in your life and you didn't know it.
No.
His
argument was that
one at a time.
It's not by choice.
Hey, JR, when you get a chance, let me clarify.
Look, this is what he's trying to say.
I'm talking about two different. Hold on, Mike. I was talking about two different situations, because I knew I could be. I knew I could have infiltrated that relationship, because when they had problems, she came back to me. But I was dealing with a different woman that just chose me randomly because we were cool. She wanted to be free and experience something else, and she chose me. I didn't want to do that with her because I saw a future with my wife, who was the other woman.
Honorable man.
See, y'all not listening. Y'all not listening. Y'all not listening, bro.
This is what he's trying to say. He's trying to say, like, I'm not ready for you, but I know I got you in my pocket at the end of the day.
It wasn't even a pocket. Like, we didn't.
So when I'm ready for you, I know you'll come back around. And now that I'm ready, now we can do this thing.
Hold on,
she did come back.
Exactly my point.
We came back together.
Hey, Jeff, you said you part of a fraternity?
Mike,
yeah, man.
Thank God. Hey, your fraternity dude, I made plenty of them.
Oh my God. Mike, you gotta add the caveat in there.
Oh my God.
It wasn't like she was waiting on him. She was getting.
No. You see, it's two.
Getting buzzed down by another man. I'm gonna say
he was getting buzzed down by another woman.
No.
Oh, then never mind. I'll take that shit back.
Hey man,
I
you know
review
what?
my statement.
Hey, nah, see, and that wasn't what it was. Trill heard exactly what I said
You don't
because
think she
Trill
was
been in
getting bust down?
situations. And no,
Got
she
you, big dog. I
wasn't.
got you.
You don't think
No,
she
it
was
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because Trill heard exactly what I said.
Miss
And
June, if
y'all
he
trying to
proposed to
What
her,
makes
you
you
don't
think
think
that
she
Trill
was
is your
sucking on that
friend?
man
Why
and
you
busting
keep
him down?
thinking?
Wait,
well, no,
June,
when she chose the other dude, I
June.
went about my single life.
Wait. Hey, number 10. Do you think that Trill would hang out with you?
June, here's the thing.
Don't do that, man. Look at
Oh
that.
God.
It doesn't matter if we got in the same room and we started talking. Most likely,
It's my
You think
dog.
that Trill would hang out with you?
Man.
bro. I hang with 15 Trills. I could go to another state and hang with 20 more. And that's why I brought up the organization because we're all brothers.
Nope.
I can go Dubai. I can go to Dubai and hit up a bruh that's doing the same thing out here, bro.
That's bullshit.
It's a network. That's all it is.
Man, deal
Wait,
me.
June.
You say DM.
Hold on.
Hey, no, man, Mr.
Hold on.
Logic.
June,
I got
this
a
is
lot
where
of
you messed up.
Who's that talking? Oh, definitely.
Hey, y'all keep Trill out of this though. Y'all don't put Trill on the spot.
Let me
Leave him
tell
out.
you where you messed up.
Hold on, y'all. We're gonna let Definitely G cook real quick.
Trill.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We're gonna let Definitely G cook. Hey, y'all. Hey. We're gonna let Definitely G cook for a sec. Go ahead.
Hey, BFFs now.
Go ahead, Definitely G.
Hey, Trill, what
All right, you guys can hear me?
Yeah, we
go ahead.
He say what fraternity? Rolling 60s.
Hey, Definitely G, go ahead. I'm not sure you got to be late. Go ahead.
We like blood though, for real though.
Rolling 60s. But nah, go ahead, bro.
June, this is where you messed up. You allowed her to control the direction of where the relationship was going to go with you and her. That's where you messed up because you never let a woman do that ever.
No.
You never allow her to dictate what type of position that you have with her. You allowed that to happen.
So what position did I dictate? What position did I dictate? Because I think you missed. Please explain so I can help you get a clear picture. Because I went my separate ways. Okay. Once I said I'm not ready to pursue a serious relationship. She got with a guy that wanted to pursue a serious relationship.
I got one question.
They stayed together for like 5 years.
I got one question. Just to clear everything out. Did she come calling back, or did you go to her?
When she found out I was back in the area, because we shared mutual friends.
I get what you're saying now.
When she found out I was back in the area, I didn't even know she called up her engagement. But because my best friend and his wife, who I introduced her to, were roommates after I went. Nigga, I'm married 8 years.
No, I'm saying y'all was engaged. I'm asking what you engaged.
No, she was engaged. Her ex-fiance. Y'all had to listen. That's what Trill understood. I left her alone because before they got married, she would come back to me. So I had the position.
Why do you keep referencing Trill? Like, why do you?
No, because Trill.
Again, you're allowing her to control the dynamic. You don't let that happen. You don't do that.
You're the only one that understands.
I show that you're not that dude, bro. I'm like, with no disrespect. How am I not
that dude? Are you married?
With no disrespect, like June.
Did you actually marry the woman?
You're not that dude because he's
a fraternity.
That you introduced.
He's a fraternity.
You introduced her to your roommate. What are you doing? What the heck are you doing?
Who said anything about a roommate, bro?
Why are you basically gave that dude free coochie. You basically, that's what you did. Instead of you. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So,
y'all looking at it
you
wrong.
just basically did all the work for the other guy. That's basically what you did. And then when I don't know, you didn't really flesh out the whole story. You didn't really flesh out the whole story, but.
Hey, did you hit up Kev lately?
I mean, like, you didn't really flesh out the whole story, but at the same time, you're doing everything backwards, man. You should be like, okay, Okay, she's dating another dude. Okay, whatever. You should post it. What's that?
No, I was asking just number 10. When the last time you hit up Kev?
I haven't hit up Kev at all. But Kev actually did when Kev was doing fragrance, and you can follow Bowtie Fragrance Guy. If y'all like need any type of men's stuff, whatever. Kev and Bowtie, who's my best friend, who is my wife's roommate, I introduced him to. They've done panels before on fragrance. So that's how I figured out. We didn't even know Kev was a Kappa until he did the Kappa show.
Oh, so you don't know him.
But we're fraternity brothers. So like,
but you don't know him. Like you can't call him up right now.
No, but like,
okay.
I mean, I can't call up Anthony Hardaway, but if we're like at a fraternity grand chapter function, we can definitely meet.
It's still a brotherhood, basically.
Exactly. It's no different than the Marines. I can go anywhere and we can link up and we can go out here if we single and be in these streets. Or if we marry, which most of us are, we link up with like their wives. Our wives don't go with each other.
You name dropped him like you knew him, like you can call him on the phone.
No. I said he is. When we say fraternity brother, he's part of the same organization.
Oh
That's
no,
all
I know that. I know. I had an ex that was in the fraternity.
Exactly. They're not listening, and they don't want to. Trill, they don't want to listen because they want to try to make
you brought that into the conversation out of random. You said, "Yeah, Kevin Tam was we're Kappa." Like we wasn't even talking about that, so I don't know how it came up in the conversation.
Well, let me show you how it came up because I know how Trill moves. And my organization, no.
Moved up with a D.
No. Listen. I get it.
The one thing that we have established tonight, because me and Trill have been on the opposite ends of a lot of arguments.
Mm-hmm.
Trill, you definitely are the standard, my guy.
Goodness.
Yeah, I know he is. I get. And this is why I know Trill is because I've been in the trenches with guys like Trill.
Come on, man. From experience,
dude. And again, so people that's not part inside behind that organization ain't never gonna know.
They're not gonna get it, bro.
No, I know they're not gonna get it. Long as real respect recognize real, they're gonna hear what they want to say.
Oh my God. He gonna keep like forcing that point. Yeah, he gonna keep just drilling it in, like.
Hey, bro. Definitely.
They've been disingenuous. They get exactly what we're
saying. Very disingenuous.
See, Mr. Logic, that's why I fuck with you because I know when you be talking about Atlanta,
you fuck with everybody.
And you know what? Q, you finally got a little stripes today, but you still a private. You still Anton Wingman.
What? I disagree with Anton on Wingman. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you Anton Wingman. You got 1 or 2 stripes today, though, but don't be coming at my man like this for telling the truth.
Oh, now you his man too? All y'all each other's man?
Right.
You have a little summer party.
Man, it's a reason.
Hey, we close ranks.
On the same road.
People gonna come at you.
That's true. Magic.
Wait.
You got a Patreon? You might as well get your Patreon out while you.
No, man. I mean, I don't have no Patreon because we got a network within ourselves.
Who, you and Trill?
No, bro. But like, shout out to Trill. But like, as far as the organization I'm a part, it's his whole network.
No, look, Jeff Jones, look.
You go in Atlanta and see,
bro, don't talk to these dudes. Me and you gonna start a Patreon, and we gonna explain the levels of the game.
I'm in Me Fi Me. You ever heard of that? Sorority?
No, I mean we call those GDIs, goddamn individuals. So we got a culture to understand that we go by. So I mean, you got to be a part of the understand.
No, I'm trolling with you.
I get it, man. All we ask is trust.
That's all we ask, bro. That's all we ask.
Can I ask Trill a question?
No.
Since y'all nah. Trill, I have a question. So would you ever, if your wifey, right? Your wifey, your wifey, your boo thing, y'all such a cute couple, right? And you wanted to kind of
go ahead.
You wanted to find yourself. Would you let her go for like 8 years until another man's arms until you came back?
What the
fuck? I'm just asking. Hold on. It was just a question.
We done been together as long as we've been together. You talking about stopping the relationship right now to let her go find herself for 8 years?
No. I'm talking about before the marriage.
Hey, Trill, be careful how you answer. Just June
Yeah.
judging you right
Hold
now.
on, before the
Just
marriage.
June judging you right now. He got
Okay.
he trying to wait to see what your answer gonna be.
So
I
y'all,
got one more joke about my dog, man.
before the marriage,
Come
before
down
y'all,
off the pedestal.
huh?
You stay on that pedestal, Trill. Don't you come down off that pedestal, bro.
Me and Trill married. What you talking about?
Oh,
What?
Okay, whoa.
Said what?
No, he's talking about
What'd
they
he say?
married, not them married.
We married, man.
Oh.
Both of us married men.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's a secret society. All we ask is trust.
I was single for 10
Not
years,
all.
bro. I was single for 10 years.
Hey, listen.
Hey, hold on, wait. Just June. No, I mean, number 10, my bad. How many trills have you wrote? Do you roll with?
So check it out. Cause like,
don't answer that, bro.
They got what?
A whole squad.
hey man, Google Kappa and see all the famous Kappas we bar. Cassine Reed is a Kappa mayor Atlanta. Bro, I mean like I can
Trick
meet these,
question.
I can go up and meet these cats, man. Matter of fact, my deacon was the actual international president of the whole organization, bro. He was the president, yes, in Atlanta. He was the president.
He might as well name all the cities, like for reals.
Well, we worldwide, but you're a GDI though. You're a goddamn individual, so you wouldn't even know.
Bro, real talk. Honestly, this is my final take.
Gotcha.
I thought Kayla name dropped. I thought Kayla was the queen. Number 10, you are the queen of name dropping now.
Hey, man.
Hey, June, I think you did 80% right, bro. As far as your whole situation, you did 80% right. I agree with you getting out the way if you wasn't ready for marriage.
Yep.
But where you went wrong is allowing her to choose when it was time to come back. That was your choice to make. That's the only thing I disagree with.
But like, she had to put in work because I was still actively dating people.
Bro, she put in work with another man, fam.
Bro, I was single. I didn't even commit to her. I just thought,
bruh.
Hold on, do y'all think? Oh, wait. See, y'all being disingenuous. Y'all think the chicks y'all be dating y'all the first body they had?
Exactly. Talk to them, bro. I've been trying to tell them.
You know what's funny? Y'all be acting like these chicks y'all be dating don't have body counts.
And you would never know.
And
so
my body count
this man like
put in work.
My wife body count.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time.
Thank you.
Because she only dealt with one dude.
Hey, you know what's funny though? Y'all be acting like these chicks
You
don't
are
have body
allowing
counts.
her
I
to
know this.
Logic. You being
Bro, I ain't allow her to do nothing because I didn't wait for her.
How would you know?
I
You
lived
were
my
there.
life.
And second,
Nigga, I didn't know. I lived my life. Nigga, I moved to Miami. I moved to Philly. She was still in Georgia, bro. I lived in Miami. I moved to Philly. I lived in
hold on. So we got a real conversation. Hold on.
Hey,
I'm gonna bring y'all back
she was
up.
in Georgia, bro.
Number 10.
Hold on, real quick.
Number 10. How many bodies she got?
She got exponentially lower than me, bro.
How many?
It's not even double digits, bro.
How do you know?
Because she told me, and then, like she's been in a relationship.
No, you don't know, bro. You don't know. She can tell you anything.
No.
Check
it out.
You don't know. You don't know. That's the thing.
I understand that, and it doesn't matter because like she's been in relationships most of the time.
Exactly.
But check it out, Mr. Logic. My body count so high. Why would I even care when I know her?
I thought you said you left her so you can keep your body count low. So I'm confused.
Okay, so like check this out. Like
didn't you say that?
No. Don't answer nothing Q saying. She trolling you, bro.
No, she said that.
But I don't.
Hold on. One at a time.
Because I have guys that I know are in the hundreds and 150s and 200s. I didn't want to get triple digits.
So you got what, like 99? Oh,
hey man, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you,
got a
man.
respectful 70, man. Let my man make it. He ain't get the triple. My man,
slut monkey.
And yo, I'll tell you, I always call myself a polite hoe. And we joke about it. A polite hoe. No, for real. A polite hoe. Cause again, man, like when we was in our 20s, yeah, they called. That's what they called us. They told like, stay away from these cats because they'll lay you down.
Who was us? Who was us?
The people I roll with, college, after college.
Was they Trills?
If they were able to get women, and we know Trill, when Trill talks from his experience, it sounds similar. Real, no real, man.
Bro,
I wasn't on Trill level.
Hold on, Logic.
I wasn't on Trill level, and I respect that. But dude, I was trying to keep my shit low so I could get out the game.
You went to the Houston meetup just June? I mean, you could meet Trill in person.
See, like I'm trying to. You let me know when the Atlanta meetup happen. I'm gonna be Mr. Logic best man when we hook him up with whoever on this panel, man. I used to live in Atlanta, so I want to. When the Atlanta show coming, I'm gonna come down there. I'm gonna bring my dudes.
No, leave them dudes at home, bring the gals. No, leave them niggas at home, bring the gals.
Oh, hey,
niggas in this chat.
Hey, my wife.
No more niggas.
My wife got a lot of single friends that doing their thing in Atlanta. So, man, hey, we can do that.
Hang with chicks that's single in the streets.
She married.
I said, does she hang with chicks that's single in the streets?
No, but
don't answer that, bro.
No. But single women.
Listen to Trill.
Trill, your lawyer.
But single women that want to get in the position that they follow her leadership.
Stop listening to Trill and just answer. Just be your own man right now.
Nigga, I'm talking to you right now.
Okay, do your chick hang with chicks that's single and out here having a good time?
Anton, we already been with this. If you remember, man, we got a bunch of married friends. Now she has single friends that want to actually get married. Why would they hang around single friends if they want what we want what we got?
I'm just asking a question. Does she hang with chicks that be out here?
No, she hang with chicks trying to, like, if they're single, they're asking me, do I know any guys like me and my guys she get married?
I thought you knew a whole bunch of people though.
They're asking you?
Yeah, she got single friends and married friends, but the majority of who we hang with got kids. We got kids. We've been married 8 years. Some of them been married 17 years. Stuff of that nature. We got a vast village, bro. We got a vast community.
So look, I don't care if she got kids. I don't care. I like kids. Shit.
So you want to? This is all I'm saying. And I'm not even gonna troll, bro. Listen, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is just from my perspective. I think you need to be your own man. I think that
nigga, I am my own man because I have something in common that somebody shared. We have shared experiences. It doesn't mean I'm not my own guy.
Okay, but hold on, because you've never. Okay, give me a second.
Okay.
I think you need to be your own man. Okay, let me reference your king, Trill. Trill said earlier that people need to find themselves, and they don't need to be dependent on other people in order to validate who they are. You don't have, fam, you ain't got to say nobody's name. You ain't got to say who you know. You just be you. You are cool.
Dude, this is who I am. You can't tell me who I am. Dude,
I didn't say who you was. I just said, let me kick it with you for a second.
We are kicking it. I'm just trying to correct you on that point because your perspective is because I agree with Trill. I don't speak for myself, bro.
Listen. All I'm saying is you are uniquely you. You don't need no other dudes. You don't need no wingmen. You don't need to drop the fraternity. You don't need to reference the people that you know, all of this other type of stuff. You are a married older man going into midlife. Live that life. You don't have to reference how many chicks. Bro, real dudes, unless it's the context of the conversation, we don't just randomly bring up a bunch of chicks that we didn't bust down. Like, as a matter of fact, we try to keep that on the low. That's not nothing to brag on. We trying to create a different life. We trying to be the man that we would want our daughter to marry. We're not trying to move differently. Let me tell you the difference between me and you. The difference between me and you is that I'm uniquely me, which is one of the reasons why I love being married. I champion marriage, right?
I can agree objectively on what other people say, but then I'm gonna disagree because I stand on my own too. You're gonna have to figure out who you are, not live the identity of other people that you surround yourself with. That's just real. That's just being real.
Anton, if you was listening before you tried to like attack my argument, I agreed with you. And I said that parents need to train kids the value so they're ready, so they don't have to find themselves when they actually get a little bit of money or get out of college. But I said I agree with both of y'all because you got some people that never got that training. You see what I'm saying? So Trill's coming from a perspective where if they didn't get the training,
No.
they
Listen,
got
give me your thoughts. Don't give you my thoughts.
no. So I'm telling you,
forget what everybody else says.
What
do you?
Those are my feelings. If I could do it over again, I would get married because if you were listening, I told you the energy I was giving, even though I didn't have anything, there was women already saying that I think you would be a good father and a good husband. But I wasn't ready.
So what you're saying is,
let me finish. Can I finish?
So what you're saying is, if you had to do it all over again, you would not be out here having a lot of sex with a bunch of different chicks. You would get married.
Yeah, exactly. Because here's the point where I'm gonna bring it home.
There you go.
A lot of men, we hear a lot of the chatter from women, and sometimes we ignore the women and say, "Hey, I see a leader in you." But like when you're young and all you hear is a message like, you know, where the ball is at, you need to have money. They're dating older guys because they have resources. You're just going to get in that culture that Q was talking about where you're going to prolong it and you're going to think, okay, let me get this money. But what I realized was once I get this money, now you have access to more women. And will you have the discipline to actually go back or actually choose the proper woman because now you got a bunch of options that you're not even used to even handling. And this is how cats fumble.
I got you.
Relationship. So do you feel me?
No, but I understand. I get it. All right, bro. That's cool.
Appreciate it, man.
There you have it, John.
My boy.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Q, why you doing that?
All right, Joe.
Hey, that's your boy come down to Houston Live Show, Just June.
Oh yeah.
Trill's gonna be there. They got a little something planned, you know. That's your boy. Come down. Support your
man.
boy. You know?
Atlanta, man. When y'all come to Atlanta, let me know, man. It's a hop, skip, and a drunk, bro.
What state you in, Just June?
I'm in Charlotte, but I lived in Atlanta for 8 years.
Oh man, no flight's cheap, man. Come on.
Yeah, to Atlanta, it's $70 round trip.
Hey, as a matter,
I'm in Charlotte right now.
Joan,
Atlanta.
Joan. As a matter of fact, somebody hit me up today and asking they just support the channel and just purchase a ticket. That ticket for you. The ticket for you.
Hey man, when is the show?
April
23rd, sir. Yep. It's on a Saturday.
The link is pinned to the top of the chat right there. It's also in the description.
Morning. Trill got you homeboys. You know, you can sleep on the couch.
Yeah. Hey, the whole cruise season gonna be there.
Yeah, man. I got folks in Houston, man.
Oh, hold on. Q giving up her couch?
No. I said he could sleep on Trill's couch as their homeboys.
Nah, man.
I said if you couch space and shit, I could save a little hotel money. You know what I'm saying?
You'll find it right there. Just June, y'all could bunk together.
Hey, look,
all right, put it out there, man. I want to be in the A with Mr. Logic because I lived in the A. So
that's cute.
Okay.
Hey man, when the Atlanta show pop out, just let me know.
I see you, number 10. I see you, bro.
It's coming
soon. Yeah, you know, I got twin boys, my godparents down there. It'll be great. I can drop them off and we can kick it. Yeah, 4 years old.
I just don't see. I see you in Houston, all right?
Hey man, I ain't gonna be there, but let me know when Atlanta.
You gotta support your homeboy. Go support your homeboy Trill.
Man, he just told you he'd give you a free plane ticket, bro. Come on.
I said no plane. I said somebody sponsored a ticket. I ain't saying nothing about a plane.
I'll sponsor your ticket. Just June. I'll sponsor your ticket. Just June. I'll buy your ticket if you come to Houston. How about that?
Hey man. Short notice though, but like I already said, Atlanta.
I get it. She ain't gonna let you, huh? I get it. Okay.
Oh no.
I don't know my man like that.
I sponsor her ticket too.
Hey, no. Hey, Just June, I got a question. Hey,
bro.
How many Qs you done had?
How many Qs?
Like the fraternity Qs?
No, like the Island Girl Qs.
How tall are you, Q?
I'm 5'9". Oh, Justin already said this. We talked about this. He's a little shorter.
Hey.
No.
Hey,
I'm 5'11". I'm 5'11".
How many Qs you didn't have?
I ain't gonna put Q on like that, but I've had some women that can look me in the eye, light skin. I lived in Miami,
You like foreign girls?
No, I like them all. I like them all.
It is?
I lived in Miami for 2 years, bro. So
how many Qs?
There's a lot of Qs.
Island girl Qs have you bust down?
Yeah, I'm not gonna fall for that, bro.
Fall for what?
When I tell you, I lived in Miami, Anton.
He got
I lived there for 2 years, bro.
Oh Lord.
What does that mean?
We don't know because you just said you wanted to keep your body count low.
So Q, you remember we talked about how I talk and how around.
He said he talked like Logic. I'm like, what? He said he talked like Logic, and he name dropped Logic on a late night stream. I'm like,
you talk like Logic now?
Well, I lived in Atlanta. I know, like people might not understand how Logic might pronunciate certain things, but like again, I'm from South Carolina, so we speed up words, slang words, put words together, stuff of that nature. So when like y'all was kind of Logic about when he said gossip, I said, oh, he's saying gospel.
Man, I don't care what they say.
I know you don't care.
I gotta say,
like, what? Gospel music.
You see the words that's coming out of my mouth just June?
Yeah, I completely understand it, bro.
No, read the words that's coming out of my mouth.
Oh, 5'9" equal big knock.
Big knockdown. Timber. Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
Hey man, bro, we call lumberjack. You chop them trees.
Oh, Lord.
You chop down trees, fam?
I'm saying what we call it. So somebody's like over like 5,
I know
6, 5, 7.
Have you chopped down some trees?
Of course, man. I wouldn't know the terminology if I'm telling you, this is what we use. If she's taller than you, she's like, I play ball, bro. So like it's some athletes, some chicks play ball. We call them chopping trees. You got to get lower than them. You get leverage and you chop them and you chop them.
There you go, Anton.
Oh Lord.
Boy, giving our technique, man.
Hey, man. I mean,
so I'm saying
you answer me questions.
Chop or you chop.
Hey, man. Hey, Trill. If you know, you know, bro.
Oh Lord. You need to put them all together. Put them all on the same road, JR. Trill, Logic, and Just June.
Trill, y'all come to Atlanta. I got a lot of cats in Atlanta, man. Trill, like, it'll fit right in, but you have a good time, bro.
You knock them out by the knees, bro. You take out the knees.
So y'all could be at the same level? Oh, now y'all trying to be on the same level now?
Hey, JR, man, you got to play weak in the knees, man. Weak in the knees, stand up. No, you chopping down.
Weak in the knees.
Look girl to me.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up.
Stand up. Do you think you got that game? Like you spit game, or is just like your presence?
Bro, honestly, I don't have no game. And like, no, I don't. My whole game was honesty because you got a lot of dudes out here lying to chicks. And when a chick here, when you tell a chick what you want, what you don't want, and it's up her to decide.
Give me an example.
It's no different than the whole, like, I agree with you being single till you married. Some chicks are like, they press you like Trill was saying.
Example, like if you was talking to Q and she was feeling you, what would you tell her?
Bro, I'll just open up and tell her who I am. I'll tell her about my family life, my values.
Give me the game. How you would do it. Give me like an example.
So for me, I like to develop a friendship with them because I'm trying to get to know her so she can know me. The whole taking out the dinner and stuff of that nature, that's cool. But I would like to get to know her first before we even get to that because she's actually enjoying my time. No. JR, man, I'll get off. I don't want to take up all the time, man, because
What's the bust?
That wasn't even me.
What's the bust down method?
JR trolling you, fam. JR.
No, that wasn't even me, man. I don't even have that. You never heard me play that shit, man.
But
that was Trill. That was Trill.
No, he ain't doing that.
What's the bust? Honestly, I want to know what the bust down method is.
Hey, man. I mean, we both married men, man. So you trying to get me to talk more to say, well, why you? But you're asking me the question. See, I'm honest. I'll answer the question.
My wife know I'm very honest. That's
the bust down method. What? Okay, Q.
See, but it's not a
know
method.
what that is. I never heard that.
Target.
It's not a method.
You approach her.
Really, if I think she's attractive, I'll actually try to get to know her.
Like what? What's the pitch?
It's no pitch, bro. It's like I ask her, "Hey, what's your name?" If she's throwing me signals or whatever, then I'm gonna follow up on it, and then we're gonna have a conversation.
Q, wink at him, please. All right. So now what?
So like, I'll ask you, like, how you doing? Where you from? I'll see if she's from the islands. I'll probably be like, I'll try to make a connection where, like, okay, I lived in Miami 2 years. Like, you got people down there, stuff of that nature. Then you develop a rapport, and you just build off what you connect.
So what's the hook line?
But see, it's no bust down method because it's her body, and she's going to choose whether or not she wants to do that, share that with me. It doesn't matter if I want to. I can want to, but if she doesn't want to, what does it matter? And we'll just have a conversation, and we'll be cool. If she's cool people.
The game is the game, then you can finesse that no matter what, right?
But see, here's the thing: I'm not trying to finesse because a lot of women, they're upset out here about being finessed. So
not trick them out of their panties. I'm saying it's the game like that. You know what I'm saying? You can spit so smooth that you gonna convince her that you that man anyway.
I don't have game. I just be honest about who I am, how I feel, and it's up to them to decide because they're adults.
No, I get it.
But you're not getting it.
Listen. I know that
getting it, bro.
You've been married for 8 or something like that, right?
Yes.
And I've been married for like 18, so I've been out of the game for a long time, and I don't know how they move in a day. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of how they move in a day. So if you can give me like some pointers, so that I can make more informed decisions when I'm on these panels, that'll help me.
So like if you listen to a lot of women that don't want to be like romanticized stuff of nature, they're just telling you like you ain't got a lot to kick it. I might just want to give it to you, but if you promise me something, and I'm like feeling that, and then you don't follow through, then like you fucking up the game.
Okay, so let's say that she feeling you getting the choosing signals and all of that. So what do you tell her to get her in the bedroom now?
Dude, I really don't try. Now, there's some women that want you to push up and be aggressive. It's other women are tired.
So do you wait for her to say,
so is she leading the way
to the bedroom, or do you like be like, yo, what do you say?
So I tell her how I feel about her, how I think she's like attractive, stuff of that nature, and like we have those conversations where the innuendos come. Because a lot of women, some women, they like the direct approach. Other women like the indirect approach. It depends on the women, but the women I like, the ones that typically are not out there looking for something, but say, it's been a while, and they just want to be respectful to them. And they'll be like, you know what? This dude actually respects me. He not pushing up on me. He not treating me like a piece of meat. 20 dudes done holler at me. Some dudes done rubbed up on me. And like, you give her the option to be an adult and not a piece of meat. So she'll make a decision. Well, you know what? It's been a year. It's been 8 months. He treats me with respect. He tells me he's not looking for anything. But, he's open and he likes the companionship. A lot of women just want companionship, bro. And they want respect. So you treat them with respect and they want a companion. Now here's the option. Now, if you do lay her down, you got to be a little bit responsible, especially when you know how indirect you are can put her in a position. So that's where you kind of have to be accountable. If you know that what you're doing, even though you're being honest, puts her in a vulnerable position, sometimes you have to protect her from herself. So that's what I had to learn in my single days. And that's when I knew, okay, I think I'm ready to actually get married. Now I need to get in this exit strategy to kill all the habits of being faithful to my options all those years.
So what does protecting her from herself look like though, bro? That's some next level game right there. What's protecting her from herself look like?
So here's the thing, like some dudes might consider themselves good dudes, right? Which I consider myself. But if I'm dealing with women and they're getting attached to me because I just do the same thing, be me, they eventually they're comfortable. I'm vulnerable about who I am because that's just who I am. So they feel vulnerable enough. And then they're like, I want you around. And then here's another reason why women want to, if a woman basically likes your companionship, likes you, she's not going to be able to contain herself from you. She's gonna have to either kick you out the house to keep herself from doing something, or she's just gonna be like, you know what, fuck it, I feel so comfortable with him. I'm used to dudes like telling me what I want to hear to get the box, and he tells me who he is. I might not like it, but I know where I stand with him. So if I choose, I at least know if there's nothing.
So you largely telling me that you wait for her to choose you?
No, but see, if I wasn't ready, well, okay, choose you far as what? Choose her far as what? Just sex, or just like kicking it, or
I'm
actually
talking
for
about
marriage?
I thought the goal was the panties, right?
I mean, for the goal. Well, sometimes the goal is depending on the woman, but some of them, like, I might just want to like kick it out because she a dope chick.
So, you just like hanging with the chicks and then waiting to see if it's a buzz down or not?
No, not necessarily, because it's chicks I know they're choosing and they want to get bust down, and that's what happens.
So when you find the one that's the bust down, what's the hook, line, sinker? Get them panties off. What it is? How do you move? Give me the execution method, please.
But see, here's the thing: like, it can't be a method because every woman's different. They're a mixed bag.
Give me an example of one.
Here, when people say a sniper, you gotta understand the environment so you can get your shot off. You don't take your shot when you want it. You take a shot when they give you the opportunity to.
Oh, so it's up to them.
No, it's not up to them. But you
give you the opportunity.
It's gonna be hard for you to understand because I can talk to my guys and they understand exactly what it is.
Right.
So maybe I'm not explaining it. It's going to be hard to explain if you didn't experience it.
That's why I'm trying to get the game from you, because I don't know.
But here's the thing: it's for me, it's not a game. Some dudes actually use it as game, but like if you're being honest up front, bro, that's all you can go off of. And then she has to have accountability to make the choice. But if you know she can't make the choice to pull away from you when you're not ready for that, you got to do it for her and cut the cord off.
So some of these chicks get so deep into you that it's just like, yo, I gotta just go cold. How do you cut them off like that though? That's pretty ruthless. You got to say some crazy.
No. Here's the cutoff point. They'll see, because you have communication with them. They'll tell you like, you know what, I think like, I might want something serious. I understand what you said, and we might need to back off. And when they say that, cool. So now you still have a rapport where you can communicate, where it's like no trauma. They're not bitter. They made a decision to walk away, and you left them alone.
And that's how you maintain that rapport.
Exactly. And that's the problem with like in our community. We want to cut. Like Kayla was like, well, if he not putting pressure, I'm cutting him off.
No, she said she'll put him in the box.
Well, I mean, she can. It could be a box for later, actually. But like, I took it more as like she's cutting him off. I'm not dealing with him anymore, and that's what a lot of women do. Where you might have a dude that's honest. You want honest guys that can tell you exactly where they at, where you don't. And this is where leadership is, and this is where a lot of women don't follow dudes telling them, "Hey, I'm going with the flow. I like you. I see that you're actually the genuine article. I got to get myself straight." Some women do it too. So like, you leave her alone.
Leadership.
It's training the lead. Leaving a chick alone when she tells you, say if y'all are doing some stuff, you walk away when she communicates. If you've been communicating with her on an honest playing field, a lot of women have the issue that some dudes lie and they don't. You don't have to lie to kick it.
Wow. And that's the leadership aspect, is the truth part, right?
Well, see, like, of course you're training the lead, but this is where you understand when you can actually turn it down, when you know you can get it, and she's already told you, like, she won't leave you alone, even though you kind of told her.
Yeah.
This is when you learn how to walk away for the best part of the situation, when you don't leave her damaged, because she might be a dope chick. She might be a chick that might not be for you.
We care about we care about them. We having fun, but we don't want to abuse them.
Yeah, but they're having fun as well, and they don't want to abuse you either. But this is how you develop rapport with the opposite sex. Yeah. Now, so like, we probably need to be like curtailing a little bit more, not having a bunch of bodies, because women are basically if you deal with enough women, they're going, and they like you, they're going to catch feelings.
Okay.
Wait.
And I'm sure the dudes that's around you move the same. Trill, can you confirm this?
I can definitely confirm that. Because at the
All
end
right,
of the
go
day,
ahead.
like when
I
you
just
just
wanted to,
help dudes,
because you know
got a
where
certain
2 or
aura.
3 are gathered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, like I kick this game to my younger frat brothers because like I got a cat that's getting married now. Same situation.
You
So
mentor some younger dudes?
that's all we do. But
Okay.
like, you know, like young guys, it never stops. It's lifelong. I got
Got it.
cats.
Got
I've
it.
been in 20 years. So I'm reaching out some of them cats trying to get them connected, internships, you know, they can move into like my city, whether Atlanta. We have meetups where the
What
older
do y'all do at the
bros
meetups?
like we just kick shit, but like we really
You giving
network
them the
within our
game?
hell yeah. Like, but it just like when they call Kevin Samuels the Godfather, we got thousands, tens of thousands.
Wait. Because I know Kev is the Godfather, and that's my guy. What would you like if you was to give yourself a nickname? What would you roll with?
I mean, probably people call me a connector. Me and my wife go place connector. So this is why I have a habit of basically name dropping, because I'll meet a person and me and my wife be out. We were in DC, ran into a person from my hometown. And like my wife would ask me, who is that person? And I'll explain to her the connection.
Because you connecting to every bro that you find out, right?
Well, sometimes it's hometown people.
Okay.
Sometimes it's fraternity brothers.
You should change
Sometimes
it's connected with a K. It's connected with a K.
Yeah.
Make sure y'all
Put a
get it
K
right.
for Kappa. Connector.
Yeah.
But you know, I play. I mean, I
Why
was
you
a
walking
walk
around here
on
just June and you the connector, bro?
Yeah, with a K.
because just
June
June
is
is just
Bob. Put connector.
just June is who I am. That's what people like. They call me by my last name. They don't call me by my first name.
That's your last name?
I mean, but
didn't know
that's what you would call yourself, the connector, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, checked. But I mean that I don't have a lot of talents, but that's my talent. People like, damn, you know it. You know a lot of people. So what I try to do is I try to put people together. It's like I got a cat here running the trucking business, but I got my LB out in Colorado. Just got a contract with Amazon with a box truck.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get them two together so they can link up. Now we're all frat brothers, but I'm not the type of person that even if you're not. This is why I love the panel, because you know it's a lot of game. You know, the organization I'm a part is like 100 years old. But it's some game that we have. We're not giving out to the everyday people that are doing the same thing, but everybody can kind of connect, and we got a community, so we can change the culture.
But you the person that you like the glue.
He's the connector.
I want to say I'm the glue. I'm just like, hey, here's your string. I connect your string here. I'll just walk off and let them do what they do.
Okay. All right.
That's pushing P right there.
Yo, I think that this is invaluable, bro. Like, I'm always looking for people to give me the game to help me to understand how I can level up. And, you know, with me being out the game for a long time, I definitely value all of the insight and information that you give me, bro.
Oh, no, man. I mean, but like, you know, I had people that give it to me, man. And like, again, we call it making a brother. We make these young guys, man, we really try to guide them and try to train them to lead. And you're going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
It's going to be a learning process, but we want these cats to turn over younger and get the information and the knowledge. I don't like to call it the game because, you know, some people get triggered by it. It's just knowledge and giving deference to the people that were ahead of you to willfully submit to what they've experienced. And that's how you train to lead. You got to submit first to get the information. If you don't, and this is our problem. And this is why we need our women to submit, because the men already aren't submitting.
You need the women to submit now?
But your wife
I said,
wait, who are the men submitting to?
So here's the thing. We got a lot of men that weren't raised with other men, and they need a man to fall under to know how to lead.
They need a man to fall under?
Just like it could be in the community, but we need that. That's why like a lot of people gravitate to some of these guys in the manosphere, right or wrong, because they're understanding and seeing their deficiencies, because they're really all they've done in a matriarchy is basically follow a woman. So like guys being overly emotional, or guys not even knowing that, you know, sometimes aggression is needed, like Mr. Lee and Humble Dad. Now, I think like Mr. Lee might have came at him a little off, but he's an elder.
I'm worried about that. Like, they good.
No, I know they're good.
On what it is that you got going on, because listen, I'm not about to miss out on this $1 million game that you're giving me.
Oh, Exactly. So like it's just, and I learned that young. So when you're an 18, 19-year-old, you got like older cats. I mean, they holding you accountable, bro. Like, why you coming in my organization? You not running this shit. You making us look bad. So when Mr. Logic and you say like the culture is trash, people get in their feelings because we really don't have. So like, okay, like I'm gonna reference Dr. Amos Wilson. He actually talks about culture and how.
Who is that? Is that another legend?
Yeah, well, like he's past. He's a like Pan African lecturer, so he knows this stuff. So like when Kay gets on the whole Eurocentric stuff, like I hope if she's not on, but if she could look up Dr. Amos Wilson, and he talks about individualism.
Hey, KJ.
I'll put it in the chat.
KJ, Connector Jones. Your personal opinion, honestly. Do you think that you can snag most? Let's say you single today, right? Just give me the game. Do you think you can snag most chicks? Like most chicks is gonna wind up submitting to you, or they're gonna move according to your program based off of the game?
Yes, sir.
No, see, here's the thing. What men to make mistake, you got to know your personnel, and that's one thing about being a leader. You got to identify who will follow you. You don't really necessarily waste time. So a lot of women are trying to throw that whole like, well, you're not being a leader, because they use it as, well, I don't want to take no accountability, so you're going to take the blame if you want to be a leader.
They're not coachable.
Exactly. So any GM, it's like the draft, and like I think I might have said it to you, like with the Pistons, with the whole Darko Milicic stuff. You got to do your due diligence. Where if you get a joker who was drafted in the second round, you know the type of person needs to be on your team because you saw he was an MVP. So what a lot of women just have to do, well, this is just our culture, period. We don't submit to any type of authority because we internalize slavery as traumatic.
Slavery.
So we always rebel.
I thought we was talking about women.
No. Well, okay. I was tying that together back into women when it comes to submission. See what I'm saying? As far as the trauma response, where and this is where culture had to be transformed, where it provides solutions and needs, not celebrating art and music and entertainment, because that's just a culture to be consumed. Well, we need a culture that actually sets a foundation that produces. It produces young boys and girls to actually follow a standard where, yeah, we are monolith, but everybody should be able to have this same type of very basic baseline respect for each other, so we can work together and we can actually start from the family unit, where the family unit expands to the community, where the community expands to the entire race, and then we can move autonomously, where we're not so dependent, where I always had to point out, look, the white people want to accept us, but we don't even respect the brother and sister that might talk a little different than us, but they making moves as well. So what happens is, we don't connect. And that kind of goes back to me trying to connect people, where, prime example, Anton, people don't like how you carry yourself. Like they might say you arrogant, stuff of that nature. Again, I know 1,000 Antons in this organization. And I've heard that stuff.
We gotta start wrapping it up, June.
Gotcha. I've heard that stuff since I've been 22, bro. I'm 42 now, 20 years. But we moving, we leading. My actual fraternity brother is like, I can talk to him today. He's the mayor of Columbia, about to go out. My fraternity brother actually gets paid to teach leadership courses for corporations. He was one of the key catalysts for President Obama winning the South Carolina campaign. He drops jewels and knowledge to us. Yeah, wow. Anton Gunn, look him up. And I know I name dropping, but these are people I personally know. And
bro.
So what?
Are you in marketing, June? Are you in marketing?
Nah, I work in IT.
Should be. Oh, okay.
I work in IT, but man, my bad, JR, man. I mean, Anton, I keep asking you questions, man, so I just keep talking.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I appreciate the game, bro. You threw us. I'm gonna have to replay this and get a lifeline after this boat you put us in, bro.
This is the longest Anton ever stayed up, though.
You know, man.
What am I
just
going
gotta,
to run away
we
from?
gotta share this information, man. We just got because, like, I talk to people that's on a much higher level than me all the time. So, hey, man, great show, man. Thank you for letting me cook, y'all.
I appreciate you, KJ.
Shout out to the new leader of the free world. Trill AC at Crew Season in the building.
Wait, JR, we're not gonna let people in the back say their 1 minute of things?
No, I put a message already. I gotta go.
Oh, dang, that sucks. They
Yeah,
waited 2
nah.
hours for connected to be done talking.
Man, I know it's all good, man.
Yo, this is insane. How people are this not self-aware of what the fuck is happening. It's insane.
Exactly, and they leaders.
This is insane, bro.
Thanks, Trill.
What happened to the ladies, though?
Yeah, it's Trill's fault too.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Thank you guys for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk. Gorilla come in.
Rilla.
There you go.
The king.
Hey, Rilla, we about to get out of
I know. I'm watching.
What happened to the ladies, though, JR?
I just figured I'd pull in. I'm here for a good time, not a long time anyway.
Hey, Rilla, take a shot for me. Take a shot for me.
You ain't got no time for you. I heard you earlier talking about some where Rilla at.
Yeah, because trilling was not trilling. No, Trill was not trilling, so I needed to sub him out for you. That's positive.
You've been trilling all night.
Come on, man.
No, you showed up late. He was not. Kayla was even agreeing with him. Like, it was a mess at the beginning. Watch the beginning.
Oh, I did. I watched it all the way home.
You agreed with everything Trill said, or was you 50-50?
Now I gotta go back and watch it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yo, I'm not messing with Trill after the night. I'm done with him.
I think Trill tired. Whatever Trill was drinking tonight. Trill, what you was drinking on? I saw you drinking something brown.
Take that Crew Season down. Just break in the background. Take it off.
Drink something else next time.
Jesus Christ.
We had no arguments this show though, so that's good. You know.
Nah, man. I feel like the conversation was productive for sure, man. Especially that game we got at the end for sure.
The what game?
I see you, Logic.
They do that.
All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and end it. Appreciate y'all.
April 23rd.
Salute to you, Rella. Appreciate you, Trill. And time. Q.
Yeah. Last woman standing. I need a raise. I'm just saying.
All right.
Night, night.